the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Barbecue at Stonehenge. Coulson's words clearly told Li Feng that S.H.I.E.L.D. was monitoring his phone calls, which made Li Feng angrily complain. Even someone who is devoted to research like Savag knows that you will monitor citizens. Isn't your monitoring business too rampant? Glaring at Coulson, Li Feng grinned and said, "This is why I don't like buying mobile phones." No, Coulson knew what Li Feng was thinking and shook his head to deny monitoring the phone calls, explaining, "In fact, we are monitoring Dr. Savag and Jane's phone calls. As for you," Coulson glanced at Li Feng's shoulder bag, as if he could see the satellite phone in the bag, and said helplessly, "We can't crack the satellite phone that Stark made for you. So it's not that they don't want to monitor, but that they can't." Li Feng hooked Coulson's shoulder and walked towards the office while laughing. As Thor's friend, I think it is necessary to tell Thor that S.H.I.E.L.D. is openly monitoring his girlfriend. Are you guys courting death or not? After a pause, Li Feng winked and asked in a low voice, "Did you monitor Jane's process of washing her white clothes? Even if there is a video, do you dare to watch it? Do you believe that Thor will come to chop you with an axe?" Coulson twitched his mouth and smiled as fake as he could. "It is precisely because Jane is Prince Thor's girlfriend that we will protect her in secret." Spreading his hands, Coulson emphasized, "We don't want any idiot to provoke Jane and cause dissatisfaction from Thor or the Asa royal family. In short, no matter who you are, don't think about slandering Miss Jane's innocence." "What you said, why do I feel like you are implying that I'm slandering Jane's innocence now? The problem is that I didn't monitor Jane." However, Li Feng, who cherishes his life, doesn't want to be misunderstood by Thor. He shrugged his shoulders and thought about how to end Jane's topic, but said unyieldingly, "No one will believe what you said." Coulson smiled gently and took Li Feng to the office. Coulson sat at the desk and took out a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Li Feng. Li Feng shook his head and looked around the office, where he couldn't even find a wine glass. He said dissatisfiedly, "I think it's better for you to store some wine in the office. Haha, and then wait for you to cause trouble?" Coulson took back the mineral water and asked, "What does 9 realms mean?" "It means the 9 kingdoms," Li Feng explained casually, while fiddling with the gadgets on the desk. Coulson leaned back in his chair, was silent for a while and asked, "Does it mean Asgard, Midgard, Jotunheim and other 9 kingdoms?" Li Feng nodded, and Coulson asked curiously, "What does intersecting mean?" While speaking, Coulson crossed his fingers, raised them in front of him, and asked, "Does it mean intersecting with each other?" Li Feng glanced at Coulson's gestures, scratched his head, and explained, "The intersection of the 9 realms means that the 9 worlds are connected in a line. At that time, a certain area of the earth will overlap with other worlds, causing gravity chaos, space compression and other phenomena." Coulson frowned, and when he was about to ask something, he heard Li Feng continue, "Gravity chaos is relatively easy to understand. For example, a car in a certain area of gravity chaos may not weigh as much as a sparrow, or it is possible that this car may catch up with the weight of a 10,000-ton freighter. As for space compression, you can understand it as a portal created by nature." Coulson's face rose. He lowered his head to think for a while, then suddenly looked up and asked, "What you mean is that some areas will open portals to teleport someone or creature to other worlds? Or allow aliens to teleport from other worlds to Earth?" Seeing Li Feng nodded, Coulson subconsciously picked up the phone on the table, ready to inform Fury of the news, so that Fury could make corresponding preparations for the matter. Li Feng did not stop him when he saw this. He stood up and said, "I don't know when the 9 realms will intersect. The only person who can calculate the date is." Coulson held the phone in one hand and listened to Li Feng's explanation in a daze. Seeing that the other party was about to say who could calculate the date of the intersection of the 9 realms, he paused. Coulson's brain was working rapidly subconsciously and he guessed, Drive Shavag can calculate it? Li Feng nodded and said as he opened the office door, by the way, space will be very fragile when the 9 realms intersect, so Ancient One will be very busy at that time and will have no time to intervene in the overlap of space on Earth. But she specifically found me and asked me to help deal with some small troubles. So I will be hanging out in the UK with Shavak recently. Don't look for me if you have nothing to do, and don't come to me if you have something to do. I'm busy. After that, Li Feng instantly turned into black mist and disappeared from Carlson's sight. Looking at Li Feng's disappearing figure, Carlson rubbed his forehead and recalled what Li Feng said. He tapped the table thoughtfully and thought, at present, we know that the Ancient One's duty is to protect the Earth. So what she called busy is most likely to refer to the battle in the magic world, when the 9 worlds overlap. Thinking of this, Carlson sat at the table, took out a pen, and wrote down every word Li Feng said on the note, carefully pondered the meaning of each word, and analyzed. The trouble that the Ancient One asked Austin to solve is most likely related to alien creatures. Austin is now going to the UK to find Dr. Shavig and reminded me not to look for him during this period. Is it because the location where the 9 worlds overlap is in the UK? He wants to lay out in advance in the space overlap area to prevent aliens from invading the Earth? But why didn't Austin call Stark and the captain to help? Is it because there are few aliens invading the Earth this time, or are the invaders all weak scum and Austin is sure to solve it alone? For a long time, Carlson stared at the words on the note blankly, and his head hurt more and more. After thinking about it, he picked up the phone and reported his guess and analysis to Fury. As for what Fury would think and how to deal with it, Carlson said that his rank was too low and his experience was too little, so it was better to let Fury worry about it. He was just a small soldier, and it was right to obey the orders of the boss. On the other side, Li Feng, who had returned to the lake, was lying on a lounge chair drinking beer and enjoying the breeze. The satellite phone in his shoulder bag rang harshly. Li Feng glanced at the caller ID and saw that the call was from Fury. He pressed the hang up button and threw the phone into the RV and shouted, "Creature, are the picnic items ready?" Creature appeared in front of Li Feng in an instant with a suitcase, blinking his watery eyes and said, "Boss." Creature prepared a lot of cakes and drinks. At this time, the phone in the RV rang again. Li Feng curled his lips and muttered softly, "Fury, Fury, are you annoying?" Then he lowered his head and ordered Creature, "Prepare some barbecue ingredients. We will go to Stonehenge to eat skewers and drink beer now." Creature nodded blankly and turned to run into the RV to prepare the ingredients. When the phone rang for the 3rd time, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and took Creature to the vicinity of Stonehenge. As for when the phone in the RV would ring, what did it have to do with Li Feng? Let Fury stay aside and cool down. Look at how worried Fury is about the Earth. His hair can't grow anymore. Stonehenge, located on the Salisbury Plain in Wiltshire, England, was built on the Salisbury Plain between 4000 and 2000 BC. It is the most famous and mysterious prehistoric relic in the British Isles, and also a famous prehistoric cultural temple site in Europe. However, there are many tourists who come here to play, so Li Feng couldn't find a suitable barbecue place for a while. After thinking about it, Li Feng pointed to the huge stone of Stonehenge and said, "Creature, carve the expulsion spell on the stone, and then put the grill there. Call me when the skewers are ready." "Okay, boss." Creature ran to a certain huge stone to carve the expulsion spell. After receiving the order, on the other side, Li Feng was lying on another boulder with a piece of wild grass in his mouth, crossing his legs and catching up on the plot of Thor 2, when an invisible Quinjet appeared in the distance of Stonehenge. Li Feng, who noticed the Quinjet, glanced at it and squinted his eyes, thinking, "I just didn't answer your call. Do you want to take a plane to England to find me? You are using the public vehicle for personal purposes, don't you understand?" Before Li Feng finished his complaints, he saw Fury in a black windbreaker and an eye mask on his poker face, and he ran straight to a boulder, as if he had determined where Li Feng was. "I don't care about you." Li Feng turned his head to look at Fury, turned into grey mist, and flew to another boulder. With a smile on his face, he watched Fury foolishly patting the boulder and said, "These are all antiques, Austin. Aren't you too uncivilized to do this? And you can't afford to pay for it. If you break it." Before Fury finished speaking, He heard the voice of Natasha on the quinjet reminding Li Feng that he had changed seats. Fury's eyes twitched, and he ran to another boulder with his fist bulging with veins, looked up at the invisible Li Feng, and asked angrily, "Is it fun?" Li Feng did not exit the stealth mode, and said lazily, "Is it fun or not? Is it your business?" Fury pressed the communicator in his cochlea to make sure that Li Feng was still in front of him, and shouted in a low voice, "Get down here. Believe it or not, I will arrest you for destroying cultural relics." "Stop talking nonsense," Li Feng replied unhappily. "You still arrest me for destroying cultural relics. Don't you think that the international power shield has lost face because of you? Let me tell you, do you have evidence? Can you see me?" Fury's face twitched. He really couldn't see Li Feng, and couldn't produce any evidence. After all, the detection equipment on the quinjet could only prove that someone was lying on the boulder, but the equipment could not scan the face of the person on the boulder. Moreover, Fury heard the dissatisfaction with himself in Li Feng's words. Fury understood that all this was caused by the fact that he had promised Li Feng that he would hand over the person who ordered the nuclear bomb to be reflected, but he was reluctant to hand over the talent afterwards. But what could he do? That was Alexander Pierce, and he had too much and too important intelligence in his hands, so he couldn't just hand it over. Moreover, Pierce disappeared inexplicably after the attack, and he could only vaguely find out that Pierce was hiding in the dark to carry out a big plan. He now seemed to know where Pierce was better than Li Feng. "Austin," Fury sighed and advised kindly, "the intersection of the 9 realms is a major event involving the Earth. I hope you can explain what will happen then." Li Feng turned his head to glance at Fury. "Why, how many more nuclear bombs have you prepared? How many times do you plan to sink Britain?" Chapter 277 The beginning of the intersection of the 9 realms. At night, there were no more tourists near Stonehenge. Li Feng sat cross-legged on the grass near Stonehenge, holding a wine glass in his right hand, supporting his knee with his left hand joint, and holding his chin with his palm, looking speechlessly at Natasha who was eating and drinking beside him. "That's my kebab and beer." Li Feng touched his round belly. If he couldn't eat any more, he really wanted to snatch the kebab from Natasha's hand. After having a good meal and a good drink, Natasha lay beside Li Feng without any image, looked up at the starry sky and asked, "I'm curious, what kind of person are you?" Li Feng glanced at the graceful and juicy Natasha, who was graceful and had delicate and shiny skin. He drank the beer in one gulp, lay down with Natasha in a row to look at the stars, and said with a lecherous look, "I'm a man." TSK Natasha glanced at Li Feng with contempt. If it was other aspects, she couldn't guarantee what kind of person Li Feng was, but on the topic of whether Li Feng was a man, Natasha felt that she could come up with a basket of evidence to prove that Li Feng had been abstinent for many years. You have to know that Li Feng mainly lives in the United States. Although there are singles in the United States, those who can achieve complete abstinence like Li Feng are either physically ill or mentally ill, or both physically and mentally ill. Is Li Feng sick? The identity of a wizard who is good at healing has already shown that the other party is definitely not sick physically. As for Natasha's heart, she saw that Li Feng's action of drinking before lying down was to cover up his swallowing of saliva, and the other party's tone when speaking was not pretentious, which not only showed that Li Feng had desires in his heart, but also proved that her charm was still there. So the question is, why does Li Feng abstain from sex? If Li Feng didn't eat a lot of fish and meat every day, and drank beer as water, Natasha would suspect that Li Feng was not a mage, but a monk. The so-called abstinence was just a way of practice, just like the silent Zen, not speaking until the time is right. Could it be that Austin is a monk who loves meat and wine? Thinking of this, Natasha deliberately looked at Li Feng with a confused look in her eyes, wanting to tease Li Feng's desire and find evidence of a monk from him. On the side, Li Feng felt that Natasha's eyes were a little charming and unnatural, and subconsciously glanced at his own clothes. There is nothing wrong. Scratching his head, Li Feng guessed that Natasha had drunk too much and was ready to find someone to do some shameful things with the sky as a blanket and the ground as a seat. After all, this is the United States, and some cultures are still very open. Unfortunately, I'm really not interested in you. Li Feng curled his lips and deliberately changed the subject to avoid Natasha from getting horny. he said. Fury left because he knew he couldn't get information from me. What about you? Why did you stay? Do you want to use seduction to get information from me? I warn you, I'm not that kind of person. As he spoke, Li Feng tightened his collar, looking scared. What do you know? Natasha glanced at Li Feng, who looked like a ball of grievance, speechlessly, and returned her eyes to the brilliant starry sky, saying, "You're a big head ghost. I think seduction also requires you to be moved. And from the information, I don't think women can seduce you. Maybe men can." Li Feng's mouth twitched. "You like men? What's wrong with me liking men?" Natasha retorted generously, "It's abnormal that I like women." Li Feng's whole body froze, and his mind was full of what's wrong with me liking men. Damn it. Li Feng silently turned his back to Natasha. "What you said makes a lot of sense. I'm speechless." Natasha saw that Li Feng looked shocked, smiled silently, and said, "I have analyzed your character before, but you are smart sometimes, mentally retarded sometimes, laughing and joking like nothing, and then you are a coward who is afraid of death." Before Natasha finished speaking, Li Feng interrupted her dissatisfiedly, "And you are handsome, young and rich. Why don't you talk about these?" Natasha smiled silently. As an agent, she could tell that Li Feng was deliberately interrupting the rhythm of her conversation. As for why Li Feng did this, it was because Li Feng could hear that Natasha intended to test her inner thoughts. Li Feng, who didn't want to talk too much with Natasha, stood up, patted the weeds on his body, and said, "Savig will come here tomorrow. You should ask him yourself about the 9 realms. I guess Savig has collected a lot of clues, which may be useful to you." After that, Li Feng flew to the boulder and lay down, with his hands behind his head, his legs crossed, and slowly fell into a dream. The next day, a beam of sunlight shone through the clouds onto Li Feng's cheek. Li Feng, who should have woken up at noon, rubbed his sleepy eyes and shouted, "Creature, have a beer to wake up." "Okay, boss." Creature, who had long known what kind of person his boss was, teleported to Li Feng with a large glass of beer, a toothbrush, a towel and other items. He handed the glass to Li Feng to rinse his mouth and said, "Boss, Dr. Savig and Ms. Jane have arrived. I didn't wake you up because you were still sleeping." "Oh, it's early enough." Li Feng drank his wine and looked at Savig and Ms. Jane, who were circling around the boulder with some kind of javelin-like equipment, and then looked at a dilapidated RV in the distance and Natasha, who was preparing breakfast in front of the RV. What the hell is this woman doing? Does she know the wise saying that if you want to seduce a man, you must first hook his stomach? So, Natasha is going to hook Vig's stomach with the color of a loving breakfast. Is she eating Savig? While daydreaming, Li Feng finished a glass of beer. Feeling that his brain was working, he handed the glass to Creature, washed up quickly, jumped off the boulder, and walked quickly towards Savig. When Savig saw Li Feng walking towards him, he waved and greeted Li Feng, while handing the instrument in his hand to Jane. He opened his arms to greet Li Feng, and said with a smile, "Austin, your reminder about the 9 realms is really timely." Li Feng paused, squinted, and asked, "Do you mean that the 9 realms are overlapping now?" "That's not the case." Savig shook his head, took out a device that collects gravity changes and space changes from his pocket, pointed to the data on the screen and said, "This is the abnormal value I read when I arrived at Stonehenge." While speaking, Savig glanced at Natasha in the distance and whispered as if afraid that Natasha would eavesdrop. "You asked me a lot of questions at the beginning. I know you are not a layman who knows nothing about certain knowledge. You can understand what these data represent, right?" Li Feng glanced at the value on the device, nodded slightly and whispered, "It means that the overlap of the 9 realms has just begun." "Yes." Savig took Li Feng to Jane and said, "Jane designed a small device that can more accurately locate the point where the abnormal value occurs." It was not until the two were some distance away from Natasha that Savig asked in confusion, "I remember she was a member of the Avengers. What is she doing here?" After a pause, Savig said unnaturally, "She also asked me a lot of questions about the 9 realms." Natasha is here on behalf of SHIELD. Li Feng saw that Savig was a little hesitant and understood what the other party was worried about. After explaining casually, he said nonchalantly, "Just tell her what she wants to know. I have a hunch that we will need powerful firepower when the 9 realms intersect." Shavag's face froze, and he showed a smile that was uglier than crying and asked, "Don't tell me that aliens will come to make trouble again." "Who knows?" Li Feng patted Shavag on the shoulder and comforted him. "After all, this is a cosmic wonder that can only be encountered once in thousands of years. God knows what will happen then." Shavag looked at the equipment in his hand, then at the back of Li Feng who was walking towards Jane, and said with tears in his heart, "I'm just an ordinary astronomer. I just want to study something quietly. Do I have to be so unlucky?" "Hi, Jane. Long time no see." Li Feng walked to Jane, cast a spell to help the javelin-like device in her hand to insert into the soil, and said, "Did Thor secretly look for you?" Jane, who was originally quite happy to see Li Feng, immediately restrained her expression, snorted coldly, and turned her head to continue collecting abnormal data. Li Feng scratched his head, turned his head to look at Shavag behind him, and asked with his eyes, "What's wrong?" Shavag spread his hands and explained in a low voice, "Thor has never returned to Earth to meet Jane. I have suggested that Jane find a boyfriend. After all, Thor is still young." When talking about Thor's youth, Shavag's face was inevitably worried. There was nothing he could do about it. According to his lifespan, Thor was really too young, and he could still live for thousands of years. And Jane? Just an ordinary person. Even if he died of old age, he would only live for a few years. If he encountered something unexpected, such as being hit by a car when going out, Jane might faint on the spot. Li Feng could tell that Shavag actually did not support Jane and Thor's long-distance relationship. But how should Li Feng persuade them? Thor and Shavag were both his friends. Now Thor was dating Shavag's daughter, and it would be bad for Li Feng to take sides. So, let Thor and Jane have fun by themselves. After a while, Natasha in the distance signaled Li Feng and the other two to have dinner. Jane immediately put aside her resentment for missing Thor and ran to the RV happily with a bunch of data. Li Feng and Shavag looked at each other. "Your daughter is really good." She was full of resentment in the last second, and the next second she threw away her resentment towards her boyfriend. "This is too easy to persuade." Shavag shrugged his shoulders and walked towards Natasha while thinking about how to tell Natasha about the intersection of the 9 realms. After all, Li Feng had said that this matter might involve aliens. As an Earthling, he also wanted to make a contribution to protecting the Earth. "I just hope that a group of intelligence organizations won't come to my house to block the door afterwards." In the next few days, Shavag and Jane were busy collecting data. Because of the mission, Natasha would ask Shavag some questions every time she was free. Li Feng pretended to know nothing about science and honestly acted as an incompetent bodyguard, hiding in the tent all day to toss some bottles and jars of medicine. Until noon one day, Jane's assistant Daisy drove to the vicinity of Stonehenge with her assistant. Daisy hurried to Jane's side, glanced at Natasha and said nothing, but silently took out some kind of instrument from her pocket and handed it to Jane. Jane took the instrument and took a look, pointed in the direction of London with surprise, and shouted, "Eric, there is a chaos in gravity in another place, and there is also a phenomenon of space being squeezed." Chapter 278 Other Energy. In fact, when he saw Daisy, Li Feng had a feeling that the plot of Thor 2 might be about to begin. It was not until Jane pointed to London and announced that the equipment in her hand had detected a chaotic gravity area that Li Feng, with a little excitement in his heart, said calmly on the surface, "Then let's go to the site after dinner." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Jane couldn't wait to say, "What dinner? This is a major discovery. We have to rush to the site before others notice the chaos in gravity." As she spoke, Jane pulled Daisy, who looked aggrieved, and ran towards Stonehenge, ready to pack up the equipment and rush to the next research site as soon as possible. "Okay, you focus on your career, but sister, I'm hungry." Li Feng turned around and flew to the roof of the RV. After turning invisible, he shouted to Creature, "Give me some meat and a beer." Natasha, who was packing up the pots, bowls, benches and other luggage beside the car, glanced at the roof unhappily and couldn't help but complain, "Can't you show some gentlemanly spirit and help the two ladies and the elderly pack up the equipment?" Li Feng glanced at Natasha and replied, "I'm hungry." He ignored her and enjoyed the kung pao chicken and wheat beer in front of him. On the side, Shavik touched his old face. Although I have an old face, my spirit is still that of a young man. Unfortunately, Shavik, who is timid by nature, was a little confused about SHIELD and didn't dare to argue with Natasha at all. Shavik pulled Daisy's assistant, who was looking at the roof with a confused face, and asked, "Who are you?" The assistant hurriedly retracted his curious gaze, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Shavik and said, "Ian, just call me Ian. I just became Daisy's assistant." Before Ian finished introducing himself, Shavik smiled falsely and said, "Okay, Ian, come with me to pack up the equipment. And by the way," Shavik looked at the roof, then looked at Natasha, pulled Ian towards Stonehenge, and said, "By the way, tell you who in the team you can't afford to offend." After a long time, Shavik and others threw a pile of scattered equipment into the RV. Daisy led the way with Jane holding the positioning chaos gravity equipment, and Natasha drove the RV closely behind Daisy. The team twisted and turned on the streets of London, and Daisy parked the car outside a private abandoned warehouse. Feng, who was drinking with the cold wind, jumped off the roof of the car and pointed at the abandoned building and said, "I sense the fluctuation of space energy there." Jian looked in the direction Feng pointed, then looked down at the device in his hand, nodded and said, "My little thing also told me that there are abnormal values there." After that, Jian ran into the building excitedly. Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the words of warning not to approach the alien space casually. He was a little worried that, if his warning prevented Jian from contacting the reality gem, then Spicy Chicken Shreds would not have the opportunity to transform the world into a hotbed of dark elves. If Spicy Chicken Shreds was still asleep when the 9 realms intersected, how could Feng go to Asgard to ask for benefits? And how could he collect reality gems in the future? There are too many things to consider. After a moment of silence, Feng finally swallowed all the warnings and walked into the building with a playful smile. Natasha, who was always paying attention to Feng, looked at Feng thoughtfully. Although she guessed that Feng might have another purpose for this trip, she had no evidence in her hand. However, Feng's macro expression changes still made Natasha subconsciously alert. As soon as they entered the abandoned building covered with dust, Feng and Natasha looked at the corner of the stairs at the same time. Feng patted Natasha on the shoulder, signaling her not to be nervous, and shouted, "3 little guys, don't hide, I can see your shadows." As soon as Feng finished speaking, 3 slightly nervous children walked out of the corner. One of the older little girls glanced at Feng and others and asked, "Are you police officers?" Jane smiled gently, "No, we are scientists." The 3 children looked at each other. The title of scientist had already told them that Jane and her group came for the anomaly they had discovered before. The little girl felt that Jane and others were sure that they had no ill intentions, and said with a bit of boasting, "We found this first." Jane's eyes lit up and said in surprise, "Can you take us to see it?" The 3 children discussed in a low voice. "Should we tell them? They are scientists. Since they have found this place, it means they have detection equipment. And we are just children. They can call the police to seal off the scene, and then our secret will be gone. The most important thing is that this is private territory. It is illegal for us to break in without permission. If they call the police, we..." After a while, the 3 children agreed to Jane's request. One of the little boys waved at Jane, motioning for Jane and others to follow him. Soon, the little boy walked to a floating abandoned engineering vehicle 20 to 30 centimeters above the ground and performed a one-handed roll of a stunt, which made Natasha take out her mobile phone without thinking and contact Fury. The little girl looked at the scene. Except for Feng, the adults all opened their mouths in disbelief and smiled happily. "Come with me, there is another fun place here." Natasha, who was still reporting on her work, paused and did not hang up the phone. She followed the little girl up the stairs. Soon, a group of people ran to the 5th floor. One of the little boys casually threw a drink bottle into the air, and it disappeared inexplicably after falling a few meters, and then reappeared above her head. Natasha's first reaction was a portal. It was an invisible portal. Thinking of this, Natasha quietly walked aside and continued her telephone report journey. At this time, Feng folded his arms and looked at the drink bottle that appeared and disappeared with interest. He glanced at Jean, who was running around with the instrument. After saying sorry in his heart, he immersed his mind in the energy of space and sensed the changes in space. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that Natasha, who had ended the call, returned to the stairs and frowned and asked, "Where is Miss Jane?" Shavik subconsciously looked at the place where Jane was before. The gravity anomaly of the engineering vehicle and the travel of the drink bottle through space all showed that there was more than one anomaly in this abandoned warehouse. Now, Jane disappeared again, and Shavik was so scared that he ran into the building and shouted. Jane, Daisy and Ian were also a little panicked, walking in the opposite direction of Shavik and shouting, "Jane, where are you?" For a moment, only Natasha and Li Feng were left at the stairs. Natasha pushed Li Feng, who was thinking with his eyes closed, and frowned and asked, "You didn't find Jane either? What?" Li Feng pretended to be unaware and apologized. "Sorry, I was sensing the fluctuations in space and didn't notice what you were saying. Can you repeat it?" "Miss Jane is missing." Natasha squinted and observed Li Feng's facial expression. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at his side, and suddenly said, "I said there was constant laughter before. Why is it quiet all of a sudden? Have you all gone to find Jane?" Natasha nodded slightly and asked, "Can you find Jane?" Li Feng brushed his right hand across his eyes to open his Dharma eye, patted his chest and promised, "It's easy, watch me." After that, Li Feng looked up at the building and sensed the fluctuations in space energy. After a while, Li Feng took Natasha to a corridor, pointed to the wall at the end of the corridor and said, "There are spatial fluctuations there." Natasha looked down at the ground and said, "There are drag marks on the ground, which means Jane was not teleported away by space voluntarily." Li Feng nodded, motioning Natasha to stay where she was, and while Natasha was filming with her mobile phone, he carefully approached the wall with a sickle, and finally disappeared into the wall. While filming the empty corridor, Natasha raised her eyebrows. This life-saving mage actually dared to travel through space. I guess he knew that there was no danger on the other side of the portal. Should I follow him? Looking down at the video, Natasha thought she should wait here. After all, the other side of the portal was an alien planet. Who knows if she would be accidentally infected with alien viruses. She is not a mage like Li Feng. Moreover, Fury is waiting for my news. I guess my vacation will be ruined again. I hope Fury can give me more bonuses. On the other side, Li Feng, who passed through the wall, quickly found Jane, who was floating in the air after coma, and surrounded by other particles. Looking at the other energy exposed for anyone to pick, Li Feng grinned excitedly, and approached Jane, so that he could observe the characteristics of Ether in detail. The necklace that sealed the mind gem on his neck trembled slightly. Li Feng's face froze, and he hurriedly stepped back a few steps, and looked down at the necklace. Is there a connection between the mind gem and the reality gem? After thinking about it, Li Feng threw the necklace into the nesting doll and carefully took small steps towards Jane. Until he was 3 meters away from Jane, the energy that was originally wrapped around Jane suddenly paused, scaring Li Feng to step back again. But it was also the abnormal pause of the ether that allowed Li Feng to slightly sense the special energy fluctuations. This shows that I can perceive the power of the reality gem, but I just need to be careful and cautious, Li Feng thought with shining eyes. Touching his chin, Li Feng wondered whether to pass the news of finding Jane to Natasha. Then, it will be convenient for me to ask for benefits in front of Thor. Thinking of this, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal connecting to the abandoned warehouse. Li Feng looked at the palm-sized and extremely unstable portal in front of him, with visible black lines on his face. He shouted to Natasha at the other end of the portal at a very fast speed, "I found Jane, but she is in trouble now." Before Li Feng finished speaking, the portal suddenly collapsed and disappeared in front of him. Li Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Damn, let's not talk about big guys like Ancient One. Doctor Strange can also easily return to Earth from Thanos' house in the future. Why can't I open a portal for only a few seconds? You are a portal, not a chat software for sending voice messages. Li Feng sighed with a headache, and after staying away from the other energy, he put on the Mind Stone again, and then used the power of the Mind Stone to open the portal again. Looking at the portal that was only 1 meter high and could only last for a few seconds, Li Feng immediately turned into grey mist and returned to the abandoned warehouse, asking, "When will the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrive?" Natasha pursed her lips and said uncertainly, "The people are on the way, and it will take about half an hour to complete the blockade. How is Jane?" Chapter 279 officially set foot on the land of Asgard. Feng certainly knew what happened to Jane, but how could he explain it to Natasha? He could explain that poor Jane was possessed by other particles, or that Jane was parasitized by parasites, and that they ate your food, drank your water, and excreted all their feces and urine in your body, and that they were shameless enough not to pay rent and property fees, and that they would only leave after they had eaten you out of money. In addition, other particles have another name, reality gems. Believe it or not, as soon as Feng finished explaining, Fury immediately appeared with a dark face and annoyed Feng to death. Feng didn't want to cause trouble for himself. "Don't mention it." Feng rubbed his forehead and said weakly, "Jane is entangled by some strange energy. I can't drive it away, and I can't even get close to Jane now. Either let Ancient One come to help, or hope that all of Asgard can find Jane's abnormality, and then Thor can come to help in time." Natasha narrowed her eyes and said, "It's unrealistic to ask Thor to come. We don't have Thor's phone number, and the Earth doesn't have the means of interstellar communication. You should help contact Ancient One." Feng spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "The problem is that Ancient One is now busy dealing with the bastards who invaded the Earth. She has neither time nor energy to help. Ancient One is fighting?" It seems that Carlson's analysis is right. Natasha touched her chin and asked, "Is Jane in danger of life?" Feng nodded and said, "Yes, I feel that energy is devouring Jane's vitality." Natasha frowned. Jane's value has doubled because of Thor. After all, her boyfriend is a god, a member of the royal family, and is destined to wear a crown in the future. Although Jane is destined not to be the queen due to her lifespan, she is currently an important link between Earth and Asgard. Thor, who has been single for thousands of years and is simple-minded, finally has a relationship, but the other person dies before they even have sex. What will Thor think? If there is a villain like Loki around Thor, will Thor faint in the toilet? Natasha said she didn't know, but the friendship between Earth and Asgard is likely to fade slowly, or even deteriorate. After all, Jane had an accident on Earth. Jane must hold on until Thor arrives, and comfort Thor not to be sad, and to protect the Earth before dying. Natasha rubbed her brows and asked nervously, "Do you have a way to delay Jane's life?" Feng nodded, and took out the Fountain of Eternal Life from the single-room package with a twitch of his mouth, saying, "I guess this little spring water will be used up by Jane. When Thor comes to the Earth in the future, you have to help me testify that I suffered a huge loss to save his girlfriend. It would be good if there is a way." Natasha breathed a sigh of relief. She took out her mobile phone and called Fury and said to Feng, "Find a way to save Jane's life. As for the loss, I don't think Thor is a stingy person." "I hope so." Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly like a decadent person and approached the wall where the portal was hidden again. As a result, Feng rubbed his forehead that hit the wall, pointed at the wall with a confused look and cursed, "Does your portal still get off work and go on and off according to the time? The sun is shining in the sky now, and you dare to skip work? Believe it or not, I will complain to you." Natasha, who was reporting the situation, saw Feng cursing at the wall like a mentally retarded person. She covered her forehead speechlessly and turned her back to Feng. She was afraid that if she looked at him a few more times, she would be so angry that she would shoot him. Feng saw Natasha turning her back to him with a look of disgust, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He quietly tightened the necklace around his neck and activated the mind gem implicitly to open the portal. After returning to Jane, Feng did not immediately send the eternal fountain water. Instead, he sealed the mind gem into the nesting doll, carefully approached the other particles, and sat cross-legged on the ground to feel the energy characteristics of the reality gem. It was not until the other particles converged into Jane's body that Feng could no longer sense the energy. He opened his eyes and waited for Jane to wake up. After a long time, Feng sensed the space fluctuation below Jane, and then Jane disappeared in front of him in an instant. Feng turned into grey mist without saying a word, and followed Jane through the portal, and returned to the abandoned warehouse. At this time, Jane opened her eyes, and looked blankly at Feng who was circling around her. She stood up and sat on the ground, rubbing her forehead and asked, "Austin, what are you doing?" Li Feng half knelt in front of Jane, took out a drop of eternal water from his shoulder bag, and floated it to Jane's mouth. He motioned for her to swallow the eternal water and asked, "How do you feel now? Dizzy, weak limbs?" What? Out of trust, although Jane didn't know what the liquid given by Li Feng had, she still swallowed the eternal water. Then, with a dazed look on her face, she recalled her experience on the alien planet and said, "I remember I came into contact with a red liquid, and then I passed out." While speaking, Jane clenched her fists, touched her body, shook her head and said, "I just feel a little dizzy, not weak all over my body." "That's good." Li Feng stepped back a few steps, motioned for Jane to get up by herself, and said, "The red liquid is actually some kind of energy. It attaches itself to your body and absorbs your vitality, and this energy is very special. Before I dared not touch you, I fed you a kind of spring water that replenishes vitality, but..." Li Feng shrugged and said helplessly, "But your body is like a funnel now. The extra vitality you replenish will be absorbed by it. So, you'd better pray that Thor arrives on Earth before my fountain of eternal life runs out. Otherwise, you'd better buy the cemetery you like in advance." Before Li Feng finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of a certain space energy. This energy fluctuation is so familiar. It's the Rainbow Bridge. Li Feng smiled and said, "Okay, Thor is here." Hearing that Thor was coming to Earth, Jane didn't care how long she could live, and hurried out of the abandoned warehouse. Li Feng looked towards the dim corner and moaned, "You know you're going to die at any time, but you can still give up everything in front of true love. Love, you're so fucking great, am I right, girl?" In the dim corner, Natasha, who was wearing a black tights, rolled her eyes, and walked to Li Feng, teasing, "Since you've been single for a lifetime, and are longing for love, why don't you take the time to find a partner? Do you want me to help you post some marriage ads on the internet? Don't worry, Fury will reimburse the expenses." Li Feng rolled his eyes, ignored Natasha's teasing, rubbed Natasha's shoulders, and walked out of the abandoned warehouse, saying, "Let's go. Let's hold up banners and warmly welcome His Majesty Thor who has come from afar." Natasha turned her head to look at the seat where Jane had been lying before, and asked as she walked out of the warehouse, "Is there still a portal there?" "It disappeared," Li Feng explained casually. "The overlap of the 9 realms is not obvious yet, and the spatial energy is not stable. Now the anomaly appears here, and maybe all the anomalies here will disappear tomorrow." Natasha frowned and said, "So we have to collect data as soon as possible?" Li Feng nodded. Outside the warehouse, teams of shield agents in protective clothing were busy placing equipment in the pouring rain. Jane, who was also standing under the sky, was expressing her feelings to Thor, as if she was under an invisible umbrella. Li Feng and Natasha looked at the sky with constant thunder in silence, and then looked at Thor and Jean who were about to kiss. Li Feng complained weakly, "Didn't we agree that a French kiss in the rain would be romantic? Thor is cheating." Natasha patted her shoulder, indicating that Li Feng's taking advantage would end here, and walked quickly towards Thor, saying, "Thor, long time no see." Thor, who was about to kiss Jane's sexy lips, said with a depressed tone, "Natasha, long time no see." Thor glanced at the shield agents around him and wondered, "Why are you here?" Natasha pointed at Li Feng on the side and said, "He told us about the intersection of the 9 realms, and Jane and Savage are experts in this area. You also know the responsibilities of S.H.I.E.L.D. In order to protect the safety of citizens, we used Jane's wisdom to find and block the area where abnormal phenomena occurred. You also know about the intersection of the 9 realms." Thor looked at Li Feng in surprise. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, as if I shouldn't know, put on a serious face, and said, "Thor, Jane is in danger now. She is corroded by some strange energy. Now she relies on a drop of the fountain of eternal life every half an hour to survive. You'd better take Jane back to Asgard for a detailed examination." As he spoke, Li Feng took out a drop of the fountain of eternal life from his shoulder bag, showed Thor what the precious fountain of eternal life was, and floated the water to Jane's mouth. Thor, who saw that the fountain of eternal life was rich in vitality, looked at Jane nervously as she swallowed the fountain of eternal life, and pulled up Jane's arm to carefully test it with divine power. As soon as Jane's arm touched the divine power, Some red energy emerged and resisted Thor's divine power. Seeing this, Thor hurriedly hugged Jane, and when he was about to summon Heimdall, he heard Li Feng say, "I'll go with you. My fountain of immortality can delay Jane's treatment time." As it was related to Jane's safety, Thor, who was panicking, nodded and agreed without thinking, motioned Li Feng to hold his arm tightly, and then raised his head and shouted, "Heimdall." As soon as Thor finished speaking, a colorful beam of light instantly enveloped Thor and the other four. After passing through a psychedelic and brilliant passage, Li Feng officially set foot on the land of Asgard. Just due to the inertia of the Rainbow Bridge, Li Feng subconsciously rushed forward a few steps. Just when Li Feng fell, a big man covered in golden armor held Li Feng and said, "You should exercise, Mr. Mage." "I want to, but I don't have any way to exercise." Li Feng smiled slowly, stood firm and said, "You must be Heimdall, the guardian god who guards the Rainbow Bridge, the god of light and the god of dawn, one of the 12 righteous gods of the Asgard, and the one who has the eye to perceive everything. Nice to meet you." Heimdall was stunned for a moment, showing what he thought was the kindest smile, and said, "The Asgard welcomes you." While speaking, Heimdall glanced at Creature, who was invisible on the side, frowned and motioned Creature to exit the invisibility, then looked at Jane, nodded and said, "You are welcome too." Thor was thinking about the energy in Jane's body at the moment, and was really in no mood to chat with Heimdall. After saying apologetically, "Let's talk when I'm free," he took Jane and Li Feng straight to the hall representing Asgard's highest healing technology, where there were equipment and hope for Jane to be cured. Chapter 280 Robbed by Odin. In the Isis treatment room, Jane was lying on a sci-fi operating table, observing the various scribbles like words in front of her with curious eyes, and asked, "What is that?" "Quiet." One of the therapists motioned for Jane to shut up and not disturb her diagnosis. On the side, Thor gave Jane a comforting look, and then softly asked the attending healer beside him, "The thing in Jane's body is not a Midgard substance. Have you seen it before?" The attending healer shook his head slightly and said apologetically, "Never seen it, but the energy surging in her body is enough to be fatal." After a pause, the healer glanced at Li Feng, who was taking out the fountain of eternal life to feed Jane. Some curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he whispered, "Mr. Mage's fountain water has not only delayed her death, but also prolonged her pain." "Pain?" Jane raised her right hand like a primary school student and said, "But I'm not in pain." While speaking, Jane looked at herself, who was made up of energy, and emerged in front of her, and the energy body raised her right hand like herself, and asked curiously, "Is that a quantum field generator?" An older healer saw that Thor valued Jane, and with the intention of pleasing the future King Isi, he replied, "This is a soul forge." Jane raised her eyebrows and asked, "Then can the soul forge enable molecules to migrate?" The older therapist was stunned. "This is the most advanced medical equipment in Asgard. How could an earthling know its function after just a few glances?" The therapist looked at Jane in surprise and said, "Yes." Jane's mouth curled up proudly, winked at Thor playfully, and whispered, "This is a quantum field generator." Just as Thor forced a smile and was about to comfort Jane, a deep voice came from the door of the treatment room. "Someone ignored my words." Thor turned his head to look at the other person, and said in a low voice, "She is sick." "There is." Before Thor could finish, an old man with a golden eye patch on his right eye interrupted and said, "She is immortal." "Of course, mortals will get sick. I brought her here because we can help her." Thor looked at Jane with a little concern and said firmly. The old man's one eye was too conspicuous. Li Feng could guess the other party's identity with his toes. Seeing that Odin had the signs of scolding Thor, Li Feng immediately stood up straight, leaned forward slightly, and said respectfully, "Midgard Mage Li Feng, I pay my respects to the great lord of the gods and the lord of the 9 realms." Odin glanced at Li Feng's empty neck, and then looked at the shoulder bag behind Li Feng in confusion, and said in a flat tone, "I know you, a wandering mage who uses dark energy." Li Feng found Odin's small movements to observe his neck and shoulder bag. Obviously, Odin not only knew that he had the Mind Stone in his hand, but also knew that the Mind Stone was made into a necklace by me. But Odin obviously didn't know what the energy in the body was, otherwise he would have guessed, while Li Feng didn't dare to wear the Mind Stone, but instead sealed the Mind Stone in the nesting doll. In addition, Li Feng could hear Odin's tone of contempt for him, but this was normal. After all, he was just a wizard on Earth. Unless he could become an existence like the Ancient One, Odin would not treat him equally. In addition, Feng was a wizard who used dark energy. Who knows when this guy would run wildly into the arms of darkness. At that time, Odin might send troops to kill the great devil Feng in the name of protecting the 9 realms. Finally, and most importantly, Odin has become an old man who likes to recall his great achievements. In the past, when Odin recalled himself wearing armor and killing in and out of the enemy's position, his heart would always be filled with passion, and he wanted to pick up a 40-meter sword to fight on the battlefield again. But now, whenever Odin recalls the past, what comes to his mind is that he is wearing an armor with his thigh exposed. One of the thighs of the destroyer was chopped off by Feng. For this hatred, Odin did not chop Feng on the spot, which was the biggest concession for Feng, because he was Thor's friend. On the other side, taking advantage of Feng's disruption of Odin's venting of dissatisfaction, Thor quickly said, "There is some substance in Jane's body, a substance I have never seen before. I don't care what substance you are, I wish Jane would die sooner, so that you will give up the desire to be with Jane." Odin glanced at Thor, who was explaining incessantly, and interrupted. "Humans have their own therapists. I remember they are called doctors. Just let human doctors handle it." After that, Odin shouted, "Guards, send this lady, the wizard, and the wizard's servant back to Earth. Why is it my business? I just want to borrow the passage." Feng, who was feeling a little depressed, raised his hand and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I think you'd better take a look at the energy in Jane's body." Odin looked at Feng with dissatisfaction and said arrogantly and contemptuously, "You are just a small wizard. What knowledge do you have?" Before Odin finished speaking, Feng pointed at Jane and couldn't help interrupting. "I've tested the energy in Jane's body and found that it absorbs energy from the vitality of the host. I suspect that the substance in Jane's body is ether particles." Odin suddenly stopped talking, as if someone was pinching his throat. He looked at Feng in astonishment, turned around, walked to Jane's side, pulled Jane's arm, and stimulated the other party with divine power. When a layer of red energy appeared on Jane's arm, Odin, who recognized the ether particles, said in disbelief, "This is impossible." Feng rolled his eyes implicitly and said in his heart, "Everything is possible." Thor frowned, tiptoed silently to Feng's side, and asked in a voice that Jane couldn't hear, "Are the other particles you are talking about the dark elves?" Feng glanced at Odin, who was still in a daze, scratched his head, and was about to explain in a low voice, when Odin, who accepted the appearance of the other particles, said in a low voice, "Follow me. It looks like His Majesty the God King is ready to explain in person." Feng shrugged and said. Soon, Odin brought Thor, Jane, Feng and Creature to the database of the EC, took out a book about the history of the Dark Elves from the bookshelf, and said, "The leader of the Dark Elves, Malekith, used darkness to create a weapon, the ether particle, which can transform all kinds of matter into dark matter. Malekith once tried to use the power of the ether particle to return the universe to the embrace of darkness. After a bloody battle, my father finally defeated Malekith and destroyed the ether particle, thus winning 1,000 years of peace." Destroyed? What is the deadly thing in my body? Cocktail? Jane glanced at the book speechlessly and asked, "Does the book record how to defeat the Dark Elves?" "No," Odin said, shaking his head slightly. After that, Odin looked at Feng and asked with a straight face, "How did you guess that this is the ether particle?" Feng scratched his brow and looked around at the guards around him. He didn't want to explain anything in front of everyone about the Mind Stone. He just touched his empty neck, suggesting that he had the Mind Stone. With Odin's wisdom, he quickly thought of another name for the ether particle, the Reality Stone. Two infinity stones that are too close to each other will inevitably be connected. Seeing Feng's hint, Odin nodded suddenly, indicating that he knew what was going on, and asked, "How much of your fountain of eternal life water is left, and how long can it delay Jane?" Feng tilted his head and thought for a moment, took out a green gourd from his shoulder bag, and handed it to Odin, saying, "This is all I have. Based on the consumption of 50 drops per day, it can probably delay Jane for 1 to 1.5 years. Odin took the green gourd, glanced at the runes on the gourd, waved to the guards, and said, "Bring a container for sealing the liquid." After giving the order, Odin said to Li Feng, "The quality of your good is not very good. It can't perfectly preserve the fountain of eternal life. I don't need all of your fountain water. Half is enough." "Damn, you want to take half of it right away. Even robbers are not as ruthless as you." Li Feng couldn't beat Odin, and he cut off the destroyer's thigh for his own death. He could only admit defeat with a bitter face and replied weakly, "Okay." Odin took the container sent by the guard and poured the eternal spring water into the container, saying, "Don't worry, I'm the king of gods after all. I won't take your eternal spring water for nothing. I said before that the runes engraved on the good are not perfect. I allow you to go to the library of the EC to copy the relevant knowledge about the rune text." Li Feng's eyes lit up. The original meaning of rune is secret and mystery, representing all the secrets in the universe. According to legend, in order to seek higher wisdom, Odin hung himself on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights, thinking about the mysteries of the universe. When he came down from the world tree, he understood the secret of rune. Later, Heimdall passed on the knowledge to humans and expressed it in the form of the rune alphabet. Therefore, the person who knows the rune text best is Odin. Now that Odin has also copied the relevant knowledge himself, Li Feng feels that he has earned it. However, Li Feng's appetite is not only to ask about the words of rune. Li Feng said slowly, "Your Majesty, you see, I'm just a little wizard, and the words of rune are difficult to understand. Even if I copy all the knowledge of rune into the magic book now, it will take me a lifetime to study, which will not help me much. So can you open the cultivation books of the EC? You don't need any advanced knowledge, just some basic cultivation knowledge, such as exercises to make the body stronger." Odin glanced at Li Feng, who was like a weak scum, thought for a while and nodded, saying, "Okay, I will order the library to open the basic knowledge books to you." As he spoke, Odin returned the greenskin good to Li Feng. When Li Feng put the good back into his shoulder bag, a guard walked up to Li Feng and said in a flat tone, "Mr. Wizard, please follow me." "Are we going to the library now?" Li Feng asked. The guard nodded and said, "If you need me, I'll take you there now." "Of course," Li Feng said, "I can't wait to copy down the knowledge." On the way to the library, Li Feng enjoyed the flying boat. Although, Li Feng knew from the movie that Asgard's technology tree was a bit crooked. But when he looked down from the boat at the people wearing coarse linen clothes, the sailboats sailing on the wide lake, and the patrol teams wearing armor and holding spears, he couldn't help but vomit. It was so fucking incongruous. Chapter 281 Meeting Mother-in-Law. Among the EC, even Loki, who is a wizard by profession, only spat out blood in a relaxed manner when facing the rampaging Hulk, indicating that he was fine. As for facing human guns, Loki has enough strength to despise them. As for Thor, who has more developed muscles, he is eager to play with the muzzle of the cannon with his chest. It is estimated that he will praise the cannonball hitting his body afterwards, saying that it is very comfortable, and he has the strength and technique of a top massage master. It can be seen that the Aesir are a group of experts who are good at playing with muscles. Although Li Feng has long known that the reason why Thor's body is strong is related to the nourishment of divine power, Li Feng said that he knows nothing about how to nourish with divine power. As for asking Thor how to polish his body, it would be tears if he said too much. This guy is a type whose muscle memory is faster than nerve reaction. It would be strange if he can explain clearly what the training method is. Now, by consulting a large number of books in the library, Li Feng finally understands how to nourish the body with divine power. There is just a small problem. Li Feng is not using divine power, but mana with a lower energy level. Of course, Li Feng has divine power, and he has a lot of it, such as the divine power in Loki's mask, and the divine power of Odin collected from the Thigh of the Destroyer. However, the EC dare to use divine power to nourish their bodies, not only because the divine power is trained by themselves, but also because the physical fitness of the Aesir is several times that of humans. Therefore, whether in terms of the attributes or repulsion of divine power is not an unbearable energy for them. As for Li Feng, his body still belongs to the human category. If Li Feng uses the divine power of these outsiders to nourish his body, the only possible consequence is that he will be tortured to death by divine power. At that time, Li Feng will be lucky to urinate while standing. With a bitter face, Feng silently recorded the primary method of polishing the body with divine power in the magic book, praying that he could ask for advice when he met a big boss in the future, and simplify the method of polishing the body with divine power into polishing with magic power. While Feng and Creature were hiding in the library copying books, Malekith, who was awakened by the ether particles, had already followed the breath of the ether particles to the outer perimeter of Asgard's defense circle. As long as the last cursed warrior of the Dark Elves rushed out of the prison of Asgard at the agreed time and destroyed the Golden Palace shield of the Aesir, Malekith would immediately lead his army to attack Asgard and take back his own ether particles. As time passed, Malekith looked at the time, waved his hand, and signaled all fleets to enter attack mode. At this time, Thor, who knew nothing about the Dark Elves, was by the picturesque lake, explaining the 9 realms to Jane. The 9 kingdoms run on the cosmic tree of life. They revolve around the earth, just like the earth revolves around the sun. Every 5,000 years, they will be arranged in a straight line. We call it celestial body aggregation. While speaking, Thor did not forget to take advantage of it. He opened his hand and held Jane's small hand, letting the 2 palms touch each other's palms and fingers touch each other, indicating that this is the so-called parallel straight line. During this period of time, the borders of the 9 kingdoms will be confused, which is the abnormal phenomenon you discovered. Fortunately, this situation will change, Thor said, rubbing Jane's palm with his palm. The 5 fingers of the 2 gradually separated and said, after the celestial borders converge, the straight line phenomenon will end, and the confusion phenomenon will disappear. Jane, who felt the warmth of Thor's palm, did not comment on Thor's explanation, because her attention was not on what the convergence of the 9 realms was. Her mind was full of Thor and Thor. When she thought of Thor's hard muscles, she was so excited. Seeing Thor looking at her with an expression, Jane, who was hot all over, said in a seductive tone, "I like the way you explained the intersection of the 9 realms," and couldn't wait to offer a passionate kiss. After the passionate kiss, Jane couldn't help imagining her future life with Thor, when they would get married and have children. However, when she thought that she only had 1 year, or at most 1.5 years to live, Jane said dejectedly, "I only have." Before Jane could finish, Thor kissed Jane's forehead, took Jane's hand and said softly, "I'll find a way to save you." Jane smiled and shook her head, and said, "But it was your father who said." "My father," Thor interrupted, not wanting Jane to worry too much, "is not omniscient." At this time, Frigga, who was taking a walk, happened to hear Thor saying bad things about her husband, and couldn't help complaining, "It's better not to let your father hear this." Thor and Jane looked at Frigga in the direction of the voice, and Thor hurriedly introduced, "Jane Foster greets Queen Frigga of the Asgard." After a pause, Thor said shyly, "She's also my mother." Jane was a little confused and at a loss. This is Thor's mother. Is she considered an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her mother-in-law now? Now Odin clearly doesn't like me. If Thor's mother doesn't like me either, then it's all over. Thinking of this, Jane was at a loss and bowed slightly, saying, "Hello." Frigga saw that Jane was a little nervous, smiled gently, and said, "Hello, I know you." Frigga looked at Thor. "This guy always mentions you in my ear. Talking about me in front of my mother-in-law?" Jane smiled awkwardly, and when she was about to say something, she suddenly heard a chaotic sound in the distance. Thor looked in the direction of the sound and immediately determined that there was an accident in the direction of the prison. This made Thor, who doted on his brother, couldn't help but worry about Loki. But now Jane has no relatives and friends and stays alone in the EC realm. There is also a father at home who wants Jane to get out as soon as possible. Thor, who is afraid that Jane will be bullied, doesn't know how to choose for a while. On one side is a dear brother, and on the other side is the girl who rolls in the sheets. This is as difficult as choosing who to save first when your wife and mother fall into the water at the same time. Frigga saw what Thor was worried about and said speechlessly, "Go, I will take good care of her." The implication was that, as long as I, Frigga, am here, no one can bully your girlfriend. Hearing Frigga's assurance, Thor summoned Mjolnir without saying a word, transformed into the hammer god, and flew to the prison. At this time, Feng, who was still copying books in the library, also heard the chaos outside. "Are the Dark Elves coming?" Grinning, Li Feng ordered creature to continue copying books, and he turned into a black cloud and rushed quickly to Frigga's position. A few seconds later, Li Feng saw Jane, who was following Frigga obediently. Li Feng quickly jumped off the black cloud, saluted respectfully and said, "Queen." Frigga nodded gently in return and said, "You follow me like Jane, and you must do whatever I say." "What do you mean? You think I'm weak and want to protect me?" "Big sister, I'm here to protect you." After a few helpless complaints, Li Feng stood behind Frigga and followed her to the bedroom. Although Li Feng didn't know the rules of the EC, he knew that the queen's bedroom was not for anyone to enter, as he had watched many palace fighting dramas. This would cost him his head. "Big sister, your husband is worried that he won't have the chance to chop me off." Li Feng stood at the door of the bedroom and said shyly, "Queen, are you sure that His Majesty won't take the opportunity to kill me after I go in? Remember what I said before?" Frigga glared at Li Feng and said, "No matter what you say, I have to do it." Feeling unlucky, Li Feng scratched his head and said, "Let me make it clear first. You led me into the bedroom." Frigga looked at the cowardly Li Feng with contempt, pointed to a corner far away from the bedroom and said unhappily, "You two hide there later, and don't make a sound, no matter what happens." Jane nodded silently and walked to the corner obediently. Li Feng suddenly said, "Queen, I know mirror space. How about letting Jane and I hide in the mirror space?" Frigga was stunned and asked in confusion, "I remember that mirror space is the spell of Camotage, and you are a dark wizard. What's wrong with the dark wizard? Did the dark wizard provoke you? Why do you, the Asgard, always have trouble with my identity as a dark wizard?" Li Feng pinched the tip of his nose and said slowly, "My ancestor was a wizard of Camotage, and Master Ancient One was very good to me and gave me a lot of guidance on weekdays." Li Feng's implication was that Frigga should not worry about it. His spells were all legitimate, and he had not killed any Camotage wizards. Moreover, the Ancient One knew about him. Frigga nodded, indicating that she knew. While casting a spell to create a fake Jane, she ordered Li Feng to hide in the mirror space. Just as Jane entered the mirror space, Malekith, who was wandering around in the distance, suddenly could not sense the breath of the other particles. He was so scared that he thought the other particles were destroyed by Odin, and rushed to the place where the other particles disappeared last. After a while, Malekith broke into Frigga's bedroom alone. As the queen of the Asgard and a wizard, Frigga briefly asked who Malekith was and what he wanted to do by breaking into the bedroom. Then she drew out her magic sword and prepared to fight Malekith in a close battle and beat him into a spicy chicken shred. To be honest, although Frigga is a mage and a female mage, her sword dance is so wonderful that Malekith is pushed to the brink of death with just a few moves. Just as Malekith was facing death with frustration, the fearless curse warrior of the Dark Elves made a brilliant appearance and took advantage of Frigga's carelessness to grab Frigga's sword and strangled Frigga's neck. After Malekith's crisis was exposed, he breathed a sigh of relief, walked towards Jean with a victorious step, and said in a deep tone, "Child, you took my things, give them back to me now." Seeing Jane looking at him without saying a word, Malekith had a hunch that something was wrong, frowned, walked quickly to Jane, and gently touched Jane with his hand. The real Jane was in the mirror space at this time, and the one in front of Malekith was naturally a fake, or a Jane made of tofu, that would break at the touch. This made Malekith, who was about to get the ether back, turn around and roar at Frigga, "Where is the ether?" Frigga said, "I won't tell you." Hearing footsteps in the distance, Malekith had a premonition that he would not be able to take back the ether this time. He signaled the cursed warrior to stab Frigga to death and said, "I believe this." As soon as Malekith finished speaking, a huge lightning bolt hit his face in an instant. Seeing that Malekith was disfigured, the cursed warrior immediately threw away Frigga, who was dying, and hugged his leader to jump off the building and escape. Li Feng rushed out of the mirror space in an instant and poured the eternal fountain water in his hand into Frigga's mouth. Chapter 282 Rescue Frigga. Li Feng has always had a doubt. In the movie, after Frigga was stabbed in the back by the cursed warrior, she died without even saying a last word. This is completely inconsistent with the setting that the Aesir are all muscular people, even the mages have strong physiques. Until now, Li Feng who saw the process of Frigga being killed with his own eyes, understood what was going on. First of all, the Cursed Warrior's technique was very neat, and he directly pierced Frigga's heart. The heart is a blood pump. If this thing is broken, the blood will naturally not flow in the blood vessels. Even Frigga can't avoid this with her Protoss physique. Secondly, such a big hole in the chest, how painful it must be. Frigga can't concentrate on controlling her own magic power to save her life. Finally, and the most fatal point, Frigga's wound was infected with the strange energy left by the Cursed Warrior. Feng noticed that these energies were corroding Frigga's vitality. If Feng hadn't been sure that the real ether particles were in Giant's body, he would have suspected that the energy in Frigga's body was ether particles. But now, Feng said that consuming vitality is nothing. He has the eternal fountain of life to replenish vitality. Compared with the benefits of saving Frigga, consuming the only eternal fountain of life is not a big deal. Unfortunately, Feng was soon slapped in the face by reality. He knew nothing about the Cursed Warriors and obviously underestimated the strange energy suspected to be ether particles. Whenever Frigga drank a mouthful of the eternal fountain of life, the strange energy would absorb the vitality first, accompanied by a trend of accelerated diffusion, which scared Feng so much that he stretched out his hand to perform purification and healing while drinking the eternal fountain of life. Unfortunately, Feng's strength was too low, and the healing spells he cast were all spells with discounted effects, so he couldn't withstand the corrosion of Frigga by the strange energy. Even the eternal fountain of life made Frigga suffer more torture. It was like two armies fighting crazily in Frigga's body. Which army would win was not to be said first. This kind of fighting method that ignored whether the battlefield owner could withstand the destruction of artillery fire would make anyone cry. On the other side, Thor, who saw that he could not catch up with Malekith, dropped his hammer and knelt in front of Frigga, shouting at Feng, "Save her, please save my mother at all costs. Can't you see I'm saving her?" Feng shouted angrily. At this time, Odin, who hurried to the bedroom, saw his wife lying weakly on the cold floor, with painful sweat on her forehead, and glanced at Jean, who was silent beside him. After remembering something, he gave a few instructions to the guards beside him, and quickly walked to Frigga to check her injuries. After confirming the injuries, Odin's face sank, and he half knelt in front of Frigga without saying a word, holding her hand tenderly and looking at Frigga silently. Odin could see that Frigga was now so weak that she didn't even have the strength to speak. The reason why his queen is still alive is that the wizard he looked down upon before used the eternal water and magic to maintain her. Once Feng's magic power and the eternal water are exhausted, it will be the time for Frigga to die. Similarly, Odin did not want the healer to come and rescue his wife who had loved him for many years, but he understood the Cursed Warriors and knew where the energy of the Cursed Warriors came from. In fact, Odin knew very well that the healers in the EC realm had neither the time nor the ability to treat Frigga. Therefore, Odin was too lazy to summon the healer. He just wanted to take a good look at Frigga for the last time, so that his wife's appearance would be deeply imprinted in his mind. Feng didn't know what Odin thought. He only knew that Odin actually had the mind to hold Frigga's hand and show his affection. He roared angrily, "Odin, you are sick. Why don't you call the healer quickly?" Odin glanced at Feng coldly, turned his head, and looked at Frigga with a smile, as if asking Feng to shut up and not disturb him. Feng was a little confused. Odin's cold eyes made him shudder all over. This guy doesn't want to kill me, does he? I'm saving your wife. Do you still have a conscience? Or have you long wanted to change your wife and let the mistress behind you take over as Thor's stepmother? While complaining in his heart, Feng, with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, poured the last drop of the fountain of eternal life into Frigga's mouth and shouted, "Thor, your father is crazy. You quickly call the healer over. I don't have any fountain of eternal life." Thor, with tears on his face, knelt in front of Frigga, staring blankly at his mother's painful expression, and said in a hoarse voice, "The reason why the Curse Warriors are called Curse Warriors is because their energy is like a poisonous curse that is attached to the bones. Often, before we have time to expel the energy, the injured have already been unable to resolve it." Poisonous? Your sister Feng, who understands the characteristics of energy, instantly thought of the reason why the Ancient One reminded him to bring angel blood to Asgard. Since the curse warriors belong to the poisonous type, isn't the holy angel blood the best antidote? Thinking of this, Feng's mouth twitched. After casting a spell to lock Frigga in a time stagnation spell, he took out a bright red test tube from his shoulder bag and handed it to Thor, shouting very quickly, "The test tube contains angel blood. Take it away and develop an antidote before I change my mind." As he spoke, Feng, who felt that the time spell was about to collapse, was stunned for a moment. After realizing that this was caused by the god's physique being too resistant to spells, Feng covered his face and cast the time stagnation spell again, shouting, "Thor, my magic power is only enough to last half an hour, and you only have half an hour to develop an antidote." In the race against time, Thor, holding the test tube, had no time to thank him. He picked up the hammer and flew to the research institute. At the scene, Odin saw that his wife was still alive, so he turned his head and shouted to the guards behind him, "Take a magic recovery potion to the honorable mage Feng and notify the healer to cooperate with Feng to delay time. If the queen is in trouble, you will all be buried with her." Oh, how did he suddenly change from being disliked to being honored? Feng glanced at Odin, whose anger value was full. While maintaining the time stagnation spell, he happily guessed what benefits Odin would give him and how to maximize the benefits. After a while, a guard handed a crystal bottle to Feng and said, "Mr. Mage, this is a magic recovery potion." The guard looked at Feng and judged, "It will take about half an hour to restore all your spells. You'd better use it now." At the same time, the potion can also slightly increase the upper limit of mana. Good things. Feng's eyes lit up, and after taking the crystal bottle, he poured the potion in the bottle into his mouth. After drinking the potion, Feng felt the magic power in his body recovering rapidly, while kicking the crystal bottle with a few drops of potion left into his pocket. It is obvious that the potion is of great research value, and the crystal bottle is also very valuable. If I don't put it in my pocket now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to take it in the future. The guard glanced at Feng's pocket speechlessly and glanced at Odin secretly. Seeing that Odin only had eyes for Frigga, the guard thought about it and felt that it was better to mind his own business, so he saluted silently and stepped aside. A quarter of an hour later, Thor flew back to the bedroom with a happy face and said with a grin, "Father, the research institute has confirmed that angel blood can heal the injuries of cursed warriors." Odin, who had been worried that Frigga would leave him, took a deep breath and exhaled slowly after hearing the good news. He looked at Frigga, who was trapped in the time stagnation spell, with affection, and then looked at Feng, whose forehead was slightly sweaty, with meaningful and confused eyes, and said, "Thor, you stay here. I will go to calm the chaos." After that, Odin, who instantly turned from a gentleman into an emperor, left the bedroom with his guards. In the room, Thor, who knew that Frigga could be saved, finally had the mind to look at Frigga, who was wrapped in the water bowl, and asked curiously, "Austin, this is a time spell, right?" Feng glanced at Thor. "You muscular man, you know time spells?" Thor shrugged and said, "I met Master Ancient One when the Chitauri invaded the earth. Out of curiosity, I asked my father about Master Ancient One's deeds. I knew that she could use time spells. I didn't expect that you could also use time spells." After a pause, Thor asked curiously, "Are you Master Ancient One's disciple?" "I would like to have the title of Disciple of the Supreme Sorcerer, but Kamatage is the nest of white mages, and I can't get in." Feng curled his lips and said helplessly, "No, it's just that I had my own adventure to learn some of the basics of time spells. As for what adventure it was, don't ask. This is my secret." Thor nodded suddenly, indicating that he would keep it a secret, and then glanced at the guards around him and whispered, "I was thinking about how to thank you for saving Jane before. Now, you saved my mother, and I don't know how to thank you." Thor asked seriously, "Is there anything you want?" The eternal fountain water and angel blood are each rare resources. Now that these precious materials have been exhausted, it is finally exchanged for a bumper harvest. It is not easy. But do you know that free is the most expensive? Let me take the initiative to propose a price. Impossible. Feng pretended to think about it, then shook his head and said, "I don't want anything. The only reason I came to the Asgard this time, besides wanting to save Jane's life, was to use the Rainbow Bridge to go to Xandar. Xander? Thor asked puzzledly. Why are you going there? Li Feng, who sensed that the time spell was about to collapse, shrugged his shoulders, waved his hand to make up for the spell, and said with a wry smile, you don't know how embarrassing my position on Earth is. SHIELD, the military, the government, every force that knows that I'm a wizard is thinking about how to monitor me all day long. I'm almost fed up with it. It just so happens that I have an RV with extra large space, so I thought, since I'm being monitored all day on the ground, I'll convert the RV into a spaceship RV. I'll drive the RV into space, and these annoying forces won't be able to monitor me. As for whether this is true or not, haha, let Thor guess it himself. Anyway, Li Feng said that this is the purpose of his borrowing the passage. Thor looked at Li Feng with a confused face and said blankly, a car in space? Can it be operated like this? Li Feng nodded innocently. What else? Destroy the forces that monitor me. No, Li Feng's words just came out. Thor hurriedly retorted, we can't bully the weak just because we have great power. The correct use of power is to protect. Seeing that Thor exuded a Madonna aura, Li Feng rolled his eyes implicitly, and he was too lazy to refute Thor. Chapter 283 Benefits. Under Odin's order to save Frigga at all costs, the magic recovery potion was sent to Li Feng, as if it was free. Li Feng was not polite, and drank it immediately, until Li Feng touched his round belly, and said that he could not drink anymore. The Institute of Science and Technology, which mastered the highest technology in the EC, finally lived up to expectations, and poured a bottle of golden potion into Frigga's mouth. Watching Frigga swallow the potion, her pale face turned rosy in a few seconds. Li Feng smacked his lips, gave Thor a thumbs up, and said, awesome, this effect is too good. Hearing Li Feng's praise, Thor was not only not proud, but felt that his old face was a little embarrassed. Asgard is an interstellar civilization after all. What's wrong with mastering super high treatment methods? Besides, his mother is not an ordinary person. This is a powerful wizard. As long as the potion removes the energy of the cursed warrior, Frigga can restore her physical strength with her own strength. Now, Frigga, who was receiving treatment, actually needed help to stand up, which was already very embarrassing. It was all because of these old scholars, who hid in the laboratory all day, to study this and that. The treatment potion they developed was so ineffective. Thor glanced at the therapist beside him with a bad temper, helped the still weak Frigga up, and walked towards the bedroom, while saying to Li Feng, who was sitting on the ground, and gasping for breath, Austin, do you need someone to take you back to the room to rest? Li Feng, whose face was full of fatigue, waved his hand weakly and said, I'm just tormented by the fact that my magic power was exhausted and recovered quickly. I can go back by myself after sitting here and resting for a few minutes. You should pass the news that the queen is out of danger to his majesty. I believe his majesty is worried now. One of the guards suddenly said, Your Highness, I have sent someone to inform the father. As soon as the guard finished speaking, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the door of the bedroom. Needless to say, the person who came was Odin, who hurriedly left his government affairs and rushed to the bedroom. Entering the bedroom, Odin saw that although Frigga's face had regained its rosy color, she was still so weak that she needed Thor's support. He stepped forward and supported Frigga on both sides as they walked into the bedroom and ordered, Healer, bring your equipment and follow me. A quarter of an hour later, Li Feng was ready to get up and go back to his room to rest. Odin walked out of the bedroom and motioned Li Feng to follow him to the balcony. On the balcony, Odin looked down at the city, bombed by the dark elves, and asked, Thor, tell me, do you know the Ancient One? Li Feng nodded slightly, but did not explain anything. After all, he was really tired and felt a little dizzy standing on the balcony. Did the Ancient One teach you time magic? Odin asked with a little depression. Why do I feel that there is something unhappy in your tone? Envy that I have time magic while you, as the king of gods, don't? Li Feng nodded comfortably. Let you look down on me, envy me, want to learn. I won't teach you. Seeing that Li Feng just nodded, but didn't explain anything, Odin continued to ask, do you want to go to Xander? Li Feng nodded again weakly. After a few questions, Odin waved his hand depressedly, motioning Li Feng, who could only nod, to go down and rest. Looking at Li Feng's tired back, Odin sighed deeply in his heart. At the beginning, Li Feng's rescue of Jean had nothing to do with Odin. Even if Li Feng later pointed out that there were other particles in Jane's body, Odin calmed it down at the cost of opening the library and not caring about destroying the destroyer. But now after rescuing Frigga, as long as Li Feng insisted that he only needed to borrow the Rainbow Bridge, the reward he paid would only be more. Because Odin had shown impatience and contempt for Li Feng in public. If Odin didn't pay enough, how would the people of Asgard look at him? Would they talk about him behind his back, that the God King looked down on Li Feng and just gave a little reward? Odin is old, with one foot in the graveyard. He doesn't want his descendants to carve an inscription like Petty on his tombstone. Even if someone points out that the person who finally saved the Queen was the Institute of Science and Technology, will the world see and understand? They will only comment on Li Feng's efforts to save the Queen of the East, paying the precious eternal spring water and angel blood, and relying on his own strength to delay the treatment time for the Institute of Science and Technology. So in order to stop the gossip, Odin not only has to give enough rewards, but also to show in front of the world that he feels sorry for despising Li Feng before, and to give rewards beyond everyone's imagination, to prove that he is a wise ruler. Originally, Odin thought that it was fine to give it. After all, there are so many greedy people in this world, and if someone killed Li Feng because of greed, Odin would not be surprised at all. Odin even thought about how to help Li Feng get revenge, and take back the reward by the way. After all, this is the reward for Li Feng. How can outsiders be involved? Only now, the Dark Wizard who was supposed to be a mortal enemy of Kamataj actually has a good relationship with the Ancient One. Isn't this nonsense? But Li Feng's time spell will not lie, and time is the spell that the Ancient One is best at. Now, the appearance of the Ancient One not only forced Odin to add generous gifts on top of the original reward, but also made these sent treasures really fall into Li Feng's hands. Odin felt a tightness in his chest when he thought that the precious collections in the treasury were about to fall into Li Feng's hands to play with. Damn, I'm going to lose a lot this time. The next day, Li Feng, who was snoring on the soft big bed, was awakened by Thor's loud voice outside the door. Austin, come and see the gift your father prepared for you. Gift? Li Feng, who was still half asleep, woke up instantly. He lifted the quilt, put on his clothes, and rubbed his face, rubbing his excited face into an oval and upright look that regarded money as dirt. He calmly opened the door and motioned Thor to come in. Morning. Good morning. Thor walked into the room with several guards holding silver black armor in their hands. While motioning the guards to put a full body armor on the coffee table, he shook the silver black armor on his arm and said, "Father knows that your body is fragile, so he found a piece of armor made of the same material as mine from the treasure house to give to you." Li Feng speechlessly picked up the helmet that was obviously too big and had what looked like beetle horns standing upright. Very good. The helmet is in line with the vision of the EC, and you can tell from the style that it is worn by the guards. But after I wear this thing, how many years do you think Stark will laugh? And what does such a big helmet mean? The first impression is that this thing is a modified soup pot for stewing soup. I don't know what Li Feng is complaining about in his heart. Seeing Li Feng looking at the helmet, Thor smiled and introduced, "Don't worry, don't think that the armor is too big, but after you put it on, you will find that it actually fits you perfectly." Is there magic on the armor? Li Feng put the helmet down casually and said slowly, "I'm a mage, not a warrior. You should give me a robe." Thor was stunned for a moment, thinking that Li Feng was not aware of the powerful defensive power of the armor. When he was about to introduce the benefits of wearing armor in detail, he saw Li Feng shaking the weight of the breastplate and said disdainfully, "I'm just a little mage who can't carry anything on his shoulders or hands. Do you want me to wear heavy armor all the time to exercise? As for wearing it temporarily during battle." Li Feng pointed to the shoulder bag next to him and said, "I think it's slow to take out weapons from the shoulder bag now, and you still want me to signal to pause when fighting with others, and wait for me to put on the armor before fighting? Do you think that idiot will wait for me to put on the armor before fighting? Odin clearly let me get a useless thing that I can only look at but not use, and it can also stop the gossip of the crowd. What a petty god king." Thor scratched his head awkwardly. He really didn't think about whether it was tiring to wear armor all day. After all, He wore armor all day, but Li Feng obviously couldn't do it. He didn't have his own physique. After thinking about it, Thor said, "Why don't I go to my mother and let her teach you the spell to hide the armor?" Spell. Li Feng rolled his eyes and roughly guessed what the so-called spell to hide the armor was. Just like Loki, who usually wears a suit or monk's clothes and instantly puts on golden armor when encountering a battle. For example, when Thor gained his divine power, the armor instantly covered his body. Is this the application of some kind of space spell? Moreover, such a portable space can not only hide armor, but also the mind gem. Thinking of this, Li Feng nodded and said, "Will the queen agree to teach me magic?" Thor gave Li Feng a reassuring look, turned his head, and said to the guard beside him, "Do you know what to do if you go to the queen?" The guard nodded, saluted, turned around and ran to Frigga's bedroom. A spell and an armor were obtained. Li Feng laughed wildly in his heart, and even the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. If it was the EC who saved Frigga, Odin's reward of an armor made of the same material as Thor would be enough to quell all the rumors. But Li Feng is not from the EC, so Thor gestured for Li Feng to follow him and said, "My father asked me to tell you, I allow you to choose a treasure that suits you in the treasury." After a pause, Thor frowned and said, "My father said that, as long as I tell you his original words, you will understand." After that, Thor asked in confusion, "Do you know what my father means?" Li Feng smiled slightly, "I understand. The key point is suitable. I'm not even a demigod now, and the treasure that suits me is probably just a tasteless chicken rib for you, and this treasure is chosen by me, so no one can blame Odin for anything." Although he knew it, Li Feng did not dare to say what was in his heart, which would cost someone's life. After a while, Thor took Li Feng into the treasury. The EC has a long history and has collected a wide variety of treasures. While strolling in the garden, Li Feng listened to Thor introducing various treasures and their functions and shortcomings. It was not until the two of them walked to a brazier with no fuel, but a blazing flame that Li Feng narrowed his eyes and asked, "I sense that this flame is very strong." "Yes." Thor stood beside Li Feng and explained, "This is the source of power of the fire giant Sorcerer, the eternal fire." "Good stuff." Li Feng touched his chin and said, "Can I collect a few eternal fires for a search?" Fearing that Thor would disagree, Li Feng added, "Even one will do. After all, I'm good at fire magic." Seeing such a peculiar flame, I would be unwilling not to study it carefully. Thor tilted his head to think about it, and asked, "Just collect one?" "This is a rhythm of agreeing." Li Feng quickly nodded and promised, "Just one." "Okay." Thor nodded and said, "But you have to find a way to collect it yourself. After all, I don't understand magic." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Treason. The Golden Palace Council Hall. When Li Feng was still struggling to seal an eternal fire, Odin received a report from the guards that the wizard who saved the queen not only accepted a full body armor made of metal, but also extorted a portable space spell. Too greedy although it hurt, Odin did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. "I'm a wise king. How can I show disgust at this critical moment?" Odin pondered for a while and ordered, "The queen is recovering from a serious illness now, so don't disturb her rest. Let someone copy the portable space spell into a book and send it to the wizard. I believe that the wizard who is proficient in time can understand the principle of the spell himself." Odin's words are actually reminding everyone that, since Li Feng is proficient in spells like time, he must be able to understand spells like portable space in minutes. As for the real idea, Odin didn't believe it. It would take 3 to 5 years for Li Feng to cast the portable space without anyone teaching him. At that time, would Li Feng, who obviously had armor, wear it to show off in the streets, or put it in the warehouse to gather dust? The guard didn't understand what Odin was thinking. He just felt that Odin was worried about Frigga. After all, Frigga was really weak now. After confirming that Odin agreed to the teleportation spell, the guard saluted respectfully and left the council hall to prepare the spell of portable space for Li Feng. After a while, when Odin was discussing with the ministers how to resist the next attack of the Dark Elves after the defense system of the Golden Palace was destroyed by the cursed warriors, Thor walked into the council hall happily. Without waiting for Thor to speak, Odin dismissed the guards and ministers and asked, "What treasure did Feng choose?" Thor, who had always called Feng Austin, was stunned for a moment. After reacting to Odin's Austin, Thor said indifferently, "He collected an eternal fire." Odin's mouth twitched. Damn it. It was Odin's own will to let Feng enter the treasury to search for treasures. What can he do? Tell Feng that the eternal fire is related to Asgard's task, and let Feng choose a new treasure? He is the king of gods who speaks with gold and silver. How could he go back on his word? This is not a battle of intrigue and deception on the battlefield. Well, this time he really lost a lot. I know. Odin, who wanted to make Feng into a specimen and hang it on the roof of the Golden Palace, said with a slightly sad tone, "Anything else?" Thor hesitated and asked, "I haven't seen Jane since my mother was injured yesterday, little calf. I knew you wanted to ask this." Odin said unhappily, "I ordered people to imprison Jane." "Why?" Thor asked, puzzled. "Why?" Odin walked up to Thor with his spear and asked sternly, "Why did the Dark Elves come to the EC? Why was your mother seriously injured? Now that we have lost our defense, are you still thinking about that Earth woman?" Thor, who said he wanted beauty over the kingdom, retorted, "Jane is also a victim. She can't just abandon the other particles if she wants to." And, Thor said a little frustrated, "Jane's life is running out. We have to find a way to save her." "Save her?" Odin sneered a few times. "She was just an Earth woman." A generation of saints said that he didn't need to be cruel or grit his teeth to make the decision to give up. Moreover, as long as Jane was in hand, Malekith would come to the door himself. At that time, it would be Odin's revenge for Malekith's destruction of the Aesir and his wife's serious injury. If possible, Odin also wanted to make Malekith a mummy and hang it at the highest point of the EC to warn the cosmic civilizations that were hostile to Asgard. "I'm not easy to mess with. Do you have a way to save her?" Odin said disdainfully. Obviously, Odin didn't believe Thor had a way to extract the other particles from Jane's body, at least not in the EC. Unexpectedly, Thor nodded slightly. Odin was stunned. "What the hell? I, a god king, just said that Jane was hopeless, and you immediately came to slap him in the face? Are you still my biological child?" Odin was wondering, and then he heard Thor explain, "I will take Jane to the dark world and let Malekith take out the ether particles from Jane's body. This will keep the Dark Elves away from the EC and prevent the EC from being attacked by the enemy. And after Malekith takes out the ether particles, its power will be greatly reduced. We can take the opportunity to destroy the ether particles and completely eliminate the Dark Elves." Odin couldn't help rolling his eyes and said speechlessly, "What if you fail? The ether particles will fall into the hands of Malekith, and then the Dark Elves will only become stronger." Before Odin finished speaking, Thor interrupted, "But we have lost our defense capabilities. This way of sitting and waiting to die will only make our people suffer from the war. Malekith's warships are even above our heads, but we can't detect it. Once he launches a sneak attack, our people will be covered in blood in an instant." For the people. That sounds nice, but actually you just want to save your girlfriend. Odin spread his hands and said, "You overestimate Malekith's power. You can disfigure him with one blow, and I can kill him with one blow. So as long as he shows up, I will make sure he has no way back, and will die without a burial place." Seeing that he couldn't convince his father to agree to the plan, even by mentioning the interests of the people, Thor said excitedly, "But this way, many of us will die. There is always a death in war, and it concerns my face. I must let all civilizations in the universe know that the Aesir is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Besides, I'm old, and perhaps this will be my last great achievement engraved on my tombstone. I want the people of Asgard to see with their own eyes how their king protects them." Odin said firmly, "Your plan is too risky. I can't agree. We are the EC. We need to fight. Fight to the last man. Fight to the last drop of blood." Thor was too stubborn to understand Odin's inner thoughts. He just knew that the god king who had taught him to love his people had changed. Seeing that Odin insisted on fighting Malekith in the Aesir even at the risk of sacrificing his people, Thor was silent for a while and said, "What's the difference between you and a warmonger and Malekith?" After that, Thor didn't wait for Odin to answer. He saluted and left quietly. He heard a few sneers behind him. "The difference is that I won, and Malekith can serve as a warning." Thor paused, looked back at Odin's back, said nothing, and just quickened his pace to leave the council hall. Since Odin ignored Jane's life, Thor was ready to deal with it in his own way, but this was equivalent to disobeying Odin's order and committing treason. Walking out of the council hall, Thor looked up in the direction of the Rainbow Bridge. "I can't implement the plan to rescue Jane by myself. I need help. It's nothing for me who is guilty of treason. At most, I can take this opportunity to be exiled to Earth so that I can be intimate with Jane. It's just hard for my friends who help me." Thinking of this, Thor decided to contact Heimdall first, ready to test the other party's tone. After all, Heimdall can detect everything that happens in Asgard at any time. If Heimdall is unwilling to help him, Thor thinks he should just go to bed. In the evening, Heimdall, who had nothing to do because Odin ordered the closure of the Rainbow Bridge, came to a tavern at Thor's invitation. Heimdall didn't think much about it. Anyway, the Rainbow Bridge was closed, and he couldn't find the whereabouts of the Dark Elves, so he might as well get in touch with the future EC God King. After all, Odin is old and may die at any time, and as a relatively young guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, he is destined to work under Thor in the future. It is very common in the workplace to get in touch with future superiors. It was only when Heimdall arrived at the tavern that he realized that Thor wanted him to betray his country. You know, he had sworn to Odin that he would never go against the king's will in his life. As long as Odin was still the king, he could not keep his knowledge to Odin. But Thor came prepared today, and he prepared a lot of speeches. In the end, after Thor moved him emotionally and reasoned with him, Heimdall, who thought that Odin would not live for a few years anyway, chose to join the future king. To show his loyalty, Heimdall promised not to report Jane's whereabouts to Odin as soon as possible. After that, Thor, who was very relieved, contacted Feng, Sif and other 4 friends who had a good relationship to come to the tavern. When Feng received Thor's invitation, he guessed what Thor was going to do. Damn it, Odin is worried that he has no chance to take back the reward, and only fools will get involved with you. So at the beginning, Feng refused Thor's invitation on the grounds that he was busy thinking about the eternal fire and learning about the portable space. However, Thor's IQ was online this time. In the name of thanking Feng for saving Frigga, he brought Sif and 4 others, carrying several wine barrels to find Feng, and signaled to the guards at the door of the room that they should drink heartily, and asked the guards to help find some snacks. After the guards left, Thor couldn't wait to tell his plan and original intention. Malekith can sense the location of the other particles. He will definitely come back, and it will be difficult for us to resist in the first time without defense. At that time, the EC domain will become a battlefield, so we need to transfer Jane out of the domain. On the surface, Thor's words can be said to be righteous and no one can find fault with them, but everyone present knows who Thor is and doesn't believe Thor's nonsense at all. Especially Sif, who felt that she was the right match for Thor, retorted immediately, "But the Rainbow Bridge is closed, and the Cosmic Cube is locked in the treasury." And the most important Heimdall. Before Sif finished speaking, Thor said that he had subdued Heimdall, and the only problem left was how to transfer Jane out of the EC domain. The way to leave the god's domain is here. Thor looked at Feng and said, "Jane's room has a defensive wall, and your portal cannot be opened, so you have to act with Sif. After Sif destroys the defensive wall, take Jane away from the god's domain immediately, and then you can come to pick us up and leave together." Feng blinked and said with tears in his heart, "Brother, I haven't agreed to join your plan yet. Don't drag me into your suicidal plan so casually, okay? Where do you want me to open the portal? If it's within the god's domain, it's fine, but I'm sorry that I can't open a portal to leave the god's domain." After that, Feng explained to Thor the conditions required to open the portal. Chapter 285 Locust Thanks. Earlier Thor's plan was very simple. Sif brought the invisible Feng to rescue Jane, and then Feng teleported Jane and Sif to the Dark World, which was Malekith's hometown. After that, Feng returned to the East and took Thor and the remaining friends to the Dark World. By then, all Thor had to do was to prepare an ambush in advance. After Malekith extracted the ether particles from Jane's body, he took the 4 friends and rushed forward to beat Malekith into spicy chicken strips. In view of Feng's low strength, Thor did not want Feng to help beat Malekith. All Feng had to do was to wait for them to destroy the ether particles and then open the door to send them back to the East. But now that he knew that Feng's portal could not and did not have the strength to connect to the Dark World, Thor had a headache. Sif was quite relieved. It would be better if the portal could not be opened. Jane would surely be tortured to death by the ether particles. She could take advantage of Thor's inner emptiness to enter his heart and then embrace Thor and ascend the throne of the Queen of the East. It was so nice to think about it. Thor was silent for a while and suddenly thought of something and said, "There is another way to leave the realm of the gods, but few people know it." After a pause, Thor whispered, "Only one person knows the way." On the side, the bearded Valstag obviously realized what Thor wanted to say. At the beginning, Loki had bypassed the Rainbow Bridge and led the Frost Giants to attack the East realm from other ways. Now, Thor obviously wanted to ask Loki, a traitor, for help. Volstagg and several of his companions looked at each other and said subconsciously, "No, this is not a good idea. You can't guarantee that Loki won't betray you again. You can't guarantee this, right?" Thor shook his head slightly and said through gritted teeth, "I can only promise that I will kill him if he betrays me." Volstagg looked at Thor seriously and rolled his eyes implicitly. He could see that, although Thor said he would kill Loki, there was no murderous intent in his eyes, but instead there was a look of affection. Perhaps Thor rescued Loki from prison and wanted Loki to take the opportunity to get some fresh air or to let him escape the fate of being imprisoned in prison for the rest of his life. Volstagg sighed and asked, "What's next?" "What's next?" Thor shrugged and said, "After that, use Austin's portal to leave the Golden Palace. We'll meet in the suburbs and go to Malekith's hometown together to beat Malekith to death." "Why is it my business?" Feng covered his face with a bitter look and complained in his heart, "Brother, although Malekith sounds like spicy chicken shreds, he is really not a dish. There are curse warriors around him who can beat up your curse warriors." But Feng knew that he was insignificant, and Thor, who wanted to save Jane, would not listen to his explanation at all. Instead, he would wonder how he knew about the curse warriors. Feng could only pray in his heart that Odin would not take the opportunity to chop him, and then he followed Sif to the place where Jane was imprisoned in a decadent manner. After a while, Sif sneaked into Jane's room under the pretext of delivering midnight snacks and knocked out the guards neatly, signaling Feng to quickly open the portal and run away. Before running away, Feng glanced at the room where Jane was imprisoned. It must be said that, since Jane is the daughter of the Asgardian prince, the so-called imprisonment in Feng's eyes is Miss Jane's leisure vacation in the Asgardian god realm. Look at where Jane lives. There is a super large swimming pool outside the window, a bathtub with flower petals in the room, and a maid who is ready to take orders 24 hours a day. Jane, who is imprisoned here, usually eats delicacies from the mountains and seas of the god realm, drinks the eternal spring water provided by Feng, wears high-end silk clothes, and wears jewelry that can stabilize other particles. In addition to the lack of personal freedom, what other points indicate that Jane is imprisoned in a cell? It is not an exaggeration to say that Jane enjoys in a 5-star hotel. In this regard, Feng enviously expressed that, if he was caught by Odin, he would also like to enjoy such a cell. "Damn, I can eat and live for free, and I can practice magic in peace." Inside the AC prison, Thor stood outside the cell door and said to Loki, who was sitting on the ground in the cell with disheveled hair and barefoot, with a sad face, "You know about mother, right?" Loki frowned, and when he thought about how his biological mother was almost killed by the cursed warriors, and that it was under his instructions that the cursed warriors destroyed the Death Slayer of the Golden Palace, allowing Malekith and the cursed warriors to break into the bedroom, he was so angry that his mouth twitched a few times. After a moment of silence, he said, "Tell me to thank that wizard, and the grudge between him and me will be wiped out." Thor nodded, indicating that he would convey the message, and said, I know you are as keen on revenge as I am. As long as you take me out of the god's realm, I will take you to seek revenge on Malekith, and then you can go back to the cell. Loki squinted and thought about it. He felt that something was wrong. If it was in the past, Thor said that he was keen on revenge. Loki believed it. After all, Thor at that time was a reckless man who rushed forward with his head down and waved his hammer. But now, Thor has turned to the path of a wise ruler and is running wildly. How could he say something about revenge? So, is there something I don't know? A man like Odin would not go to Vatalheim, the territory of the Dark Elves, to fight Malekith without being sure. So Thor's real purpose of meeting Malekith is probably to save the woman he loves. The only people who would support Thor in doing this are probably the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, who is blinded by love. Without backup, it would be a disaster if he is not careful. This is really a life-threatening revenge. Loki looked around the prison that he had blown into a doghouse because he knew that Frigga was almost dead, but it just so happens that I don't want to waste my life in the cell, so I might as well take this opportunity to escape from the prison. Thinking of this, Loki smiled and said, you must have been desperate to ask me for help. Thor did not deny this. After all, James' life depended on the Fountain of Eternal Life, and the Fountain of Eternal Life was a non-renewable resource. Loki stood up and clapped his hands, motioning Thor to open the cell door, and asked curiously, how do you know I won't hurt you? I don't believe you, Thor said as he opened the cell door, but our mother believes you. Feeling guilty about his biological mother, who was almost killed by him, Loki was silent for a while and said, I don't want to make my mother sad. Thor smiled. He could see that Loki didn't admit it, but he still loved Frigga in his heart and wanted to show his good boy temperament to Frigga. When Thor patted Loki's shoulder and said that we are good brothers, a portal suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the portal that Feng opened after he brought Jane and Sif to the suburbs to meet Valstag and others. Loki saw that it was Feng on the other side of the portal, smiled slightly, and nodded to thank him for saving Frigga. Feng was stunned for a moment, then he understood what Loki wanted to express. He knew that Loki was a person who cared too much about his reputation, so he would forget about asking Loki to say thank you in person. Now, asking Loki to smile and nod in thanks was the maximum he could do. Scratching his head, Feng said to Thor, I won't go to the Dark Elves' hometown. After all, I can't help you. With my strength, I will only drag you down. Thor thought about it, and when he was about to agree, he saw Loki looking around and making sure that there were no tools nearby. He said speechlessly, shall we just walk to the space channel? Thor was stunned for a moment, nodded and said, what's the problem? The problem is big. Loki, who was worried about Thor's IQ, said weakly, I will leave the prison and Jane will leave the Golden Palace. Even if you bribe Heimdall to keep it a secret for us, how much time do you think Odin will give us to travel? Sif squinted and thought for a while, then asked, the space channel is far away from here? Loki pointed to a mountain in the distance and said, the channel is there now. Either we run for half a day. Loki turned his head to look at Feng and said, or let the mage help open the door and teleport directly to the vicinity of the space channel. Thor turned his head to look at Feng. Before he could say anything, Feng waved his hand to open the portal. He asked as he crossed the portal, is it dangerous in the wilderness? If not, I'll drink some wine here and enjoy the scenery nearby. Sif, who followed Feng through the portal, looked around and said, for us, there are only cute little animals or delicious meat nearby. For you, I'm so sorry, I'm so weak and embarrassed you. Feng twisted his nose and said depressedly, I'm just their meat. Thor patted Feng on the shoulder, smiled and said, so, you'd better go to the dark world with us. But I don't want to go with you. Feng, who thought his life was not strong enough, said speechlessly in his heart. Unfortunately, the muscular man Thor didn't care what Feng thought. He just carried Feng to keep up with Loki on the grounds of worrying about Feng's safety. With tears in his eyes, Feng teleported to Jotunheim. Arriving in the dark world, seeing a desolate sand dune nearby, Feng looked up at the dim sky and said pitifully, everyone, how about I wait here for you to return triumphantly? After all, my strength will only be a burden to you on the battlefield. Thor thought about it and looked at the 3 warriors of Asgard, Loki and Sif around him, secretly thinking that with so many companions accompanying him, it would not be a big deal to lose a weak wizard. Thor patted Feng on the shoulder and said, "Okay, you wait here for us to return. I believe you can protect yourself in the dark world." Feng nodded with a slight twitch of his eyelids. "I can protect myself, but why does your tone make me feel so scared? Is there any dangerous creature on such a desolate planet?" On the side, Loki looked into the distance, turned around to find a suitable ambush point, and by the way, thought about how to breathe free air. Anyway, he didn't want to go back to the prison of the EC domain to spend his life. It was not until Thor and others walked away that Feng followed Loki's previous gaze and looked into the distance. There was a weak fluctuation of spatial energy. Feng nodded, and regardless of Loki's plan, he opened the mirror space and studied the spell of the portable space. This was a spell related to hiding the mind gem, and Feng just wanted to learn it as soon as possible. Chapter 286 Return to Earth. After most of the day, Thor was frustrated and took Jane and his friends back to the desolate sand dunes. Seeing that Loki was missing from the returning team, although Feng knew that Loki had probably pretended to be dead and escaped, he still had to show concern on the surface. After all, Loki had just shown his kindness to him. Feng exited the mirror space and asked Apo critically, "Where is Loki?" Thor looked at Feng silently, let the small hammer in his hand slip, and sat down on the sand dune to talk about what happened. At first, Thor's plan was very successful. He successfully attracted Malekith and asked him to extract the ether particles from Jane's body. But what happened afterwards was inconsistent with Thor's plan. First, Thor took advantage of the fact that the ether particles had just left Jane's body and Malekith's attention was all on the ether particles, and he immediately used his beloved hammer to knock the ether particles into slag. Originally, the ether particles were broken into millions of small pieces, and Thor felt that Malekith would never be able to piece the ether particles back together in his life, even if the other party used 502 glue. But Malekith, the jerk, restored the fragments of the ether to their original state in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the other party had obtained the ether and was striding on the road to restore the world to the dark world, Thor was so angry that he swung his hammer on the spot and said that he wanted to fight Malekith alone. As a result, Malekith didn't even look at Thor and others and turned away after absorbing the ether. Now the 9 worlds are all screwed. Thor and others were anxious and rushed towards Malekith with a desperate attitude, as if they would not give up until they got the ether back. Malekith was not looking for the ether alone, so it goes without saying that it was a battle between soldiers and generals. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard held back a bunch of dark elf soldiers, while Thor and Loki tried to get close to Malekith. Unfortunately, the arrogant Malekith still didn't look at Thor, waved his hand, and ordered the cursed warriors to kill Thor and others, and he boarded the spaceship, looking like he was in a hurry and didn't want to be disturbed. At the beginning, Toolburn wanted to quickly resolve the cursing soldiers. As a result, he realized that the other party was very strong. Not only did the other party be beaten, but he could easily shoot my allele. Shiki didn't hit it, only I could bully Tor. No one else was allowed to beat Tol. Even if Odin couldn't be in a hurry, Rocky was about to be tied to the blade, and the blade was about to give a cursed soldier. The hand was beating, and by the way, Rocky was shifted. Except for Jane, the ether particles were taken away by Malekith, and Loki sacrificed himself to save me. Without Loki's guidance, we are also trapped in the dark world. After listening to Thor's story, Feng's first thought was not to take Thor and others to the place with spatial fluctuations, but to ask where Loki's body was. Facing a wizard who played allusions to the pinnacle, you little calves, didn't even bring Loki's body back for inspection, and just kept shouting that Loki was dead. Who would believe it? I don't believe it anyway. It's a pity that I have no evidence and I don't want to get involved in your business. Feng pointed in a certain direction and said, I noticed a spatial anomaly over there, and tilted his head to pretend to think, and added, the energy fluctuations are very similar to the 9-realm aggregation anomaly found in the abandoned warehouse on Earth. Thor's eyes lit up. We can use the abnormal space to go to other worlds. This is really a way out. Thor, who rekindled his battle with Malekith for another 300 rounds, couldn't wait to say, "Take us away from here quickly." On the side, Jane, who heard Li Feng mention the 9-realm aggregation, said in a trance, he wants to release the other particles, not only to destroy the EC domain and a certain planet, but all of this. Seeing Jane's unnatural expression, Thor thought that Jane was just scared by Malekith, and comforted her. "With us here, he can't succeed." Before Thor finished speaking, Jane pointed to her brain and said, "When Malekith extracted the other particles, I don't know if it was because of the other particles, or if I could peek into Malekith's heart and see him appear on Earth. Do you know what this means?" Thor's face froze, and he realized something in an instant. He subconsciously said, "Malekith wants to use the opportunity of the 9 realms to pull the 9 kingdoms into darkness." Sif and her friends looked at each other, and their hearts trembled. "We sent the other particles to Malekith, and now it's really over." Thor, realizing the seriousness of the situation, grabbed Li Feng and shouted, "Quick, we must inform our father as soon as possible and let him prepare for the battle. Are you anxious now? You are a guy who only wants a wife, and not the country. Didn't you think about the consequences when you saved Jane?" Of course, with Li Feng's life-saving character, he only dared to think so in his heart, and he would never say anything nonsense. After all, Thor's best friends were all around. Believe it or not, if Li Feng dared to complain in front of Thor, the 3 warriors of Asgard would dare to beat him up in front of Thor. Li Feng scratched his head, took out the black cloud, and motioned Jane to sit on the black cloud. After turning into black mist, he led Thor and others to run all the way. After a long time, Li Feng led everyone into a cave. Looking at the keys, cans and other garbage on the ground that were obviously from Earth, Li Feng shrugged and said, "It seems that we have to go back to Earth first, and then find a way to notify His Majesty." At this time, a piercing ringtone suddenly sounded in the cave. Sif and others live in a world without mobile phone radiation, so they naturally don't know that this piercing ringtone is the sound of a mobile phone. They just look at Jane blankly in the direction of the sound. Li Feng glanced at Jane, who was wearing clothes in the style of the Asgard, and said speechlessly, "You came to the dark world and still brought your mobile phone with you? Do you want to call the police when you meet Malekith, or do you calculate that you will be trapped in the dark world, so you bring your mobile phone to relieve boredom?" Jane rolled her eyes at Li Feng and said to herself, "Since a mobile phone can receive signals, it means that the channel to Earth is still there." While speaking, Jane picked up the phone, yelling into the phone, while using the mobile phone signal to determine whether the space channel has disappeared. Li Feng curled his lips. "Sister, I can sense the space fluctuations from a long distance. What's the use of your broken mobile phone?" While complaining in his heart, Li Feng subtly sensed the fluctuations in space, pointed to 3 meters in front of him and said, "Here." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Jane put down the phone and walked quickly through the space channel. Looking at Jane, who suddenly disappeared, Thor walked through the channel without thinking. Li Feng was stunned for a moment, and when he covered his face and walked towards the space channel, he asked Sif beside him, "Thor is powerful, even if there is danger on the other side of the channel. He is not afraid, but what about Jane? Is she so sure that the other side of the channel is safe?" Sif was silent for a while and sighed, because Jane knows that Thor will save her. After that, Sif, who was chest tightness and heartache, quickened her pace and walked towards the space channel. Is Sif jealous? Who cares? I'd better think about how to save my life in front of Malekith. Li Feng shook his head bitterly and couldn't help thinking in his heart, "From the beginning, I said I didn't want to get involved, but in the end I still had a fight with Spicy Chicken C. Is my character so bad?" Looking at Fandral and others who were about to pass through the space channel, Li Feng said thankfully, "Fortunately, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard will go to Earth." Thinking of this, Li Feng curled his lips and passed through the space channel back to the abandoned warehouse, where the abnormal phenomenon was discovered. As soon as Li Feng and others arrived on Earth, a group of agents armed to the teeth quickly surrounded them with guns. Recognizing that this group of agents belonged to SHIELD, Li Feng walked in front of everyone and shouted arrogantly with his hands on his waist, "Ludan, I'm back. Why don't you come to greet me?" As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Natasha, who was wearing a tight suit, walked in front of Li Feng, motioned the agents to put down their guns, and said unhappily, "Austin, believe it or not, Fury knew that you called him like this in public, and he immediately ordered to open fire and shoot you. I don't believe it. Let him try, if you have the guts," Li Feng said firmly. Natasha rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to pay attention to Li Feng. She walked to Thor and glanced at Sif and others. She frowned and said, "Seeing your neat team reminds me of the scene when you fought with the destroyer in Mexico and destroyed a small town." After a pause, Natasha narrowed her eyes and asked, "Who do you want to fight with, and where this time?" Thor smiled awkwardly and said, "This time it's the Dark Elves." "Well, aliens are coming to trouble the Earth again. Is the Earth so cruel to aliens? I want to immigrate to Asgard. How should I apply for a visa?" Natasha covered her face and asked, "Where is the location?" Thor shook his head blankly. He was a warrior, not an astronomer. How could he know the location of the 9 realms? On the side, Jane interrupted and said, "Greenwich University in London." As soon as Jane finished speaking, a group of people looked at Jane. Seeing that everyone present was looking at her with confused eyes, Jane boasted, "Eric had calculated the location of the 9 realms before, and also calculated that the place where the 9 realms gathered was at Greenwich University." Natasha nodded, turned her head to look at the agent behind her, and ordered, "Notify the director that the battlefield is at Greenwich University in London, and ask him to transfer the citizens in the area to a safe area as soon as possible." While speaking, Natasha stretched out her hand to call a car, and said to Thor, "Let's go to Greenwich University now to lay out the battlefield." After a pause, Natasha climbed into the driver's seat, and seemed to be talking to herself, and warning Thor and others sitting in the back seat, "I hope Greenwich University will still be there after the battle." Li Feng, who was sitting on the black cloud, heard Natasha's words, and leaned over to Thor and said, "Don't listen to Natasha, just fight however you want. Anyway, there will be no ghost in the university by then, and only the buildings will be destroyed." Patting his chest and abdomen, Li Feng promised, "Afterwards, I guarantee that the university will be in its original state." Natasha raised her eyebrows and asked, "You're Aladdin's magic lamp?" Li Feng nodded. Back then, even the ruined New York could be restored in minutes, so a small university could be fixed in a short time. So, as long as they made sure that there was no one in the school, Thor and the others could fight freely. Chapter 287, Pre-War Snack. Walking on the deserted Greenwich University trail, Li Feng looked up at the starry sky. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to sing, while looking at such a beautiful scene. Scratching his head, and thinking for a while, Li Feng hummed softly in Chinese, "Zio Lang carrying explosives to blow up the school, not afraid of being beaten by the teacher, not afraid of being caught by the police." Thor looked at Li Feng in confusion. As a person who was proficient in many languages in the universe, he naturally understood Li Feng's language, but he knew and understood every word of these languages, but he didn't know what they meant together. For example, who was Zio Lang, or what the police were, Thor said he didn't understand. On the other side, Natasha, who was only proficient in many languages on Earth, understood what Li Feng was singing, but she was also a little puzzled. "What does blow up the school mean?" Natasha asked curiously. "Austin, do you hate going to school?" Li Feng smacked his lips, and said in a melancholy and deep tone, "No, I just hate college." Natasha frowned. What does it mean to hate college? Was Austin bullied in college? There is no reason. SHIELD has checked Austin's past thousands of times, but they didn't find anyone who bullied him. Touching her chin, Natasha planned to check Li Feng's school information after this incident. Poor Natasha, she didn't know that the Li Feng in front of her was not the Li Feng in the information. The reason why Li Feng hated college had nothing to do with who bullied him, or he didn't even have the chance to be bullied. In his previous life, Li Feng was a poor student who couldn't even get into a fake university, and didn't know what it was like to go to college. His predecessor in this life did go to college, but Li Feng had no memory of his predecessor, and he didn't know how college students lived on campus. "Hey, it's all tears if I talk too much." Li Feng, who was depressed, simply didn't leave. He lay weakly on the black cloud and shouted, "Little girl, does SHIELD provide meals?" I'm thirsty and tired, and I really don't have the strength to beat the dark elves. You are such an ancestor. Natasha rolled her eyes at Li Feng, picked up the phone and dialed the number, looked at Thor and others and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Before Thor answered, Li Feng shouted, "I want 2 roast ducks and a box of beer." "No," Natasha replied unhappily, and then said, "Only steak, bread, or pizza." Hearing Li Feng shouting for beer, Volstagg, who was tempted by the alcohol bug, said in a muffled voice, "No wine." Natasha was stunned for a moment, then recalled the rumor that everyone in Asgard was a wine barrel, twitched her mouth, covered her face, and said to the phone, "Give me a few boxes of beer." There was nothing when I ordered the meal. Why should Volstagg have everything he ordered? "You are discriminating." Li Feng snorted coldly, turned his head, and said to Volstagg, "What good wine does Shield have? We don't want it." After that, Li Feng opened the portal connecting to the lake and walked towards the RV while saying to Natasha, "I want a chef. This is possible, right? This is really not available. Which chef is brave enough to come here?" Natasha squinted and watched the RV pass through the portal to Greenwich University. While notifying the rear to send an agent who can cook, she asked half affirmingly and half doubtingly, "You provide magical ingredients? And where is Creature?" "Li Feng, Stark told you?" Seeing Natasha nodded and admitted that it was Stark who reported the secret, Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Creature is still in Asgard. If he was here, I would not be willing to let other chefs ruin my ingredients." As he spoke, Li Feng, who drove the RV into the campus, got off the RV with a green gourd in his hand, and behind him floated a fat black goat that was bleating in panic. Thor recognized the gourd in Li Feng's hand. It was the gourd that originally stored the eternal spring water. "Austin, is there the eternal spring water in it?" Thor pointed at the gourd and wondered. "This?" Li Feng shook the gourd, handed the black goat to the chef, and then handed the gourd to Thor with a smile, saying, "This is the beer I brewed with special materials. Try it." "Wine." Thor, who was addicted to alcohol, licked his lips subconsciously, took the gourd, and took a big sip, his eyes shining, and said, "It tastes good. There are not only magic materials in it, but also low-level divine objects." Li Feng grinned and gave Thor a thumbs up. "Awesome. You can taste that the wheat used for brewing is a low-level divine object." On the side, Natasha, who heard the conversation between Thor and Li Feng, looked at Li Feng in surprise. She wanted to ask, where did the divine object come from? Unfortunately, she knew that with Li Feng's relationship with Fury, it would be useless for her to ask, unless she broke off her relationship with Fury and never worked for Fury again. But is this possible? She is an agent who holds many secrets. It would be strange if Fury would let her go. "I guess after I die, I will still be an agent of SHIELD. Natasha looked up at the stars. "Is there any future for someone like me?" On the other side, Volstagg, who had been wanting to drink for a long time, was not polite. Relying on his friendship with Thor and his good relationship with Li Feng, he grabbed the gourd and poured it into his mouth. After several Asgardian barrels had taken a sip of beer, the gourd returned to Li Feng's hand. Li Feng shook the gourd. "Judging from the sound, there is probably half a gourd of beer left. This is a gourd with the traceless retraction spell. The beer stored at a time is measured in tons. After 5 people took a sip, half of it was gone." Li Feng quietly walked to Natasha, handed the gourd to her, motioned Natasha to taste it, and whispered, "See, they are the real wine barrels. My alcohol tolerance is nothing in front of them." Natasha glanced at Li Feng, took the gourd, took a sip, and asked, "Since this wine is brewed by a divine object, I guess it has some special effect?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "You can use it as holy water, or as a weakened version of Yunanbaio." "Holy water?" Natasha looked at Li Feng puzzledly and asked, "Aren't you a dark wizard? Why do you drink holy water all day long? Are you trying to die?" "It's a bit difficult to explain." Li Feng scratched his head, spread his hands and said, "You can understand that it is helping me to expel the corrosiveness of dark energy, so that I can maintain my self-awareness." Natasha nodded, not quite understanding, and then she heard Li Feng say with regret, "It's a pity that the eternal spring water is a non-renewable resource, otherwise I really want to use the eternal spring water to make wine." Li Feng smacked his lips and said while fantasizing, "Wheat beer with spring water." Natasha looked at Li Feng, who was daydreaming speechlessly, and walked aside silently. Idiots shouldn't be contagious, right? The black goat was processed by the special agent chef. Although the skills were not as good as creatures, the magic contained in the black goat itself made Sif and others say it was good. Even Natasha said that it tasted good and was very filling. Even with her trained and strengthened stomach, she still felt full after eating a few lamb chops, while ordinary people like Jane, who had a small appetite, couldn't even finish a lamb chop. Looking at Li Feng and others who were still eating meat and drinking wine, Natasha felt that it was the wisest choice for Li Feng to drive the RV into the Greenwich campus. If this is replaced with ordinary ingredients with little energy, Thor and others can eat up the SHIELD with just one midnight snack. In the morning, Shavik brought Daisy Indian, as well as some javelin-like equipment, to Greenwich University under the guidance of SHIELD agents. Li Feng, who had just woken up and was sitting on the grass drinking with a green gourd in his hand, saw Shavik and others from a distance and asked Natasha beside him in confusion, "Why did you ask Eric to come?" Natasha shook her head blankly, indicating that Shavik was not called by her. From her understanding of Shavik, this guy's actually a coward like Li Feng, and Shavik is obviously more afraid of trouble. Unless there is something important, Shavik should be hiding at home under the surveillance of SHIELD agents. Puzzled, Li Feng and Natasha went to Shavik. "Eric, why are you here?" Li Feng asked. Shavik smiled and shook the javelin in his hand, explaining, "Jane notified me last night and asked me to bring these devices as soon as possible." Natasha reached out and took a javelin to look at it for a few seconds and asked, "What are these for?" Shavik shrugged and said, "It can detect abnormalities." Natasha was a little confused. "Just detection? What's the use? Now everyone knows that there will be abnormalities in Greenwich." At this time, Jane hurried to Shavik and Natasha asked the question again. Jane checked the javelin and explained, it was originally only able to detect abnormalities, but as long as they are inserted all over the campus, I can change the gravity or block the abnormal space by changing the signal. Natasha's face was happy. She was worried about how to fight later. You know, the area she is in now seems normal, but who knows which corner has chaotic gravity, or that there is a space channel ambushed on the grass. She doesn't want to be inexplicably teleported to an alien planet while fighting. What if she is infected with an alien virus? It would be too frustrating to die of lack of oxygen directly after being teleported into space. These devices are timely. Natasha waved to the agents in the distance and ordered, "Install these devices all over the campus." With the help of many agents, it didn't take long for the Greenwich campus to be filled with javelins. At this time, Natasha received a report that huge waves appeared inexplicably on the Thames. "Malekith is coming," Li Feng said, while putting on his armor, looking at the huge spaceship that was gradually revealing its appearance. Natasha stretched her hands and feet, issued a series of orders, and asked with a suppressed smile, "Austin, your beetle is dressed very fashionably." Without waiting for Li Feng to say anything, Natasha suppressed her smile and asked, "Aren't you going to release the dementors to participate in the station?" Li Feng shrugged and whispered, "Even if Jane claims that the abnormal space can be controlled, I dare not release the dementors at will. What if the abnormal space appears in the air without the javelin, and Jane fails to control my dementors in time? They will become rootless wanderers, which is very pitiful." And, Li Feng turned his head to look at Thor, who was spinning his hammer quickly, and the 4EC who drew their weapons, and said, "Except for Malekith, who is a little troublesome because of the special energy in his body, the rest of the soldiers are just trash to them." At this point, Li Feng suddenly thought of something and reminded, "By the way, tell your people to be careful of the Dark Elves' grenades. After that thing explodes, it is like a black hole, and everything can be sucked away." Chapter 288, Violation of traffic rules will result in deduction of points. Seeing that the Dark Elf warship was about to stop, Thor, with hatred in his eyes, turned his hammer quickly. Sif and others drew their weapons and tensed their bodies. They stood in the front row with Thor, ready to attack the Dark Elves with all their strength. Li Feng, who thought he was no match for the Dark Elves, and Natasha, who didn't know the Dark Elves' methods, led the agents holding guns to stand nervously in the back row. Just when the warship stopped and the battle was about to start, a discordant mobile phone ring came from the agent team. Natasha frowned and turned her head to look at the guy who dared to carry a mobile phone with him during the battle. Which bastard didn't turn off the phone according to the regulations? Don't you want your salary and bonus? The agent whose mobile phone rang had a blank face. When he took out his mobile phone with grievance, he seemed to be talking to himself or explaining something to Natasha. Strange. I clearly turned my phone to flight mode. Seeing that the caller ID was an unfamiliar number, the agent naturally pressed the reject button and turned off the phone and put it back in his pocket under Natasha's gaze. Natasha gave the other party a look that told him to take care of himself. Just as her eyes returned to the Dark Elf warship, another agent in the team heard a cell phone ring. It seems that she will have to sort out the team's discipline later. Natasha looked coldly and followed the ringing of the cell phone to the agent. The agent whose face froze when the ringing sounded. Is this considered gloating over someone else's misfortune? Just as the agent took out his cell phone with a gloomy face and was about to turn it off, Natasha said thoughtfully, "Answer the call." The agent was stunned for a moment and instantly understood what Natasha wanted to express. Although he and his previous companions did not turn off their cell phones according to the procedure, they also adjusted their cell phones to flight mode. In this case, the cell phones could still ring, which obviously meant that their cell phones had been hacked. The only agent who could complete the positioning and hacking of the cell phone in a few seconds was probably Stark, who had nothing to do after a full meal, except for his own boss who was dressed in black. If it was Fury's call, it must be an extremely important call. If it's Stark calling, the agent glanced at the Dark Elf's warship, wondering if Iron Man was about to come and join in the fun, and pressed the answer button. As soon as the phone was connected, Stark's carefree voice came from the microphone. "Hi man, this is Tony Stark. Please ask the wizard to help open a portal to the top floor of Stark Enterprises. I knew it was you. You made me lose my bonus. You know, you have to compensate me for my loss." The agent who was roaring silently in his heart looked at Feng with a stern face, and just when he was about to say something, he saw Feng opening the portal and saying, "I heard it." As the portal opened, Steve took the lead in crossing the portal, tightened the shield in his hand, and stood beside Natasha while greeting Feng and others. Then, Stark, wearing armor, stepped through the portal, put his hands on his hips, looked at Natasha in a showy manner, and said, "Beauty, did you miss me?" Natasha rolled her eyes at Stark, looked through the portal, and guessed uncertainly, "Fury only asked you two to come for support. Where is the big guy?" Stark shrugged his shoulders, turned his head to look at the Dark Elves battleship, and said, "I don't think it is suitable for a simple-minded big guy to be teleported to an alien battlefield at any time." Natasha turned her head to look at the school full of javelin. That makes sense. After all, once Hulk gets angry, he will be stubborn, even if he knows there is a space channel ahead. After looking at the battleship for a few times, Stark turned his head to look at Feng, and couldn't help laughing. "Dude, what's the look of you? Are the Dark Elves afraid of beetles, so you plan to disguise yourself as a beetle to scare them away?" Feng glanced at Stark, slapped his armor and boasted, "Don't think that paint can hide the fact that your battle suit is made of scrap metal. This is my armor made of Euro metal. The quality is many times higher than your battle suit. You can just stand aside and be jealous. I would be envious. Are you kidding? It has always been others who envy me." Stark ignored Feng's ridicule, walked to Feng with a curious look, turned on the scanning function to scan the armor back and forth, and said, "Is this the reward Thor paid you for treating Ms. Jane? You're losing money. I should have done the treatment earlier." Steve saw Malekith leading the Dark Elves out of the battleship. He held the shield in front of him and interrupted Stark, who was chattering behind him. "Stark, now it is the battle time." Stark took his lips and turned his eyes at Steve's back. "What do you know about it?" "I can figure out Yuru's metal, and the science and technology of the Earth will make rapid progress. Of course, the Pulu fighter hurts the other party. Of course, Takeo is talked about." Stark will not say it. After all, the two members before the war will only make the team scattered. Who does Tucker aim at him? On the other side, Malekith, who had just set foot on the Earth, looked up at the sky and saw that the signs of the gathering of the 9 realms had appeared in the sky one after another. He was very relieved. "After waiting for 1,000 years, I finally got the opportunity to complete the mission of the Dark Elves." But before that, I must first remove the thorns that block my way. Malekith looked at Thor and others with disdain and compared the number of people on both sides in his heart. I only have about 100 warriors left, while the other side has 5 Asgardian warriors and a bunch of small fish holding antique weapons. Malekith thought about it. Although he believed that he could beat Thor and others after he had the ether particles, too many small fish were not a good thing for his men. After all, many ants can eat elephants. Thinking of this, Malekith decided to boost the morale of his own soldiers first, and by the way, hit the morale of the other side. Malekith raised his head and chest, put on a proud posture, and said with a contemptuous tone, "Warriors of Asgard, you don't have to come here to die, because the god of death will visit you soon. Your universe should not exist at all. Your country and your family." Malekith hadn't finished speaking. Feng, who understood Malekith's intention, put his right index finger on his neck and interrupted him in a loud voice. "Spicy chicken shreds, you are arrested for parking the spacecraft indiscriminately. Now you have 2 choices. Either get out quickly or deduct 13 points and fine 250. Malekith's face froze and he raised his hand to release the thorn composed of ether particles towards Feng. Feng curled his lips in disdain, waved his hand in front of him to open the portal connected to Malekith's back, and let the thorn pass through the portal and pierce towards Malekith. Unfortunately, the ether particles are now in a semi-recognized state and will not hurt Malekith at all. Thor, who was standing by, was a practical man. He had no intention of listening to Malekith's nonsense. Seeing that the other party had already started, he immediately smashed the hammer in his hand with sparks of electricity at the other party. Malekith did not dodge, but directly protected the ether particles in front of him. After blocking Mjolnir, he quickly walked towards Thor. Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were not to be outdone. They waved their weapons and ran towards the guards behind Malekith. At this time, Feng saw that there were still dark elves in the warship who kept stepping on the earth. He sneered a few times and then rolled up a fireball covered with spirit fire and threw it at the warship. Spirit fire is the product of the fusion of fierce fire and hellfire. It is also the most powerful fire among the spells that Feng currently mastered. This thing directly blew a huge hole in the warship. The flames after the explosion spread rapidly like a living thing, which seemed to ignite the entire warship and suffocate the dark elves who did not have time to step on the earth to death in the warship. Malekith, who was fighting Thor in the distance, suddenly found that his only spaceship was used as a torch and set on fire. Malekith could see that the flame on the warship was a little special. After all, his warship was not made of wood, and the flame that could ignite metal could not be extinguished in a short time. However, Malekith was a well-informed boss. Based on his experience of living for so many years, as long as the caster was killed, the flame on the warship would naturally become water without a source and a tree without roots. By then, no matter how strong the flame was, I believe that his own soldiers would be able to put it out with a fire extinguisher soon. Thinking of this, Malekith, who was anxious to rescue the tribesmen in the warship, attacked Thor fiercely, forced Thor back, and turned to pounce on Feng. Thor might have a low IQ at ordinary times, but his IQ quickly occupied the high ground after being involved in the battle. As soon as he saw Malekith raised his butt, he knew what shit he was going to do. Want to save the tribesmen? Ask my hammer first if he agrees. Thor grinned and spun Mjolnir very fast. When the hammer said it was dizzy and wanted to vomit, Thor suddenly threw the hammer out and rushed towards Malekith with fearlessness. It can only be said that the 2 people's luck was not very good. When the 2 were fighting fiercely, a space channel suddenly opened and teleported the 2 to an alien planet inexplicably. In the distance, Stark, who flew into the air with Feng to harvest dark elves everywhere, pointed to the place where Thor disappeared, swallowed his saliva and said, "Austin, why don't we go back to the ground and fight slowly? I don't want to sneak to an alien planet inexplicably. I think it's safest to stay in the air and not move." Feng squinted his eyes to sense the nearby space fluctuations, pointed to the air and said, "They are back." As soon as the voice fell, the figures of Thor and Malekith suddenly appeared in the air, but just when the 2 were about to fall to the ground, they suddenly disappeared. Stark stared blankly at the ground where the 2 disappeared, shrugged and said, "Well, I agree with you. The ground is indeed much more dangerous than the air. I also understand why you didn't let the dementors participate in the battle. After thinking about it, Stark casually killed the nearby dark elves with a cannon and said jokingly, "Man, it seems that you are doing well in Asgard. If I'm accidentally teleported to another world, remember to come and save me. Feng, don't worry, I will post your obscene portraits on all the telephone poles in the 9 kingdoms, and remind all women to close the doors and windows when taking a bath." Chapter 289, Malekith is dismembered. As time went by, the spatial anomalies of the 9 realms became more and more obvious, frequent, and powerful. This forced Jane, who was originally confident in controlling the anomalies, to report to Natasha that she could no longer control the spatial anomalies by relying on the javelin, and told the agents to take care of themselves before running away. Natasha was a little helpless. She didn't think much of Jane's escape. After all, Jane was a scientist, not a soldier, so she had never thought of letting Jane go to the battlefield from the beginning. It was just that she had confidently guaranteed that there were no spatial anomalies on the battlefield before, but now she suddenly said that she couldn't control it. What's going on? Otherwise, Jane's boyfriend was fighting fiercely with Malekith. Natasha really wanted to shoot Jane. "Let you cheat me." Natasha had no choice but to press the communicator and said helplessly, "Every team should pay attention to the spatial anomalies nearby. Once you find that you have been teleported to an alien planet, find a way to come back." The agents who heard Natasha's announcement couldn't help but twitch their mouths. "Sister, are you talking human language? What do you mean we have to find a way to come back? Do you think you can just stop a taxi to return to Earth when you are on an alien planet? Even if there are alien taxis that can recognize the way back to Earth, we don't have alien currency. There is no way." The agents without alien currency in their pockets are too scared to try the tactic of luring some dark elves to the ambush point as before. They can only be careful to kill the dark elves while being alert to the abnormality of the nearby space. However, in this way, the agents are very frustrated. Who let the dark elves have strong armor ability? In addition to killing the opponent with a headshot, the bullet will only produce a small spark when it hits the opponent's armor, and then the opponent will raise his gun and fight back without any problem. What's more, just after throwing a grenade to blow up the opponent shook his head and stood up as if nothing happened, and then the opponent's space grenade directly blew several agents to pieces. There is nothing left. The agents are very dissatisfied. "We are both grenades. Why do you have to collect your bodies when I blow you up? But you don't even need a cemetery when you blow me up." Fortunately, Steve, Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard held back most of the dark elves on the battlefield, so that the agents had to face only a few dark elves. At the same time, Feng, who could sense the anomaly of space, and Stark, who relied on Jarvis to detect the fluctuation of space at any time, wandered around and rushed to rescue in time. Otherwise, these agents who dared not act rashly would be waiting to be wiped out by the Dark Elves. As Sif and others who were rushing around on the battlefield gradually eliminated the Dark Elves, Sif looked up at Feng in confusion and asked, "Austin, have you seen Thor?" Feng scratched his head, shrugged and said, "I saw him and Malekith being teleported away before, and now I don't know where they are." As soon as Feng finished speaking, Thor and Malekith suddenly appeared in the distance from Sif, as well as a frost beast. Thor didn't have time to care about what damage the frost beast would cause to the earth at this time. In his eyes, there was only Malekith, who almost killed his mother. Holding Mjolnir, Thor pounced on Malekith again without thinking. Seeing this, Feng covered his face and sighed, and cast a time stagnation spell on the frost beast. However, Feng underestimated the power of the frost beast. You know, this thing not only beat Thor and his friends in Thor 1, but even Loki, who was a top-notch illusionist, was forced into a desperate situation by it. If it weren't for everyone's joint efforts to kill the frost beast, the consequences would be disastrous. Now, Feng wanted to kill the frost beast by himself, which was obviously a bit presumptuous. When the time stagnation spell wrapped around the frost beast, Feng's face changed, and his face flushed as he tried to maintain the spell, shouting, "Sif, help quickly." Seeing Feng's expression, Sif could not guess that the spell could not restrain the frost beast at all, and immediately raised the sword and chopped off the head of the frost beast. Seeing the headless frost beast collapse to the ground, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. When he was about to lift the spell, Malekith suddenly appeared beside him. Li Feng's face froze. Damn, why is there only spicy chicken shreds? Where is Thor? Halftime break? Seeing that Thor did not follow him to the earth, Malekith secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the corpses of his tribesmen nearby. He felt tired. Is it easy for me to restore the universe to the dark world? At first, he was beaten by Odin's father Bor, and dared not go home. He could only lead a few tribesmen into sleep. Later, he was awakened by the ether particles, and consumed the last cursed warrior in the tribe, to get the ether particles back. Now, seeing the 9 realms converge, and he is about to complete the mission of the Dark Elves, not to mention that all the tribesmen have died, Thor, the muscle man of Asgard, is trying to hold him back like his life. Damn, why doesn't anyone understand that the dark world is the most beautiful? While sighing, Malekith saw a wizard floating in front of him. He walked to the bottom of the 9 realms with a firm step, and released a stab made of ether particles to kill the wizard. Li Feng, feeling that he was surrounded by bad luck, wrapped his whole body in spiritual fire without thinking, and while dodging the attack with a shield, he waved his hand and shot the time stagnation spell at Malekith. Malekith dodged the spell, and squinted at Li Feng. Strange spell fluctuations. It seems that I underestimated you, Mr. Mage. After a pause, Malekith realized that Li Feng was using dark energy magic, and said to the side, Mr. Mage, once the world falls into darkness, it will only be good for you. Why are you blocking my way? Li Feng, whose whole body was burning with spiritual fire, as if he was a fireman, said while secretly accumulating powerful spiritual fire, where there is darkness, there will be light. Just like the noise during the day will make the night peaceful. I don't deny that the dark world is of great benefit to my strength improvement, but I don't like the silence of the dark world. I prefer the noisy world, and I like lying on the grass and seeing the stars shining in the sky. Malekith nodded slightly and said disdainfully, but the world originally belongs to darkness. You can't deliberately change the nature of the world just because you like it. Li Feng shrugged and pouted. The problem is that the current world is not caused by me, but formed naturally, so you shouldn't deliberately drag the world back to darkness. As he spoke, Li Feng glanced around and saw that Thor had no sign of returning. Only Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were vaguely surrounding Malekith. Gritting his teeth, Li Feng waved his hand to open the mirror space, preparing to wrap Malekith, Sif and others into the mirror space to buy time for Thor to return to Greenwich. Seeing that he was being locked up in the different space, Malekith's face was not nervous at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth slightly raised in disdain. While releasing ether particles to break the mirror space, he said contemptuously, "Little wizard, you underestimate the power of ether particles." Before he finished speaking, Sif gave the 3 warriors a look, and the 4 of them suddenly raised their weapons and rushed towards Malekith. Li Feng was not polite when he saw this. He predicted the direction of Malekith's dodge and shot the spiritual fire that he had prepared in his hand at the other party. On one side are the sharp blades of Sif and others, and on the other side are the strange flames. In Malekith's eyes, once he is chopped by Sif and others, his combat effectiveness will be reduced to some extent. Now Thor, who is fighting for his life, has a combat power comparable to his. If he is injured, he may really be hammered to death by Thor. But Li Feng is different. Even though he knows that the spiritual fire is strange, Li Feng's strength is there, and Malekith firmly believes in the power of the ether particles. I think the other party can't do anything to me. Thinking of this, Malekith decisively avoided the sharp blades of Sif and others, and rushed to the spiritual fire under the protection of the ether particles. If possible, Malekith also wanted to break through the spiritual fire and kill Li Feng directly. Unfortunately, Malekith underestimated the spiritual fire like a maggot on the tarsal bone. When the spiritual fire exploded on Malekith, his pupils shrank, and he rushed towards Li Feng, while speeding up his pace and sternly said, "Can this fire burn the soul?" Li Feng grinned, turned into black mist and hid behind Sif, looking at Malekith who was squeaky and greasy, and sneered, "Spicy chicken shreds, how does my spiritual fire taste? Do you want to ask for cumin and chili salt?" Humph. Malekith, whose soul was ignited, snorted coldly, and then used the energy of other particles to extinguish the spiritual fire. But the injury of the soul cannot be recovered just by saying it will be restored. Even if the power of the reality gem is a bit outrageous, it is impossible to repair the injured soul in just a few seconds. Malekith, who was not damaged at all, panted, looked at Li Feng in anger, and looked up at the 9 realms that were about to be fully assembled. I can't delay any longer, otherwise I will miss this opportunity. Malekith took a deep breath and suddenly covered his whole body with other particles, as if I was going to use a big move. Li Feng and the others looked at each other, and when they were preparing for defense or dodging secretly, they saw Malekith turn around and run to the battleship, looking at everyone present with disdain. Li Feng was stunned and subconsciously looked at the 8 huge space channels in the air and shouted, "This guy's going to release other particles to drag the 9 worlds into darkness?" Sif gritted her teeth, threw the sword in her hand at Malekith, who was showing other particles beside her, and shouted, "Damn it, we must stop him. Once he completely releases the other particles, in addition to him being protected in the center by the other particles, so that we can't get close to him, the 9 worlds will also be finished, and then we will be finished too. The question is, how do we fight? He has been protected by the other particles. We don't have the physical strength of Thor to ignore the other particles and get close to him." While wondering, Li Feng suddenly remembered the scene in the movie where Malekith's body was dismembered by the space channel and died. Li Feng's eyes lit up. He pulled up the javelin on the ground and shouted, "Stark, can you control this thing?" Stark thought for a while and understood Li Feng's intention. He pulled up the nearby javelin and shouted, "Jarvis can accurately control all electronic devices." Sif and the 3 warriors of Asgard were a little puzzled, and when they said they didn't know what Li Feng wanted to express, they saw Li Feng open the portal in front of him connected to Malekith's back, and then shot the javelin in his hand. Just as Malekith held the javelin with his backhand, Jarvis instantly controlled the device and teleported Malekith's arm to the alien planet. Sif and others suddenly understood Li Feng's intention and collected the javelin one after another, and when Li Feng opened the portal again, they immediately shot the javelin at Malekith. Chapter 290 Iron Man's Little Fangirl. Thor was very depressed at this time. Originally, he was happily hitting Malekith's chest with his hammer, but he disappeared while hitting him, and the hammer in his hand also disappeared. He was inexplicably teleported to the subway station. Fortunately, he was teleported to the subway station. If he was outside the subway station without the hammer, he would not be able to fly. He had no Earth currency on him, and he would have to evade the ticket to rush back to Greenwich. The future EC God King actually evaded the ticket. How embarrassing. When Thor took the subway back to Greenwich, he saw Steve standing at the front of the team with a shield, while Sif and others held javelin and Li Feng was floating in the air with a ball of water, shouting, "Watch out, I'm going to open the door." As the voice fell, Li Feng waved his hand to open the portal and threw the water ball in his hand into the portal. Sif and others immediately threw their javelin into the portal. When Thor was wondering what everyone was playing, he saw a stab in the portal. Seeing this, Steve thrust forward with his shield, and then Li Feng closed the portal and waited for everyone to prepare the javelin again. Now, Thor understood what was going on. Malekith was protected by the other particles, so no one could get close to him through the protection of the other particles. Li Feng and others took advantage of the fact that Malekith did not dare to move at will in order to drag the 9 realms into the dark world, and opened the portal to attack him at will. Finally, under Stark's order, Jarvis activated the javelin. When Malekith angrily counterattacked, Li Feng immediately closed the portal, leaving the opponent depressed and passive, but unable to make an effective counterattack. "Can you still play like this? Then what was the point of my previous fight with Malekith? Are 2 fools wrestling?" Thor stared, casually pulled up several nearby javelins, and rushed towards Malekith while shouting, "Stark, activate the javelins at any time." After approaching Malekith with his strong physique, Thor stared at Malekith, who was missing arms and legs, and had disheveled hair. "What's going on? This is still the proud leader of the Dark Elves. Could it be a disguised Dark Elf who wants to eat?" Thor's face showed a complicated expression and shouted. Malekith glanced at Thor with contempt. Although he was surprised that Thor could break through the protection of the ether particles, although he was now a crippled body, and although he was the only one left in the entire Dark Elf, Malekith said that he was still the king and a Dark Elf chasing his dreams. Malekith looked at the ether particles invading the 9 realms with a longing look, and said in a flat tone, "Darkness is back, warriors of Asgard. Are you here to bury your universe? Funeral? I'll bury a cripple like you first." Thor replied with a disdainful tone, "I'm here to accept your surrender." As he spoke, Thor threw a bundle of javelin in his hand at Malekith. Malekith's face twitched. He recognized that it was these things that caused him to get a disability certificate. Just fight with your guts. What kind of hero is playing with javelins? While Malekith was dodging subconsciously, a portal suddenly appeared behind him, as well as a ball of water and several javelins. This is really a wolf in front and a tiger behind, and there is also a disgusting time stagnation spell in the middle. Malekith, who was paying full attention to Thor, was hit on the back by the javelin on the spot, and then in Thor's eyes, a large piece of meat on the opponent's back was teleported to another world. Just as Malekith screamed, Thor, who sensed that his precious hammer was about to fly into his hand, jumped high, caught the hammer flashing with electric sparks, and smashed it on Malekith's forehead with lightning speed. No one could catch Mjolnir's blow with their head, not even Malekith, who was protected by the ether. Moreover, Malekith had no ether left in his body in order to drag the 9 realms back to the Dark World as quickly as possible. As Malekith fell, the ether that had invaded the 9 realms stopped invading and slowly turned back into a ball of liquid floating in front of Thor. "Is it over?" Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and sighed. "It's really not easy." Li Feng took out a green skin gourd from his shoulder bag and asked, "Does anyone want to have a drink to celebrate?" Among the 3 warriors of Asgard, Volstagg, who loved food the most, turned his head to look at the frost beast, and said with a smile, "Shall we roast the frost beast, to go with the wine?" Li Feng scratched his head, handed the gourd to Volstagg, touched his chin and said, "I like your suggestion." Sif, whose wrist was sore from throwing the javelin, rubbed her wrist and said jokingly, "You are a dark wizard who is good at fire. You drink holy water all day and gnaw on creatures containing ice magic. Have you ever thought about what others will think? What do they think?" Li Feng tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, "Of course, they will look at me with admiration." As he spoke, Li Feng put his armor, sickle and other equipment back into his shoulder bag, and threw the magic lamp to Natasha. He put his left hand on Volstagg's shoulder and his right hand on Stark's shoulder. The 3 of them walked towards the frost beast with smiles on their faces. As for how to deal with the ether particles, and who will make a wish to restore the destroyed buildings, it was of course left to the responsible people like Natasha, Steve or Thor to deal with it. A soldier like Li Feng just wanted to taste the meat of the frost beast. After the battle, Li Feng and his group sat on the grass in Greenwich, sitting around a huge barbecue grill. Far away from the crowd, Thor chatted with Jane for a few words, while occasionally looking up at the sky and shouting loudly. Heimdall Stark pointed at Thor implicitly and whispered, "He is so stupid. Doesn't Asgard have tools like telephones?" Li Feng glanced at the 3 warriors of Asgard who were drooling at the frost beast, shrugged and said, "Do you know what I saw in Asgard?" Without waiting for Stark to ask, Li Feng said to himself, "I saw most of them wearing coarse linen clothes, driving sails to go fishing." While Li Feng was talking, Natasha sat quietly beside Li Feng. Her eyes seemed to be staring at the frost beast on the grill, but in fact she was listening to Li Feng's story with her ears erected. Li Feng knew very well what Natasha wanted to do, but Sif and others didn't mind him describing how the people of Asgard lived, so what did Li Feng have to worry about? Even when Li Feng described how the soul-melting furnace checked Jane's body, Sif and others did not stop him, so Li Feng certainly said whatever he thought. As Li Feng described, Stark touched his chin and said, "Why do I feel that Asgard is just like this? Apart from their physical fitness and lifespan, the living standards of ordinary people are not as good as my family's." Li Feng shrugged and said, "I won't participate in the discussion on this point. After all, everyone has their own favorite lifestyle. Maybe the Asgardians like to sail, just like you obviously have the money to build a castle for yourself and enjoy the luxurious life of a king, but would you find a mountain to build a castle or cover the floor of your house with gold?" Stark pinched his nose. I don't like castles. I like tall buildings. And what's the point of covering the floor with gold? Is it to blind myself? Feng grinned and jokingly said, maybe Potts likes a golden home. Why don't you go back and buy a few tons of gold and try? Stark rolled his eyes. My Potts doesn't have this hobby. On the side, Natasha saw that the two of them had shifted the topic from Asgard to how to spend money and personal interests and hobbies, and rolled her eyes helplessly. Damn, why don't we talk about how aliens live? Until the sun set and night fell, the frost beast on the grill was emitting a fragrant aroma. Heimdall, who was far away in Asgard, responded to Thor's call and sent a box made of special materials to Thor. Just as Thor put the other particles into the box, a huge passenger plane appeared over the University of Greenwich. Feng glanced at the passenger plane and asked Natasha in confusion, why is Coulson here? Natasha blew gently on the frost beast meat on the plate and said while enjoying the food, Coulson has already come into contact with many aliens, so this time it is also his team that will deal with the dark elf relics. After all, the people I brought are all warriors. It's still difficult for them to shoot and fight, but it's difficult for them to distinguish which piece of alien metal is from a pile of metal. What you said makes sense, but why do I feel that you didn't say it all? Feng looked at Natasha, who was enjoying the food in confusion. When he was about to ask more specifically, Sky's surprised cry came from a distance. Uncle Austin? The word uncle made everyone subconsciously look at Sky, who was walking quickly towards Feng. When they saw that she was just a little girl, Stark said with a smile, Austin, I didn't think you liked it. Feng's mouth twitched, and he raised his middle finger to Stark and asked, girl, have you had dinner? Pointing to the frost beast on the grill, he said, this thing tastes delicious, and it's good for you to improve your physical fitness. Unfortunately, as a qualified Iron Man fan, Sky's mind was not on Feng at all. She was staring at Stark blankly. It was not until Stark was a little confused that Sky was sure that the Stark in front of her was the famous Iron Man. Signature, I want a signature. With some shyness and timidity, Sky touched her pocket, turned her head, and looked at Feng and asked, Uncle, do you have paper and pen? I want Mr. Stark to sign for me. Damn, I forgot that the girl is Iron Man's little fangirl. Feng's mouth twitched, and he glanced at Stark, who was provoking him, and said unhappily, no, I won't give it to you, even if I have it. What's the use of Stark's signature? It's better to have some bread. Hearing Feng belittling his signature, Stark was immediately unhappy. While taking out a pen from his pocket, he asked, it's an honor to meet you, beautiful lady. What do you need me to sign? Sky was stunned for a moment, left a sentence, wait for me, turned around and ran back to the passenger plane. What's the situation? Stark gently poked Feng, squinted and asked, who is this? Your junior. Feng shrugged, cast a spell to cut off a piece of frost beast meat, and explained the relationship between himself and Sky while eating. After a while, Sky came back with a computer and said, can you sign on my computer? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, The Book from Frigga. A year ago, when the Chitauri invaded the Earth, Coulson fought against Loki alone, but his heart was stabbed into pieces by Loki and he died. Although Coulson was resurrected afterwards, few people knew about it at first. Only a few people such as Fury, Feng and Stark knew about Coulson's resurrection. Later, Coulson secretly led his team around. Then, as Coulson continued to appear in SHIELD, Natasha, Steve, Barton and others gradually learned that Coulson was still alive, except Thor. There was no way. Thor was far away in Asgard, and even if everyone wanted to notify him, they couldn't contact him. So when Coulson showed up on the Greenwich campus, Thor, holding his hammer and looking like he had seen a ghost, asked, Coulson, are you a human or a ghost? Coulson raised his eyebrows, pointed at Feng, who was lying on the frost behemoth, and smiled gently. Speaking of which, I have to thank Austin. He helped me delay a lot of time, and the follow-up treatment team arrived and saved me. Austin? Thor thought of the scene where Li Feng saved Trigger, nodded and sighed. Yes, he is really amazing, and he is obviously a dark wizard, but he is better than the white wizard in saving people. Coulson heard the hidden meaning in Thor's words, tilted his head to think for a while, and asked, Austin saved people again? Thor glanced at Jane beside him, nodded and said, not only did he delay the treatment time for Jane, but he also saved the Queen of the EC, my mother. Coulson narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He looked curious, but his ears were erected high. He asked, based on my understanding of Austin, he might ask for a lot of benefits from you. No, not really. Thor looked very pleased to have a friend like Li Feng. He smiled and said, Austin only asked for a passage. We felt that the price of just borrowing the passage was too low, so we gave him a set of armor made of Euro metal. Coulson's face darkened. You idiot. This must be Austin's intention. In this way, not only can he borrow the passage for free, but he can also get extra benefits. Although he thought about it, Coulson would not tell Thor about his guess. After all, Li Feng is also an Earthling, and with his relationship with Li Feng, he will have the opportunity to borrow the armor for a search in the future. Thinking of this, Coulson smiled gently, apologized and said sorry, and then ordered Fitz and Simmons behind him to take out equipment, to check the alien objects nearby, and collect them back to the air command room, so that these dangerous objects can be destroyed in a centralized manner. As for whether SHIELD really destroyed the alien objects in the end, Coulson firmly believed that it was destroyed. Thor nodded to Coulson, signaling not to disturb their work, and walked towards Li Feng with Jane. At this time, Stark had signed his name on Sky's computer, and wrote a few words of blessing. Seeing this, Sky said goodbye to Stark and others, and walked back to Coulson's team with a cheerful pace. Natasha glanced at Sky, and whispered to Li Feng. Fortunately, she still remembered that her mission was to collect items from the Dark Elves, not to chase stars here, otherwise she would have her salary deducted. Stark shrugged, I think Sky is pretty good. If you fire her, I can recruit her to work in the company. Natasha glanced at Stark and shrugged, just because she calls Austin uncle, will Fury let her go? After a pause, Natasha sighed, in the blink of an eye, the little girl has grown up so much. Stark pinched the tip of his nose and wondered, from your tone, why do you feel that you also know Sky? Natasha nodded slightly, indicating that she did know Sky, but she did not explain anything to Stark. This was not a big deal or something worth showing off. Why explain it so clearly? And Thor had already brought Jane to the side of the group. What was there to talk about a little girl like Sky? The box in Thor's hand was the topic that Natasha should pay attention to. Where will you send this thing? Natasha asked with narrowed eyes. Thor tilted his head and thought for a while, then said, originally I wanted to destroy the ether particles, but I found that I'm not capable enough. Now, let my father try to destroy it, or decide where to bury it. After that, Thor turned his head to look at Sif and said, sorry, brothers, we should go back to receive the punishment. Sif glanced at Jean who was holding Thor's hand. If possible, she didn't want to stay on Earth for a second, especially when she saw Jane leaning against Thor. She wanted to draw her sword and challenge Jane. Whoever won would own Thor. For a weak scum like Jane, Sif was confident that she could kill the opponent in one move, but unfortunately, Thor obviously would not agree to the duel between the two ladies. Now hearing Thor's words, Sif immediately smiled and nodded. Okay. On the side, Volstagg looked at the fragrant frost beast with a look of regret, and then turned his head to look at Li Feng. Before Volstagg could speak, Li Feng said that he understood immediately. He winked at Volstagg to indicate that they were all in the same boat, then shrunk the frost beast and stuffed it into his shoulder bag. Li Feng, remembering the excuse he used to borrow the road, said wait for me, and ran back to the RV in the confused eyes of everyone. Back in the RV, Li Feng kicked the abomination, who was acting as a sculpture, awake. Now, Li Feng was sure that the abomination was Mephisto's informant. For such a big event as finding the Infinity Stones, Li Feng would never bring the abomination with him. It was too exciting. Li Feng said as he opened the portal, I'm going on a long trip. You stay by the lake and look after the house. If anything goes wrong at home, I'll skin you alive. If you can, go ahead and skin me. I don't have any skin. The abomination stood up and crossed the portal and said, "Okay, master." Watching the abomination leave, Li Feng cast a shrinking spell on the RV. Unfortunately, many parts in the RV were made of magical materials. Li Feng had to spend all his strength to shrink the RV to the size of a suitcase. Scratching his head, Li Feng put the RV into the suitcase and returned to Thor with the suitcase, saying, "I'm ready. When are we going to the Asgard?" Thor looked at Jane with a laughing look in his eyes, smiled fakely and said, "Believe me, I will be back soon this time. Wait for me." Sif looked at Jean unhappily and silently arranged the sword in her hand. "I want to fight now." As Thor raised his head and shouted Heimdall, a colorful beam of light enveloped Li Feng. After returning to Asgard, Heimdall said expressionlessly, "The father is waiting for you, your highness." Thor forced a smile. He knew his father's character very well, especially when facing subordinates who disobeyed orders. He always punished them severely, and their behavior this time was not only disobeying orders, but even enough to be charged with treason. Thor looked at Sif and the three warriors of Asgard apologetically, patted their shoulders and said, "Sorry to implicate you." Volstagg, Fandral and others shrugged indifferently, smiled and patted Thor's shoulders, and comforted him. "Don't worry, we have the credit for annihilating the Dark Elves. At most our merits and demerits will offset each other. I believe the father will not do anything to us." Thor smiled apologetically and led everyone to the Golden Palace. At the entrance of the council hall, the guard stopped Li Feng and explained to Thor, "The Father God has ordered that Mr. Mage is not an Asgardian and does not need to abide by the laws of the divine domain, so." After a pause, the guard saluted Li Feng respectfully and said, "Mr. Mage, your servant is waiting for you in your room. I guess the Odin inside is Loki in disguise. He is afraid that I will see through him, so he doesn't let me in. After all, Loki's phantom body was completely ineffective on me at the time." Thinking of this, Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled and signaled Thor not to worry about him. He waved his hand to open the portal and return to the room. Back in the room, Creature immediately ran to Li Feng and said, "Boss, is there anything you need Creature to do?" Li Feng scratched his head, handed the suitcase to Creature, and asked, "Have you copied the books in the library?" Creature took the suitcase, grinned and returned the magic book to Li Feng, and said happily, "The books that the Aesir allowed me to copy have been copied, boss. Queen Frigga sent you a few books." "Books?" Li Feng wondered. "What book is it? Bring it here for me to see." "Creature, go get it right away." Creature instantly disappeared in front of Li Feng, and when Creature reappeared, he was holding two books shining with magic. Li Feng picked up a book and flipped through it. It was a spell book that recorded how to grow magical plants and how to raise magical animals. Suddenly, Li Feng remembered that Frigga was the god of fertility and fertility in mythology. This book is about abundance and fertility. Frigga gave me a book called Get Rich. Did she want me to open a farm to get rich? Li Feng was wondering while handing the book to Creature. Let Creature read this thing. Anyway, Creature has the final say on the farm in the RV. As for the remaining book, Li Feng rolled his eyes after a few glances and complained in his heart, "I knew that Odin, the old man, lied to me, that there was only a way to polish the body with divine power in the god's realm." Frigga was still cute. She knew that I wanted to strengthen my physical fitness, so she gave me a book on how to polish my body with energy. Reading is a kind of enjoyment, and this kind of enjoyment can easily make people forget the time. For example, Li Feng now, when his mind was immersed in the knowledge of books and thinking about how to improve his physical fitness, he didn't notice Sif carrying a small sack and Volstagg standing in front of him with two sheep. Sif coughed dryly and placed the small sack in front of Li Feng. "Father God agrees to your request to borrow the passage, and we will handle the corresponding going abroad procedures for you. These are gifts from the queen." Volstagg pointed to the small sack and then to the two sheep and said, "A bag of plant seeds and a male and a female Asgard grey goat. The secret to getting rich." Li Feng could see that, although the two grey goats looked docile, the magic power in their bodies had already told Li Feng that they were beasts and also very nutritious meat. "Well, Frigga really hopes that I can open a farm to make a fortune, thank you." While speaking, Li Feng signaled Creature to open the suitcase, collect the seeds, and then lock the two grey goats into the pasture of the RV. When are we going to Xander? Sif raised her eyebrows, stepped aside to make way, and smiled. Now, chapter 292 Xander. Accompanied by Sif and Valstag, Li Feng and creature passed through the Rainbow Bridge and landed directly outside the certificate processing hall of Xander. As a planet open to the universe, Xander has a wide variety of races. Li Feng didn't know which race these creatures belonged to. He only knew that, as soon as he landed, he saw many humans nearby who painted their bodies red, black, grey or poop yellow. In particular, a lady with a poop yellow body and a poop hairstyle on her head walked past Li Feng and threw him a wink. Li Feng only felt his stomach lurching. Damn, what kind of aliens are these? Poop aliens? I just want to ask which restaurant dares to hire such talents? Aren't you afraid that all customers will lose their appetite? Rubbing his frightened and stiff face, Li Feng put his hand on Valstag's shoulder and asked curiously, why do all the races I see look like humans? There are no aliens like cockroaches or slugs? Cockroaches and slugs? Valstag looked at Li Feng in confusion. How do you think cockroaches can evolve intelligence? But speaking of non-human creatures, I know there is a race that looks like stone, and there are creatures that can talk when they are enlarged, or there are creatures that look like tree people. Li Feng touched his chin and asked, stone people? What do they usually eat? Bricks? People like this can't be allowed to move bricks on the construction site. The construction site boss will lose a lot of money. There is also the duck race. What do they eat? Feed? Sif covered her face and speechlessly glanced at the two idiots who were talking about what the Kron people, stone men, or Howard the duck-shaped aliens, eat, and walked into the certificate processing hall first and reminded Valstag, hurry up and get Austin a certificate of residence. We still have mission. Oh, yes, we still have a mission. Valstag nodded and replied, motioning Li Feng to follow Sif into the certificate processing hall. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, looked at the cloth bag on Valstag's waist that could isolate the breath of real gems, and asked, what is the mission? Is it related to the items in the cloth bag on your waist? Valstag nodded slightly, looked around and whispered, this is a mission assigned by the Father God himself. Sif and I escorted this thing to the collector, Tanliatiwen. Although Li Feng guessed Valstag and Sif's mission, how could Li Feng say such a thing out loud? Sif would press him to the ground and rub him for questioning. Li Feng pretended to be indifferent and asked curiously, what did you give to this collector? What does the collector do? Valstag shook his head slightly. I can't tell you about the gift. I can only tell you about the collector. Talyatiwen, nicknamed the collector or collector, is one of the elders of the universe. He looks like an ancient human, but he is actually an alien with powerful power, with the ability to live forever, travel through time and space, and foresee the future. He currently lives on the head of an ancient creature, which is also called the Barren Land. As Valstag introduced, Li Feng couldn't help but twitched his mouth. In the movie, the collector is a weak scum. Why does Valstag say that this guy seems a bit strong? It seems that there is no chance to get the reality gem by force. Either steal the reality gem according to the plot, or exchange it with magic props. And what about time and space travel? Does he have a portal like me? This is difficult. Li Feng had a headache. He didn't know if the collector was willing to exchange the reality gem. I'm afraid the other party will most likely not agree to the exchange. After all, if you put yourself in their shoes, Li Feng will not exchange the Mind Stone for items unless the other party sends him home directly. While he was having a headache, Sif returned to Li Feng with a pink staff member and said, she will collect your own creature's physical information and apply for a residence permit for you. The pink lady bowed slightly, handed Li Feng and creature a button with a professional smile, and said, hello, two distinguished guests, welcome to Xander. Li Feng was a little confused. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying. Sif pointed to the button and said, this is a cosmic translator. Just stick it near your ear, and it will automatically translate most of the languages you hear into Earth language. Understood. Li Feng suddenly put the translator near his ear. As mentioned before, Xander is a planet open to the universe, and because of the implementation of the principle of peace, there are so many alien races that come here to seek refuge or live. If there was no help from the translator, Li Feng estimated that he would hear dozens of strange languages when he went out for a meal. The East family buys steamed buns in one language, the West family buys soy milk in another language, and the North family buys pickled mustard in another language. Regardless of whether there is pickled mustard on Xander, Li Feng can't stand this kind of life. As for asking Li Feng to learn alien languages, haha, a poor student like him would rather find a translator to accompany him than waste time learning foreign languages. After all, his lifespan is limited. In addition, except for people like Asgard who have a lifespan of 5,000 years who use learning foreign languages to kill time, most people just buy a translation machine and that's it. So why bother learning foreign languages? I'm so bored. Seeing Li Feng put on the translation machine, the pink lady said the professional welcome again, and took out a collector the size of a lighter with a flashing red light, and said, "Sir, please extend your finger. I need to collect your blood." Li Feng extended his finger and asked the staff to collect his own and creature's DNA. When the green light on the collector sounded, the pink lady motioned Li Feng and creature to walk to a machine and smiled at the camera on the machine. After taking the photo of Li Feng's face, the pink lady inserted the collector into the machine and operated it. Soon, 2 metal cards with Li Feng and creature's smiling heads printed on them came out of the machine. The pink lady handed the cards to Li Feng and creature and said, "Gentlemen, this is your identity card on Xander, and it is also your bank card on Xander." Bank card? Li Feng touched his pocket, which was cleaner than his face. "Why do I need this thing?" At the side, Sif's mouth twitched unnaturally, and she explained in a low voice with a smile that was as fake as it could be, "The money in it is enough for you to buy a small spaceship. This is Thor's gift, to thank you for helping Jane delay her death." Well, although I delayed Jane's death and gained Thor's favor, I also inadvertently offended Sif, who was competing with Jane for her boyfriend. Fortunately, Sif wouldn't bother me. Li Feng grinned and put the metal card into his pocket when he heard Valstag say, "Austin, we have a mission, so we'll leave first. I wish you a good time on Xander." Li Feng blinked, hurriedly grabbed Valstag, and said slowly, "Don't go. I know nothing about this, and I don't know how to buy goods. Accompany me for a day to familiarize myself with the environment before leaving." Patting his pocket, Li Feng tempted generously, "By the way, please enjoy the snails on Xander. I heard that this thing is delicious. The money Thor gave should be enough for you to eat as much as you want, right?" Hearing that he could eat Xander snails, Valstag subconsciously wiped the corners of his mouth. You foodie. Sif glared at Valstag and said to Li Feng apologetically, "I'm sorry, this is a task given to us by our father god, and we must complete it as soon as possible." Volstagg flattened his lips. Sif had already mentioned Odin. What could he do? Of course, the task was the most important. After all, he was charged with treason, and he didn't want to be convicted of treason for the rest of his life because of food. Sif pointed at the pink lady and said, "As for your unfamiliarity with Xander, I think this lady can help you." Li Feng turned his head and glanced at the pink lady who was still beside him. "What do you mean?" Seeing that creature had never spoken and was just following Li Feng like a servant, the pink lady judged that Li Feng was the guest she wanted to entertain and smiled and said, "Mr. Austin, Miss Sif hired me as a guide. During this period, as long as you don't do anything illegal, I can help you solve most problems. Don't you want to modify the spaceship?" Sif pointed at the pink lady with her chin and said, "She can help you solve it." After that, Sif looked up at the sky and shouted, "All you really are the kind of person who leaves when you say you will." Seeing Sif and Volstagg leave, Li Feng shrugged helplessly, turned his head and asked, "Okay, I'll trouble you for the next few days. What should I call you?" "Berit Upanki. I'm an official employee of Xander, specializing in serving guests who are visiting Xander for the first time." The pink lady made a gesture of invitation, motioning Li Feng to leave the certificate application hall first, and said, "You can call me Barrett. Mr. Austin, would you like to find a place to stay first, or go taste the Xander snails first?" Li Feng walked out of the certificate application hall and scratched his head and said, "Help me find a place that can modify the spaceship first." "Okay, Mr. Austin." Berit stretched out her hand to stop a taxi, motioned Li Feng to get in the car, and said to the driver, "Fifth Avenue, Hank's repair shop." After the vehicle was suspended and flying steadily, Berit turned her head and introduced to Li Feng. Dad Hank was one of the top spaceship designers on Zinder when he was young. Now after retirement, he has opened a repair shop in the Imperial capital to kill time. In his spare time, Dad Hank also helps individuals or companies modify spaceships to earn some extra money. He can meet any modification requirements you have. After a pause, Barrett asked curiously, Mr. Austin, what model is your spaceship? Where is it parked? Do you need me to have someone to tow it to Hank's repair shop? My RV is the spaceship. As for the model, I'm afraid you'll be confused if I tell you the model. Li Feng smiled and shook his head, indicating that he would talk to him when he got to Hank's repair shop. On the way to the repair shop, Barrett saw that Li Feng was curious about the street scenery, so she reminded the driver to slow down. She acted as a tour guide, telling Li Feng about the history and culture of Zinder, or pointing to a building and street in the distance, introducing the commercial distribution and food of Zinder. As Barrett was talking endlessly, the taxi stopped in front of a repair shop with a sign of Hank's repair shop. Chapter 293, Reward for the Cosmic Spiritual Sphere. Dad Hank. As soon as she got out of the car, Barrett shouted towards the repair shop with a happy smile on her face. At this time, an old man who was also dressed in pink and had a flat head, looked very energetic and capable, walked out of the repair shop. He greeted Wiki with a smile. Barrett, why did you think of coming to see me? The old man looked Li Feng up and down and said with a smile, is this your boyfriend? Facing Hank's teasing, Li Feng couldn't tell whether Barrett blushed or not. After all, she had a pink face and her blushing didn't change anything. He only knew that Barrett took Hank's arm like a spoiled child, rolled her eyes and said, this Mr. Austin came to Zinder today accompanied by Ms. Sif from Asgard. He is not my boyfriend. After a pause, Barrett whispered in Hank's ear with a hint of contempt, his physical data shows that he is from Earth. He wants to modify the spaceship, so I brought him to you. Earthling? Hank knew that the Earth had not yet entered the cosmic civilization, but as an old and wise man, he knew that the Earthling who could come from Asgard would not be a simple character. At least they must have a good relationship with Asgard. Hank had a professional smile on his face, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Feng, and said in a calm tone, hello, I'm the boss here, you can call me Hank. Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, glanced at Barrett, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Hank, and said, hello, Mr. Hank. Retracting his hand, Li Feng signaled Creature to take the RV out of the suitcase. After restoring the RV to its normal size, he said, Mr. Hank, how long will it take to transform my car into a spaceship? Barrett looked at the RV that Creature took out of the suitcase with a confused face, and then held her chin in shock, and looked at the restored RV. What kind of operation is this? Is the technology on Earth so advanced? Hank looked at the RV calmly. As one of the top spaceship designers on Zinder, he thought he was quite knowledgeable, and knew that the technology of space expansion existed. He was curious about how Li Feng achieved the technology of enlarging the RV with a wave of his hand. No controller, no language command, just a wave of his hand. However, Hank knew what to ask and what not to ask. Knowing too much would only bring unnecessary trouble. After suppressing his curiosity, Hank walked around the RV with interest, shook his head, and said to Li Feng, sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Why? Aren't you one of the top designers? Li Feng wondered. Hank pointed at the RV, spread his hands and said, even the top designers can't stuff a truck-sized engine into a small van. Even if the interior of the car also uses space expansion technology to expand the area large enough to accommodate a spacecraft engine. Hank patted the wheels of the RV and said, there are still many places I need to modify, such as sealing. Excuse me, but it's difficult for an antique car like yours to be sealed in space. If you have to modify it, the cost will be astronomical. Hank pointed to a small spaceship waiting for maintenance in the distance and said, Mr. Austin, I suggest that you buy a spaceship. It will be more cost effective. Li Feng scratched his head and thought about it, then squinted and asked, what if I have to modify it? How much time and money will it take? As for the space inside the car, you can rest assured, you can make it as big as you want. Hearing that Li Feng was determined to modify it, Hank smiled and shook his head and said in a flat tone, "Sorry, I won't take your order because it's not cost effective. The period of converting the antique car into a spaceship will take up most of my time. For this, I must give up other business. For me." Before Hank finished speaking, Li Feng took out a gravity symbol the size of a mineral water bottle from his shoulder bag and interrupted him, saying, "I'll use this to pay you." Hank frowned, thought for a while, and then said uncertainly, "Gravity symbol?" Li Feng smiled and nodded. It was obvious that Hank knew gravity symbol, but think about it, how useful this thing is in the aviation field. Even if Hank didn't know it, he should have heard of it. In fact, Hank not only knew that the props made by gravity symbol could control the magnetic field gravity, allowing the user to fly and fight at will, but also knew that, if the user was bolder, he could even inject gravity symbol into his body and become a superpower warrior who controlled gravity. Finally, Hank also knew that sim equipment could control its own magnetic field once it had the help of gravity symbol, and then use the magnetic field to strengthen the physical fitness and brain. Hank didn't care whether gravity symbol could strengthen his brain and make him smarter, but he cared about whether the strengthened body could make him live a few more years. After a long silence, Hank, who finally couldn't suppress his inner desire, sighed heavily, nodded and said, "Give me a year, and I will transform your car into a spaceship." After a pause, Hank pointed at Barrett implicitly and said, "But I'm just a civilian repair shop, and I can't install weapons and equipment on your spaceship." Haha, if you hadn't pointed at Barrett implicitly, I really believed that you couldn't install weapons. Li Feng shrugged and said indifferently, "My car is my home. I don't want to sleep on a pile of weapons all day, so I don't care whether the spaceship has a weapon system. I only have 3 requirements for the spaceship." Li Feng raised a finger and said, "First, the spaceship must be fast, at least so that I have enough speed to escape when I encounter danger." Hank nodded, "That's no problem. I can make your spaceship the fastest spaceship on Xander." Li Feng continued to raise his second finger and said, "The outer shell of the spaceship is strong enough. If necessary, I have directly crashed into the enemy's spaceship." Hank frowned. "There is no problem with its sturdiness. It can be done according to the standards of industrial spacecraft, but it is a little difficult to crash into the enemy spacecraft. I'll think of a way." Li Feng raised his third finger and said, "The last and most important point is that the metal used in the spacecraft's hull can conduct energy well after all. This is simple. The Nova Corps fighters form a protective net after being connected, because the metal used in the fighters can conduct energy well. But in this case, the cost of your modification will be a bit high." While speaking, Hank saw Li Feng take out another bottle of gravity wing and immediately stopped asking about the cost. Damn, where did this prodigal son come from? And he actually owned so many gravity wings? Well, they have money, so let's modify it. However, Hank looked at Li Feng in confusion and asked, "Why do you let the outer shell of the spacecraft conduct energy?" "Of course it's to protect myself," Li Feng said, holding up a fireball with one hand, explaining, "I dare to give up the weapons and equipment of the spacecraft because I can carve a shield array on the spacecraft. Once the spacecraft is in danger, I will let the spacecraft turn on the shield and escape." Hank glanced at the flame in Li Feng's hand. For some reason, after listening to Li Feng's request, what emerged in his mind was not a motorhome with a shield turned on and running around. Instead, it was an extremely sturdy motorhome with energy, flames all over its body. After turning on the shield, the motorhome ignored the rain of shells and rushed on the battlefield, destroying one enemy ship after another. "You crazy guy." Hank swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, "Are you a wizard from Asgard?" "No." Li Feng extinguished the fireball with his backhand, looked at Hank who was a little afraid of him, and grinned. "I'm a wizard from Earth, but I know Odin and become friends with Thor. Are there wizards on Earth?" "I don't believe you. You must be a disciple of a wizard from Asgard." Hank smiled slowly, stepped aside to make way, and motioned Li Feng to go in for tea. "Is there no one who believes the truth these days?" Li Feng shook his head slightly, ignoring Barrett who was confused and embarrassed, and walked into Hank's office to discuss the details of the RV transformation. "There is no way. There are too many places that need to be transformed to upgrade the RV to a spaceship, such as loading communication equipment and installing what kind of intelligent program. There are also issues such as whether the 4-door locker should be moved during the transformation. A few days later, Li Feng and Hank finally finalized the transformation plan. In order to get the gravity wing as soon as possible, Hank stopped taking care of the business of his own repair shop and handed it all over to his apprentices. At this time, Li Feng, who was temporarily living in the repair shop, had become familiar with Hank and asked privately where the underground trading point or black market was. At first, Hank refused to admit that he knew the underground trading point. But who is Li Feng? He knew that the other party was not an honest man from the time when Hank had vaguely told him that he could get weapons. Moreover, a boss who was hanging a repair shop was doing the work of modifying spacecraft. If there was no black transaction in this, Li Feng would not believe it. I just don't know what Hank's considerations were. Even if Li Feng said that he spent money to buy the information, the other party still refused. There was no way. In order to find the cosmic spirit ball, Li Feng was no longer polite and directly used magic to get the location of the underground exchange from Hank. After getting the exact location, Li Feng put on a loose monk's suit that night and swaggered out of the repair shop after becoming invisible and drove the black cloud straight into the city. Arriving in the city, Li Feng first withdrew a large amount of cash from the bank and bought a wristband-like communicator and then ran to a bar located in an alley in the city. Standing far away from the bar, Li Feng, hiding under the hood, looked at the two strong security guards in front of him holding some kind of equipment. After thinking about it, for safety reasons, Li Feng turned himself into a pink-skinned alien and walked towards a security guard after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him. The security guard naturally stopped Li Feng and said, "Sorry, sir, this is a private club. Please show your invitation card." "I have a woolen invitation card." Li Feng took out a stack of cash from his pocket and shook it, saying, "I just want to post a found object reward and leave immediately after the task is posted." The two security guards looked at each other and they heard Li Feng's words and concluded that this was an underground trading place. Let him in. He's looking for death. What if he's a spy of the Nova Corps? Just as the two security guards were whispering, Li Feng scratched his ears speechlessly. "Dude, can you be quieter? I heard everything." Li Feng stuffed the cash in his hand into the security guard's hand and said with a smile, "It's okay if I don't go into the bar. Just put up my bounty." The security guard who took the cash thought for a few seconds and asked, "What bounty mission?" "I'm looking for a cosmic spirit ball. At present, I only know that it is stored in a temple on an abandoned planet." After a pause, Li Feng patted his pockets to indicate that he was not short of money and said with a smile, "By the way, the bounty is 400,000. Chapter 294 Dragon. 400,000 bounty due. Li Feng didn't know. Anyway, the money in his pocket was given by Thor, which was about the same as the wind. If he could find the cosmic spirit sphere, Li Feng wouldn't mind giving up a few magic items. After all, it was the Power Stone. Talking about money in front of the Infinity Stone was crazy. The two security guards who didn't know what the cosmic spirit sphere was were different. Their faces turned red and green. I don't know if they were scared by the bounty of 400,000 or if they were thinking about whether to kill Li Feng and rob him of the small amount of money in his pocket. The two security guards looked at each other silently and one of them said, "Sir, please leave your contact information." Li Feng smiled and nodded and immediately raised the communicator on his wrist to call the security guard. The security guard looked down at the number on his communicator, motioned his companion to look at Li Feng, and went into the bar. After a while, the security guard brought a middle-aged man with a thin face and watermelon-like haircut and introduced him to Li Feng. "This is our boss. You can talk to him if you have anything to say." "My friends call me Broker." The boss introduced himself and asked, "What's your name, sir?" Li Feng lifted his cloak, revealing his pink skin, and said, "Fury." The broker nodded slightly, pointed to a 24-hour restaurant in the distance, and said, "Mr. Fury, how about we find a place to talk in detail? Talking is useless. Why not just post the reward? Don't you know how much I look forward to getting the power gem?" Li Feng shook his head slightly, pointed to an empty corner, and said, "Sorry, I have something else to do later. So just tell me how you will post my task. This guy doesn't know anything about underground transactions. Isn't he still a rookie? The broker raised his eyebrows, walked aside first and said, since Mr. Fury is in a hurry, I will make it short. According to the rules, if you post the task with me, I need to charge you an agency fee and half of your bounty in advance. After a pause, the broker said with a friendly smile, you can tell from my name that I just introduce transactions to others and earn commissions from it, so the agency fee does go into my pocket, but the bounty collected in advance will not go into my pocket, even. The broker put on a slightly embarrassed look and said, to put it bluntly, what if you regret it? If no one completes the task, it's okay, but what if someone completes the task? I must pay the full bounty for the sake of my reputation. Spreading his hands, the broker said aggrievedly, then the ball you want will indeed be in my hands, but I will have no use for the ball, and I will lose a sum of money. I'm just a businessman. My goal is to make money, not to collect balls. Without waiting for Li Feng to say anything, the broker pressed his hand to signal Li Feng to calm down, put on a professional smile, and said, of course, this is because you are the first to post the task, and I don't know you, so I need to collect half of the bounty in advance. If we trade more in the future, I cannot collect your bounty in advance. I almost believed what he said. Li Feng glanced at the broker with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, activated the mind gem to tamper with his memory, and said, I understand, you just want to stop the loss and pay half of the bounty in advance, no problem. While speaking, Li Feng made sure that the broker looked dull and then pretended to pick up a few pieces of gravel from the ground and handed them to him and said in a magical voice, this is the 200,000 bounty and your agency fee. What you have to do is to issue the bounty immediately after you go back and call me immediately if there is any news about the cosmic spirit ball. The broker put the gravel into his pocket in a dull manner and then gradually returned to his original profiteer appearance and smiled. Don't worry, Mr. Fury, as long as you have money, let alone finding the cosmic spirit ball, even if you want to buy a planet, I will help you find a seller. Haha, Li Feng rolled his eyes. I don't want to buy a planet. I don't have the heart to run for the captain of the planet. When Li Feng was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and turned around and ordered, by the way, if anyone is also looking for the cosmic spirit ball, remember to notify me. Who would compete with you for a broken ball? The broker waved his hand disapprovingly and said with a smile, okay, but this requires extra money. After all, I have to spend money to buy information. Li Feng's mouth twitched, leaving a sentence I'll give it to you later, and turned to leave. Back at the repair shop, Li Feng's mind was full of where the power gem was, and he didn't want to sleep at all. After thinking about it, Li Feng simply took out the book given by Frigga, turned over and climbed onto the roof, while studying it in the moonlight, and trying to improve his physical fitness according to the records in the book. After a while, Li Feng learned from Hank that the broker had been stolen 200,000 yuan, and he was so angry that he almost offered a reward to find the thief in the whole city. In addition, he learned that all the mercenaries on the black market were looking for the cosmic spirit ball. In response, Li Feng just smiled. It's none of my business. What he has to do every day now is either waiting for the broker's call or using magic power to slowly polish his body. Or when he feels that he is about to get bored, he will go to the city to stroll around, such as buying some goods that make Fury covetous, or tasting the food of Xander. Except that he didn't practice magic. It's not that he doesn't want to, but Li Feng doesn't dare. As soon as he carved the mail-in magic ring, a few seconds later, several new starfighters flew over and patrolled back and forth near Li Feng. Originally, a few fighters were not a problem for Li Feng, but what about after shooting down the fighters? Believe it or not, other people's fighters will swarm in. At that time, should Li Feng run or run? You said that this matter is not just to find a wasteland to practice magic? Should we mobilize so many people? Afterwards, Li Feng got some information from Hank and realized that it was not impossible to practice magic, but we had to practice at the official designated place. This is just like some gun-banning countries on Earth also provide special shooting ranges for gun lovers to practice. But Li Feng didn't want outsiders to know that he was good at dark magic, and Cinder was a good camp anyway. Who knows how they would treat dark wizards. There was no other way. Li Feng thought he should go to another world to practice magic, and by the way, find a way to melt the eternal flame into the spiritual fire from the Dark God book. The only problem was that Li Feng was still waiting for news about the Cosmic Spirit Ball. What if the broker called within a few days of his trip to another world? If he missed the power gem in vain, Li Feng would cry to death. On one hand, he practiced magic to improve his strength, and on the other hand, he had the Cosmic Spirit Ball. Finally, Li Feng thought he should take a trip alone. As for Creature, he should pretend to be him and wait for the broker's call. After making up his mind, Li Feng cast a spell to turn Creature into the appearance he had when he met the broker, while he put on a shoulder bag and opened the portal. Roar! The moment he descended into the other world, Li Feng heard a heart-wrenching roar. What the hell is so loud? Li Feng looked up at the sky following the sound and saw a western dragon quickly passing by in the distance. Fuck, a big lizard? With a grin, Li Feng immediately jumped onto the black cloud and caught up with the dragon after becoming invisible. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart, I have traveled through so many worlds, except for the horse-sized dragon I saw in Asgard. I have never seen a real giant dragon. And I feel that this dragon is not as strong as me. I heard that dragon blood is very nourishing. After a while, Li Feng caught up with the dragon on the black cloud and looked at the dragon in front of him curiously. The dragon is a typical Western dragon, that is, a lizard with wings. In addition, there are 2 rows of bone spurs on the back of the other party, which adds a bit of ferocity, especially the tail. Li Feng saw the tip of the tail flashing with metallic luster, but Li Feng was a little puzzled. He found that the dragon in front of him with a huge scar on his face seemed to be afraid of something, and the flying action was panic-stricken. Li Feng turned his head and looked down, but he could not see anything except a middle-aged man riding a horse with a bow in the distance. Scratching his head, Li Feng exited the invisible state and asked the dragon without caring whether he could understand or not, Big Lizard, are you being chased by the night below? Hearing the question coming from the side, the dragon stupidly stopped flapping its wings and turned its head to look at Li Feng with a silly face. Seeing a human suddenly appear next to the voice, the dragon was frightened and screamed wow while flapping its wings randomly. After a few seconds, the dragon resumed its flying posture, panting tiredly, and asked with fear in its tone, who are you? Are you here to kill me too? These female lizards can talk, and they have a British accent? Li Feng was stunned for a moment, shrugged and said, I just heard that dragon blood is very nutritious, so I want to buy some blood from you. I want to keep it steady. If you agree to sell me some blood every now and then, I won't kill you. What if you don't sell it? At this point, Li Feng showed a bloodthirsty expression and sneered. As for what Li Feng wanted to express, let the dragon think about it. Anyway, Li Feng would not say the idea of knock you unconscious and raw blood. Are you going to kill me if I don't sell it? The dragon twitched its mouth, opened its mouth, and sprayed a ball of flames at Li Feng, and then, regardless of whether Li Feng was dead or not, it accelerated the rhythm of flapping its wings. Li Feng, who held up the shield, carefully sensed the power of the dragon's dragon breath, frowned and muttered, what kind of dragon is this? Although the dragon's breath can explode, how can the power be just ordinary flames? This is too weak. Puzzled, Li Feng caught up with the dragon again and asked, Big Lizard, are you really a dragon? I'm not a lizard. The dragon roared and opened its mouth again to spit fire. Li Feng curled his lips, and when the flames approached him, he snapped his fingers and gathered the flames in his palms. Li Feng held the flame in the air and observed it for a while, then extinguished it with his backhand and asked, you are so weak. Are you a sub-dragon or a bird that looks like a dragon? The giant dragon saw that its own flame not only failed to hurt Li Feng, but was extinguished by the other party's backhand. It was frightened and asked in a daze, who are you? Why do you want to kill the dragon clan? Me. Can't you see that I'm a mage? Li Feng pointed at himself, shrugged and said, as for killing you, didn't I say that I just want to buy some blood from you? Don't worry, I won't buy too much each time, just. Li Feng tilted his head to think about it, gestured, about 400 cc. I understand 400, but what the hell is cc? The giant dragon said weakly, Mr. Mage, I think you misunderstood something. Dragon blood is not as extraordinary as you think. It is not much different from ordinary blood and may not be as precious as your blood. Chapter 295 Dragon Heart. As soon as the dragon finished speaking, Li Feng looked at the dragon with a "are you kidding me" expression on his face, shook his head and said, "Impossible. In the legends I heard, dragon blood has special effects, especially yours that can talk. It has all kinds of magical effects, such as making me fearless of swords. I myself can be cut by swords. How can you be fearless of swords?" The dragon made a bitter face, pointed at the scar on his face with his front paws, and said, "See, this is the wound caused by a human with an ordinary knight's sword." Li Feng was stunned. He could feel that the dragon did not deceive himself. So, ordinary people cut the dragon? Don't you think you are embarrassing the dragon family? Or are you just a fake? Scratching his head, Li Feng asked curiously, "Are all dragons as weak as you, or are you the only loser?" "You are the loser," the dragon roared at Li Feng feebly, turned his head, and looked at the knight who was still chasing him. "This is really going to kill the dragon. The knight below wants to kill me, and a stronger mage has appeared here to threaten me. I can't live like this." Li Feng followed the dragon's gaze, and looked at the knight. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about I help you deal with the knight below? Afterwards, you want me to draw some blood for a search." The dragon was stunned and fluttered its wings in silence. Facing the knight chasing it, the dragon was not sure that it could kill the other party, and it was very clear that the knight really wanted to kill it. And Li Feng's attitude made the dragon a little confused. If the other party wanted to kill him, he obviously had the strength, but didn't do it. If the other party didn't want to kill him, he just pretended to be willing to die if he didn't sell blood. The dragon, feeling that he was doomed, sighed helplessly and said, "I hope you keep your word." After that, the dragon was not going to flee anymore, and looked around for a place to land. After a while, the dragon landed on a weedy hill with Li Feng, and the knight arrived as promised. The knight saw a human standing next to the dragon, drew out the cross sword behind him and acted alert, and asked coldly, "Who are you, and why are you with the dragon?" It was a British accent again, and he was dressed in medieval clothes, so this was ancient Britain. When Li Feng was analyzing the world he was in, the dragon next to him roared, "You are the evil dragon. Your whole family are evil people. I do everything. Why do you say I'm an evil dragon?" Li Feng, who felt the thunder rolling in his ears, scratched his buzzing ears, looked at the furious dragon girl speechlessly, and complained, "Sister, can you keep your voice down?" "Huh." The dragon glanced at Li Feng, snorted coldly, and lay on the ground to recover his strength. It figured it out. Its life and death were no longer in its own hands. It's just death. So what? There are not many dragons in this world anyway, and it's better to die than to live alone. Li Feng looked blankly at the dragon, whose eyes were filled with death in the blink of an eye. He scratched his head in confusion, turned to look at the knight, and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do with this dragon girl?" "Dragons are all evil and deserve to be killed," Bowen muttered in a low voice, his eyes fixed on Li Feng, with a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, slowly approaching Li Feng. Obviously, the knight didn't want to waste time talking to Li Feng. He just wanted to kill the dragon. Is this guy sick? Seeing that the knight looked like he was determined to kill him, Li Feng didn't hesitate and snapped his fingers lightly, turning the knight into a sheep. He turned to the dragon and said with a smile, "Big lizard, it's time to eat. Do you like sheep? If not, I can turn him into a buffalo." The dragon stared blankly at the panicked sheep in front of him who couldn't even walk. He rubbed his eyes and said stupidly, "Am I fainted from hunger? Or did you really turn the knight into a sheep?" "What do you think?" Li Feng asked with narrowed eyes. "Don't you want to eat this night sheep?" The dragon shook his head in disgust. "I never eat people. At most, I will bite humans to death." "Very good. This is a kind dragon. I can take it back to the Marvel world as a pet." With a slight smile in his heart, Li Feng walked to the sheep, half squatted and looked at the sheep, and said, "I have some questions to ask you later. After asking, I will let you go, but you can't pester me anymore." At this point, Li Feng remembered that he didn't even know the dragon's name. As a future partner, isn't it too rude not to know its name? Li Feng turned his head to look at the dragon and asked, "What's your name?" The dragon touched the scar on his face, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "My name is Scar. Can your name be more fake?" I'll ask which parents in the world would name their baby daughter Scar? Well, I can tell from your expression that you have a sad story, and I won't ask. Scar is Scar. Anyway, the name is just a code name. Feng turned back and continued to look at the sheep, saying, as long as you don't bother Scar anymore and answer my questions, I will let you leave. If you agree, just nod your head. If you don't agree, here's Feng's question, a multiple choice question. Obviously not. Even if Feng doesn't kill the knight in the end, what does it matter? The knight felt so miserable when he thought about spending the rest of his life as a sheep. If Feng abandoned him in this wilderness, it would be okay. If he encountered wolves and other beasts, death would be a relief. If he met a herdsman, he would catch him and train him as a breeding sheep. Facing the lovely sheep girl, would he go or not? Thinking of this, the trembling knight nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, fearing that Feng would ignore him. Seeing that the knight agreed to his conditions, Feng immediately snapped his fingers and turned the sheep back into a knight. He pointed to the grass beside him, motioned the knight to sit down, and asked, "Who are you, and where are you?" The knight touched his whole body, and after making sure that there were no horns on his head and no sheep tail behind him, he sat on the ground tremblingly, with a look of satisfaction and fear in his eyes. "My name is Bowen, a wandering knight who hunts dragons everywhere. We are in the kingdom of King Enon. In which era of Britain was there a king named Enon?" Feng scratched his head. "Didn't I say he is great?" Bowen looked at Feng carefully, and after a moment of silence, he said, "He is a tyrant." The knight gritted his teeth and glared at Scar, saying, "Enon is kind by nature, and it was the evil dragon that made him a tyrant, so I swear to kill all the evil dragons in the world." Scar was not convinced and roared at Bowen and cursed, "Since you swear to kill all the evil dragons in the world, then kill the evil dragons. What's the matter with chasing me, you mentally retarded knight?" Bowen glanced at Feng. "If the wizard was not here, who would talk nonsense with you? I would just kill you and be done with it." On the side, Feng touched his chin and analyzed in his heart, "When I descend, there will be protagonists or supporting characters nearby, so one of this dragon or knight must be a plot character, but I have no impression of these two, so I can't analyze what world this is. The dragon is related to the king. Maybe knowing what the king did can analyze what world this is. Let's talk about King Enon." Fearing Feng's threat, Bowen rubbed his cheek with a bitter smile. After a moment of silence, his voice was low, and he could not tell whether he was happy or angry. He recalled and explained. More than 10 years ago, when Enon was still a prince, Bowen was Enon's swordsmanship teacher. At that time, he was determined to teach Enon to be a wise king who followed the ancient teachings. Judging from Enon, who was gentle and modest at the time, Bowen thought he taught well. Later, the territory was too cruel because of the old king's cruelty, which led to the people's livelihood. Seeing that they could not even have enough food, the peasants simply rose up and prepared to overthrow the old king's rule. The old king was not a vegetarian either. A group of little people ate the food grown in his land and drank the water flowing in his territory. Now they dared to riot. He was so angry that he personally led more than 100 soldiers to suppress the rebellion. At the same time, the old king felt that Enon had grown up and reached the age to see blood and see big scenes, so he dragged Enon to the battlefield. It was also during this riot that the old king was killed, and the prince, who had no battlefield experience, was accidentally pierced in the heart in a panic. Fortunately, Enon was still able to breathe and did not die on the spot. After Bowen found out, he rushed Enon back to the castle for rescue. Needless to say, based on the treatment level of the middle world, Enon was dead and there was no hope. Fortunately, there are dragons in this world, and Enon's mother happened to know a giant dragon. So Enon's mother took Enon and Bowen to the dragon's nest, and the dragon agreed to save Enon after begging hard. The dragon's treatment method was very rough, and it did not consider whether the blood type between humans and dragons was compatible, or whether its own big heart could fit into Enon's small chest. It directly tore off half of its heart and gave it to Enon. After Enon accepted the dragon's heart, although his body was still a little weak, he was able to save his life, which was a blessing in disguise. Originally, Enon would be able to recover to be a humble and people-loving prince after a few days of recuperation. Now that the old king is dead, he should become a gentle king. Bowen was also grateful to the dragon for this. After all, he raised Anan as his own son and placed all his hopes on Anan. As a result, Anan did recover after a few days, but from the moment he put on the crown, he became more brutal than the old king, and he did whatever he wanted to do to the people in the territory. Things like the right of first night were nothing. He also wanted the people to build a more magnificent palace for him, or let the people bring their own food and tools to help him build it for free without wages. He even slaughtered the people wantonly. In Anan's words, the king is everything, he is the highest law. Bowen was disappointed when he saw Anan's temperament change drastically. Later, Bowen thought about it and felt that it was related to the evil dragon who gave Anan half of his heart. Feeling that he was deceived, he was so angry that he drew his sword and went to find the evil dragon to argue. As a result, when Bowen ran to the dragon's nest, he found out that the dragon had already packed up and left. Afterwards, Bowen, who was unable to change Anan's character and temper, vowed to kill all the evil dragons in the world in his lifetime. Not only did he say this, he also did it, and even killed for more than 10 years. After listening to Bowen's story, Feng suddenly understood the world he lived in. Dragon's heart. If this world is not dangerous, just look at Bowen, who has been killing dragons for many years, and is still alive and kicking. Even dragons are so weak, isn't Feng invincible? But if you want to talk about danger, this world has the legend of King Arthur and Merlin. The appearance of the dragon made Feng judge that there is really Merlin in this world. Should I learn magic from Merlin? Will Merlin destroy me, the Dark Wizard? Chapter 296. I'm a Dragon Knight. After thinking hard, Feng decided to ask about Merlin's whereabouts first. After all, whether it was to send this piece of fresh meat to Merlin's mouth or to go around Merlin in the future, it would not be bad for Feng to know Merlin's whereabouts. However, regarding the legendary Merlin, Bowen said that he had no chance to meet him and did not know his whereabouts. The only thing he knew was that Merlin's name was mentioned in many legends. Scar also looked confused. Although she was a giant dragon with a long lifespan, she also had no chance to meet Merlin. Seeing this, Feng pondered for a long time and asked, Scar, do your people know the whereabouts of Merlin? Scar glared at Bowen fiercely, turned his head, and looked into the distance, and said sadly, my people were almost killed by this mentally retarded knight, and the rest are hiding in corners. I don't even know where they are hiding, so how can I know if they know the whereabouts of Merlin? So Feng took out the green gourd from his shoulder bag, and drank a sip of beer, wiped the corners of his mouth and said, now no one knows the whereabouts of Merlin, and no one knows the whereabouts of the remaining dragons? Scar nodded silently. On the side, Bowen's mouth curled up slightly in disdain. Although he has been a dragon slayer for more than 10 years, countless dragons have died in his hands, and the news of dragons he has received recently is indeed getting less and less. But who would believe that he killed all the evil dragons? At least, I only know the whereabouts of one evil dragon. But Bowen didn't want to share the whereabouts of the evil dragon with Feng. After all, in his eyes, Feng and Scar, who turned him into a sheep at any time, were the same kind of people. They are all evil creatures. Bowen saw that Feng had no questions to ask him, so he asked carefully, dear wizard, can I leave now? Everyone knew that this was the world of Dragonheart. Of course, Feng knew that Bowen was going to find the dragon that gave half of its heart to Anan. It just so happened that I also wanted to ask this dragon with only half of its heart left if it knew where Merlin was. Feng rolled his eyes and waved his hand casually to indicate that Bowen could decide when to leave. Seeing this, how could Bowen stay there? He immediately packed up his cross sword and shield, turned around and ran down the hillside, shouting, coward, Bowen's horse, come back to me. Scar watched Bowen leave silently. When Bowen rode away on his horse, he asked in a low voice, what are you going to do with me, Austin? Feng pointed at himself and said, just call me Austin. He pointed at the scar on Scar's face and said, do you need me to treat your scar? Don't worry, it's just a matter of a few spells. Scar touched the scar on her face. She could tell that Feng didn't intend to kill her. Otherwise, why would he treat the scar? Wouldn't it seem like he had too much magic power to use? Maybe the other party's purpose was just to collect some blood. As for the scar on his face, Scar shook his head sadly and said, "Forget it, this Scar will always remind me." Scar didn't say what to warn him about and what warning it had, and Li Feng didn't want to ask. If there is a chance, Li Feng is ready to take Scar back to the Marvel world as a pet. Scar will no longer have anything to do with the world of Dragon's Heart. Do you know that Scar's past is actually useless? Since it is useless, why do you have to open up your partner's scar and rub salt on it? When will you draw blood? Scar asked. Li Feng patted Scar's head and smiled. No hurry, testing fresh blood can get a more accurate answer. Wait until I prepare the tools before collecting. Now, let's follow Bo Wen and look for your people. Scar narrowed his eyes slightly. Why are you looking for my people? Of course, to inquire about Merlin's whereabouts, Li Feng answered, while walking around Scar. Li Feng's answer was within Scar's expectations, but she was a little puzzled. Why did Li Feng walk around her? This made her feel like she was a beef cattle on the chopping board and the other party was the buyer. Li Feng was certainly not thinking about breaking up Scar, but Li Feng suddenly jumped onto Scar's back, put his hands on his hips, and laughed wildly at the sky. I'm a dragon rider, and I ride a female dragon. Scar looked at Li Feng with a twitching mouth. She didn't mind Li Feng climbing on her back. After all, the other party was a strong man, and it was not shameful to ride on her. But can you please stop laughing so sinisterly? I have goose bumps all over my body, and I feel like you are insulting me, no matter how I listen to you. Shaking his head, Scar threw away some unhealthy thoughts from his head, kicked his limbs hard, and flapped his wings, taking Li Feng to a high altitude. Austin, won't it be too conspicuous for us to follow Bo Wen so blatantly? Li Feng sat cross-legged on Scar's back, drinking beer and laughing. You are afraid that Bo Wen will find a chance to kill you. Don't worry, he can't see us. Can't see. Scar suddenly remembered the scene when Li Feng suddenly appeared beside him and asked, are we invisible? Li Feng shrugged and said, what else? Am I so stupid that I would blatantly follow Bo Wen when I know he is afraid of me? I'm afraid that once this guy knows we are behind him, the only thing he will think of is to hide in the crowd. Well, it's actually quite convenient to have a wizard by his side. Scar asked curiously, what are you looking for Merlin for? Discuss magic? Li Feng scratched his head, tilted his head and said, I haven't thought about it yet. Speaking of magic, what other spells do you know besides breathing fire? My strength is too weak. I can only change my skin color like a chameleon to disguise myself. Scar thought for a moment and added, some powerful dragons can perform transformation and turn into horses or dogs to hide themselves. Some can strengthen their dragon breath and spit out flames containing magic. If you meet a surviving dragon, either the other party is terribly strong and turns you into one of their dishes, or the other party is good at hiding and can survive until now. Are you one of the dragons that can survive because of their ability to change color? Li Feng covered his face and said, you are really lucky. If the tone is good, I won't meet you guys who are killing. Scar thought melancholy. On the other side, Bo Wen, who felt that he had escaped death, touched his hungry stomach and then touched his empty purse. Kill a dragon and get a bag of gold. This is the price he set himself. Now that the dragon has not been killed, the gold will naturally be far away from him. There is no way. In order to fill his stomach, Bo Wen is ready to kill the next dragon. When heading to the dragon's hiding place, Bo Wen met Gobber, who had nothing to do after eating and traveled everywhere. Seeing that Gobber looked like a good guy, the hungry Bo Wen immediately asked for some dry food. He also learned that the chattering Gobber had titles such as Scholar, Historian, and Bard. Gobber also knew that Bo Wen was a dragon slayer, which made him very excited. He was trying to create a great poem, but had no idea, isn't the dragon slayer in front of him the best source of creation? In this way, Gobber followed Bo Wen stubbornly, ready to witness the killing of the dragon with his own eyes. 2 days later, Bo Wen came to a waterfall, based on the intelligence. While Bo Wen was carefully observing the nearby terrain, looking for the dragon and the best place to kill the dragon, Gobber climbed up a boulder with a manuscript paper in one hand and a quill pen in the other, and poked the boulder several times with the quill pen, so that the tip of the pen would not be too sharp to pierce the manuscript paper, and the ink in the quill tube would flow to the tip of the pen. At this moment, the rock under Gobber suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Gobber above it, then closed its eyes again and pretended nothing had happened. Obviously, Gobber was sitting on the dragon's head. Gobber, who knew nothing about this, was writing something on the manuscript paper, chattering, "It is certainly heroic to risk slaying a dragon, but if the dragon falls into the woods and no one hears or sees the heroic figure of the dragon slayer, then what is the point of slaying the dragon?" As an experienced dragon slayer, Bowen discovered the dragon when it opened its eyes and looked at Gobber. While holding the spear in his hand, he stared at the rock under Gobber and signaled Gobber to mute the sound. At this moment, Gobber only felt that he was full of inspiration, so he would not listen to what Bowen said, and he was writing on the manuscript paper. Although Bowen had killed countless dragons, he was still a knight with a bottom line. At least he did not kill people easily. Bowen had no choice but to stretch out his hand and make a hollow sound at the corner of his mouth, and then signaled Gobber to leave the rock quickly. Gobber was a little confused, not knowing what Bowen was going to do. He continued to sit on the dragon's head, writing and saying, "The power of the pen is stronger than." After writing a few strokes, Gobber found that the tip of the pen was out of ink and subconsciously poked the boulder under him with the tip of the pen. The power of the pen tip really couldn't hurt the dragon. After all, dragons are thick-skinned creatures. But not being able to hurt doesn't mean it doesn't itch. Just like a silkworm crawling on your arm, the itch that penetrates your heart is enough to give you goosebumps. The dragon under Gobber was the same. If it hurt, he would just endure it. But how could he endure the itch? He couldn't bear the itch and couldn't help but shiver and threw Gobber off his head. After seeing that he was exposed, the dragon quickly hid in the cave behind the waterfall, threw out a rotten skeleton, and angrily threatened, "The last dragon slayer wanted to fight me, and this is his only remaining skeleton. If I were you, I would run away as soon as possible. I'm a dragon slayer who has been killing for more than 10 years, and is still alive. How could I be scared away by a few harsh words from you?" Bowen ignored the dragon's threat, threw the spear in his hand at the dragon, then drew his cross sword and shield, and walked into the cave. The dragon saw that his warning was useless, and angrily spit out a mouthful of fire at Bowen. Unfortunately, the environment where the dragon was in was too humid, which made his flames much less powerful. Seeing that Bowen was not hurt at all, the dragon felt so embarrassed that his face almost fell to the ground. What did I think at the beginning? Why did I choose a battlefield that would weaken my ability? And the cave is so small that it is difficult to even turn around. While complaining in his heart, the dragon decided to change to a battlefield that would be more beneficial to his strength, and flapped his wings to escape from the cave. Bowen immediately ran out of the cave and rode on his horse to chase him. After a while, Bowen caught up with the dragon, threw out the trip rope connected to the saddle, and tightly wrapped the dragon's hind legs, making it unable to escape. In the air, Feng, who was watching the whole process of Bowen capturing the giant dragon, covered his face and asked, "Scar, your giant dragon's flying speed is not as fast as a horse's running. It's a miracle that weaklings like you have not been killed by humans so far." Feng patted Scar under him and sighed, "You should be glad that there are no people from Guangdong or Fujian where you live." Chapter 297 Shame. How much per pound? Although the dragon's hind legs were entangled by the thick rope in Bowen's hand, the dragon's muscles were not for show. He had brute force. The dragon forcibly pulled the saddle off the horse and dragged Bowen, who was still riding on the saddle, forward, letting Bowen enjoy the pleasure of land surfing. In order to give Bowen a better surfing experience, the dragon spared no effort to drag Bowen into the woods. When Bowen hit the tree with his face several times, causing his nose and face to be bruised and his body to be bruised and purple, Bowen finally found an opportunity to get the saddle stuck on a Y-shaped tree trunk. The dragon, unable to uproot the tree, fell to the ground. Bowen, with stars in his head and everything in front of him, doubled, staggered and drew out the cross sword and walked towards the dragon with 3 steps and 3 shakes. At this time, the dragon, whose hind legs were still entangled by the thick rope, saw that he could not escape in time, so he simply made up his mind not to run away and used the tip of his tail, that was shining with metallic luster and looked like an engineer shovel, to fight Bowen. Not to mention, the dragon's tail was quite strong and flexible, and it made Bowen, who had experience in dragon slaying, dodge left and right. Unfortunately, the tail made him succeed or fail. The dragon accidentally used too much force and stuck the engineer shovel into a tree trunk. Now he had no strength to lift the tree trunk or pull his tail out of the tree trunk. Bowen, who had been beaten and could only flee in embarrassment, panted and sarcastically said, "This is the result of being too confident." The dragon struggled to break free from the tree trunk on the tip of its tail while delaying Bowen's attack time and said, "Even if you kill me, you will be unemployed from now on." Unemployed? How could it be possible? Besides, I'm so handsome, and I can always have enough food. Bowen said disdainfully, "I will not stop this great cause of slaying dragons until I kill the last dragon in the world. I'm one of the only 2 dragons left." The dragon roared at Bowen angrily, took a deep breath, and spit out high explosive dragon breath at the other party. Bowen knew what the dragon was going to do when he saw it take a deep breath. He dodged the dragon's breath with a sideways jump and a few donkey rolls. When the dragon's breath ended, Bowen, who was covered in dust but unharmed, sneered, "You just want to trick me into sparing your life, you coward. I just don't want to die worthlessly." The dragon said indignantly, "Haven't you noticed that there are fewer and fewer prey recently?" "Fewer? I just encountered one the day before yesterday." As he spoke, Bowen recalled the unbearable past when he turned into a sheep. He shuddered all over and said with a gloomy face, "She is doing better than you. She has become a running dog of the wizard. As long as she shakes her tail, she will get a bone to eat." "Wizard?" The dragon was stunned for a while, squinting his eyes and asked, "Are you sure she is controlled by the wizard?" Wizard, in this era, is not a good word, because wizards can change the fate of others through sacrifices or certain rituals. The most common way for wizards to cast spells is to use spells to control love, luck, health and wealth, or use spells to hurt others with subjective hatred. Although there are wizards who use spells to fight against evil forces and protect themselves and others, they are rare, so rare that they are more precious than national treasures. If Scar is really controlled by an evil wizard, the dragon feels that he needs to go and rescue him, even if it costs his own life. After all, there are really not many dragons left, and even if the fate of the dragon clan comes to an end, the final reputation cannot be ruined by the wizard. Thinking of this, the dragon was filled with rage, but his tone gradually became cold. "Where are the wizard and Scar?" In the air, Feng, who had been invisible and drinking and watching the show, saw that the dragon wanted to see him, patted Scar's back to signal him to land, and said, "Let's go, you wizard's lackey." Scar rolled his eyes at Feng. She had been with Feng for 2 days, and knew that, although Feng's spells were much more evil than those of the wizard, Scar thought Feng was okay as a person. At least Feng did nothing except restrict her freedom. He just rode on her back and drank all day. Scar licked his big mouth, but you have to say, the taste of the wine is good, but the mouth of the good is too small. It takes a long time for me to drink a mouthful. As Scar exited the invisibility and landed on the ground with Feng, the dragon and the pale-faced Bowen looked at Feng with vigilance. "Is he the wizard?" the dragon whispered to Bowen beside him. Without waiting for Bowen to speak, Feng took a sip of wine. Seeing that there was not much beer left in the gourd, he simply threw the gourd to Scar, who was looking at him eagerly, and said to the dragon, "I'm not a wizard. My name is Austin, and I'm a wizard." Feng did not care whether the dragon and Bowen could tell the difference between wizards and mages. After all, he came to the dragon to ask about Merlin's whereabouts, not to explain how to distinguish the spellcaster area. "Big Lizard, do you know the whereabouts of Merlin?" Feng asked with what he thought was the kindest smile. Behind Feng, Scar waved his claws to greet the dragon and poured the last sip of beer into his mouth. Then he burped with satisfaction, lowered his head, and returned the gourd to Feng and said, "Brother, if you dare to call our dragon clan a big lizard, believe it or not, I will join forces with them to beat you." Feng took the gourd and put it in his shoulder bag, shrugged and said, "I'm not bragging, the 3 of you tied together are not enough for me to entertain myself." Scar opened his mouth, looked at the dragon and Bowen, and then looked at Feng. After finding that there was really no chance of winning, he simply lay on the ground to rest and whispered, "What are you so arrogant about? When I grow up, I will catch you and ride you every day as a mount. Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he looked at Scar's body shape speechlessly. Girl, do you know what riding a mount means? On the other side, the dragon was a little confused. He couldn't see the specific relationship between Scar and Li Feng. It said that Scar was controlled by Li Feng. Just based on Scar's drinking and speaking tone, it doesn't sound like that. But if Scar was not controlled by Li Feng, why didn't Scar leave Li Feng? And why did he just say hello when he saw him? The dragon quietly broke free from the thick rope on its hind legs, stared at Li Feng with full concentration, and said, Scar, are you okay? Scar waved his claws weakly and said, what can happen to me? It's okay. He pointed at Li Feng and said, this man wants to ask about Merlin. Do you know where Merlin is? Scar shook his head blankly and said, Merlin retired a long time ago. I don't know his whereabouts. Maybe Merlin is dead. Li Feng touched his chin and asked while walking towards the dragon, to be honest, I don't quite believe you, so I'm going to take a look myself. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Feng petrified the dragon neatly, turned it into grey mist, and floated to the top of the dragon's head to check the dragon's memory. Seeing that the dragon was motionless, Scar thought that Li Feng had killed the dragon, and roared loudly in anger, and suddenly rushed towards Li Feng. Bo Wen, who wanted to leave quietly, saw that Scar was determined to attack Li Feng regardless of his life and death. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought this was the best opportunity to kill the evil wizard. He immediately stepped on the dragon, raised the cross sword, and jumped high to stab Li Feng. Li Feng glanced at Scar and Bo Wen, and continued to look through the dragon's memory, letting the two of them crash into the shield. Scar and Bo Wen saw that the shield in front of Li Feng just shook slightly to offset their attacks, looked at each other, and took a few steps back in tacit understanding, and continued to crash into the shield. It was not until Li Feng had looked through the dragon's memories and was sure that the other party really didn't know where Merlin was that he hung his head and said, I say, aren't you tired of bumping into each other like this? Li Feng kicked the dragon and said, this guy's not dead yet. Impossible, Scar said with his scalded eyes flashing and his face distorted. You liar, I trusted you wrongly. Before Scar finished speaking, Li Feng had already released the dragon's petrification technique, squatted on the top of the dragon, and looked at the dragon, and said, brother, why do I hear Scar's tone that she can't wait for me to kill you? Tell me, are you bullying others and not taking responsibility? The dragon silently glanced at Li Feng, who had a gossipy look on his face, and said aggrievedly, as a strong man, you should protect the weak, but you use it to bully the weak. Aren't you ashamed? Shame? How much is that thing per pound? Li Feng turned over and jumped to the ground, rubbing his fists and walking towards Bo Wen with a smile. It felt great to stab you just now. Now it's my turn to bully you. Tell me, what do you plan to become for the rest of your life? A slug? Or a boar? How about a frog? And wait for a blind princess to kiss you. Bo Wen's face was covered with cold sweat. Although his hands were trembling as he held the cross sword, Li Feng found that his legs were firmly bent, as if he was ready to stab him at maximum speed at any time. Oh, you want to fight? Li Feng thought about it, grinned, took out a sickle from his shoulder bag, waved it a few times, and said, originally, since you want to kill me, I can kill you without any psychological burden, but considering your good martial arts, as long as you can beat me, I will let you go. Bo Wen saw Li Feng approaching him, while calculating the distance between them in his heart, he said with a fake smile, you are so strong, how can I be? Before Bo Wen finished speaking, he jumped up with his legs, and rushed to Li Feng like a sharp arrow, and the sword in his hand, flashed with a cold light, and stabbed Li Feng's heart. Li Feng dodged the stab by turning sideways, and at the same time, swung the sickle to Bo Wen's waist. Bo Wen immediately rolled over to avoid the sickle. Seeing that Li Feng and Bo Wen were fighting happily, the dragon carefully moved to Scar's side, while guarding against Bo Wen being killed by Li Feng, and asked, who is he? At present, we are friends, Scar explained casually, looked at the dragon curiously, then looked at Bo Wen, and wondered, are you nervous about the Dragon Slayer? Is my performance obvious? The dragon was silent for a while, sighed heavily, and said, I know him. When I gave half of my dragon heart to Bo Wen vowed to serve me. He is a knight who abides by the ancient law. Scar Scar curled his lips in disdain, but he killed a lot of dragons, and he believed that it was your heart that polluted Enon. Do you regret giving half of your heart to humans? The dragon was silent bitterly. Regret it? Maybe. It's not that he didn't realize that Enon was cruel by nature, but he was naive and thought that Enon could turn over a new leaf under the inspiration of his dragon heart. As a result, he gave half of his heart to save Enon, but he was full of sins and his entire soul was polluted by Enon. The giant dragon silently looked up at the sky. There was a paradise belonging to the dragon. Can I still enter heaven? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Footers Everywhere. As for who will win between Li Feng and Bo Wen, it depends on the fighting style they adopt. In terms of strength, agility and physical strength, although Li Feng is not as good as Steve who can fight with you for a day, he can at least fight with the Winter Soldier. Not to mention facing an ordinary person like Bo Wen who can only be considered strong. Therefore, once Li Feng drags the battle into a protracted war, he can tire Bo Wen to death. But Li Feng only practiced swordsmanship for self-protection when he was weak, and then as his strength grew, he did not practice his skills at all. Therefore, if Bo Wen used his own skills to attack fiercely, Li Feng would have to rely on his extraordinary nerve reaction to dodge, and he would be left blind. Unfortunately, Bo Wen did not know Li Feng's poor skills. He only knew that the sickle in Li Feng's hand was swung with a whoosh sound, and he knew it was full of power. It was really hurt if he was touched, and he would die if he was touched. Moreover, due to the fear of turning into a sheep, Bo Wen could not concentrate on fighting at all, and his bright future was dragged into a protracted war by Li Feng. Of course, as Bo Wen's physical strength continued to be consumed, and his mind gradually calmed down, after getting rid of fear, he gradually understood Li Feng's intention. The other party was using him to hone his skills. Am I a grindstone? However, when Bo Wen figured it out, it was too late. You know, he consumed a lot of physical strength fighting the dragon, and he didn't have enough physical strength when he was forced to fight Li Feng. Now that he has been dragged by Li Feng for so long, he wants to complete a counterattack and fight now. Dreaming, he could only watch his own attack speed getting slower and slower, and finally watch the sickle slash towards his neck. Just when Li Feng was about to end the battle and cut off Bo Wen's head in the next second, the dragon on the side spewed out a breath of dragon to interrupt Li Feng's rhythm. Seeing this, Bo Wen immediately stepped back a few steps to escape the deadly sickle, touching his neck in fear and panting to guard against Li Feng's sudden attack. Seeing that the chance to kill was missed, Li Feng put away his sickle with a cold face, slowly turned around and looked at the dragon and asked in an inaudible voice, "Little guy, do you want to fight me too?" Licking the corner of his mouth, Li Feng's whole body was ablaze with spiritual fire, carrying the sickle and laughing. "Just right, I haven't tasted dragon meat yet. Don't worry, when I kill you, I will make you into a mummified dragon and become my mount." The dragon sensed how terrible the flames on Li Feng's body were, subconsciously stepped back a few steps, gritted his teeth, lowered his head and said, "Respected strong man, I'm willing to give my flesh and blood in exchange for Mr. Bo Wen's life if I still have flesh and blood after I die." On the side, Scar opened his mouth and looked at the dragon blankly. "Are you crazy?" The dragon shook his head slightly, looked up at the sky, and smiled. "Maybe I'm crazy, but this is also my chance." Scar followed the dragon's gaze to the sky. She understood what the dragon wanted to do. A long time ago, before humans appeared, the dragon clan had already lived on the land under their feet. After the human race appeared, a wise man in the dragon clan pitied the hardships of the human race's survival. He summoned all the dragons and made them swear an oath, asking them to look after the human race for generations. After the death of the wise man of the dragon clan, he turned into stars in the sky and formed a paradise for the dragon clan, so that the dragon clan could rest in peace after death. However, not all dragons can enter heaven after death. This requires the dragon clan to fight for it themselves. Once a dragon fails to enter heaven, its spirit will disappear, as if it has never existed in the world. Now, the dragon that uses flesh and blood to exchange for Bowen's life is protecting Bowen and relying on dedication to gain the qualification to enter the dragon paradise. But isn't this bet a bit too big? What if it fails? Even if it succeeds, the dragon will take away a body of flesh and blood when it ascends to heaven. At that time, it would be strange if Feng, who knows that he has been deceived, does not get angry, and Bowen will still be hunted down. When Scar was still trying to persuade the dragon not to do stupid things, the dragon looked in the direction of Anan and said faintly, "My sins are too deep, death may be a relief for me. But Anan's cruelty has nothing to do with you. You are also a victim." However, since the dragon had said so much, Scar did not say anything more. After all, this was the other party's choice. She didn't even know whether she could enter heaven, so how could she have the qualifications to persuade the other party? From then on, I was the only living member of the dragon clan. Scar lowered his head silently and crawled in front of the dragon to show respect. Feng scratched his head, glanced at Bowen who was staring at the dragon in a daze, waved his hand to signal Bowen to get out quickly, and walked towards Scar and said, "I hate you who are not afraid of death the most." After a pause, Feng sighed and said, "But I also admire you who are not afraid of death the most. Get out of here, before I regret it." As he spoke, Feng climbed onto Scar's back, and signaled Scar to find a beautiful place nearby. The giant dragon, who was ready to die, saw Feng let him go, and looked at Feng with surprise. After all, who wants to die when they can live? Hearing that Feng wanted to find a place with good scenery to camp, the giant dragon pointed to the direction of his previous dragon nest and said, "There is a waterfall there. No one comes here to disturb us on weekdays, and there are many wild animals nearby. There is water and food, which seems to be really good." Feng curled his lips and signaled Scar to take off. When the giant dragon saw Feng really leave, he breathed a sigh of relief and heard Bowen's complicated voice behind him. "Why did you save me?" The giant dragon turned his head to look at Bowen, grinning and said, "Why don't you take the opportunity to leave? Aren't you afraid that the strong man will regret it?" "Why save me?" Bowen asked stubbornly. If he didn't find out the reason why the giant dragon risked his life to save him, Bowen felt that he would never sleep well in his life. A warrior who is famous for slaying dragons was saved by a giant dragon. What kind of thing is this? The giant dragon obviously didn't want to explain anything. He shook his head and said, "I'm tired of hiding in the cave and waiting for one dragon slayer after another for fame or money. I don't want to grope for the future alone in the dark. I have an idea that can make us win-win." Bowen stared at the giant dragon without saying a word. His mind was almost like a paste now. He couldn't understand the crazy idea of the giant dragon in front of him at all. But the giant dragon didn't explain anything, so he couldn't do anything. After holding it in for a long time, Bowen put his right hand on his chest, bowed deeply to the giant dragon, stood up and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The giant dragon smiled slightly and said, "Let's cooperate. I pretend to attack the village, and you pretend to be a dragon slayer who happened to pass by. In this way, you can avoid losing your job, because you have no dragons to kill, and I can also see the changes in the world and increase my experience." Bowen thought about it. Whether the giant dragon clan was about to die out, or the other party risked his life to protect him, he decided to cooperate with the other party. "Okay," Bowen said loudly. While Bowen was taking the dragon to cheat everywhere, Feng, who lived near the waterfall, finally figured out that, although dragon blood had magical powers, it was useless to him. Dragon blood can only slightly improve the physical fitness of mortals. Note that it can improve the physical fitness of mortals. As for Feng, he has magic power in his body, and has used magic power to polish his body. His absorption of energy is no longer at the mortal stage. Therefore, the effect of dragon blood can improve him insignificantly. Even the quality he improves, by using magic power, to polish his body for a day is more than that of dragon blood. Of course, Feng also understands that the source of all this is actually that Scar is too weak. If the blood of the wise man who turned into heaven is used, it may have a different effect. How about I cultivate Scar? Wait until Scar is fat, and then bleed him? Feng touched his chin, and when he circled around Scar, he would touch this and knock that. When Scar got goosebumps all over his body and kept swallowing his saliva, Li Feng said with contempt, "You weak scum." As for the plan to train Scar, Li Feng thought about it and decided to forget it. With the resources and time to train Scar, it would be better to improve his own strength. Besides, who knows, next time he travels through time, he may encounter a stronger dragon. At that time, he can just catch the other party and bleed him. "I'm weak. I'm really sorry." Scar couldn't help but complain a few words in his heart and said with his tail happily, "Master, the lunch bell rings. What do you want to eat today? I'll help you get it." Hearing Scar's flattering tone, Li Feng felt that his previous behavior of tempting the other party with food was simply courting death. He is such a big eater. Eat your head. You eat 5 meals a day. What else can you do besides eating? Although he complained, Li Feng, who was also hungry, rummaged through his shoulder bag to take out a few herbs and said with a roll of his eyes, "My bag is full of magic herbs, not barbecue seasoning." Before Li Feng finished speaking, Scar stared at the magic herbs with his piercing eyes, drooling, and whispered, "Herbs can be eaten, meat can be eaten, they are all edible anyway, and the taste is even better when the two are put together. How can it not be a seasoning?" Li Feng's eyes twitched slightly. "Should I bring this gluttonous dragon back to the Marvel world? 5 meals a day, 1 sheep for each meal. Will this thing eat me out of money? This is my cooking." If it were creature's food, Scar would probably eat 5 sheep in 1 meal, and he wouldn't even want to spit out the bones. Holding his forehead, Li Feng waved his hand with a look of desolation, motioning Scar to go into the mountains to catch prey, while staring at the herbs in his hand, and said, "There are only a few seasonings left. There are only a few herbs left. After eating these, you won't be able to eat delicious food in the short term." Scar didn't care about the future. She just wanted to eat delicious food now. And short term, for a creature that uses years and months as the unit of sleep, the short term in Li Feng's mouth is not enough for her to take a nap. With Li Feng's permission to not be picky, Scar drooled, fantasized about what prey he would catch later, and flapped his wings hard to fly into the sky. The wild rabbit tastes good, but it is too small. It would be great if the wild rabbit could grow as big as a wild boar. 1 is enough. How about a roasted wild boar for today's menu? A big one that is filling. When I thought of the whole wild boar floating in the charcoal fire under Li Feng's spell, and constantly roasting, with fat dripping on the golden and crispy surface, and then Li Feng evenly smeared the medicinal materials on the wild boar, smelling the fragrant aroma, I couldn't stand it anymore. Scar wiped his saliva. "It's decided. I want to eat 2 roasted wild boars today." Chapter 299 Kindness. At the edge of the waterfall, several red-hot boulders were emitting scorching heat, causing the surrounding air to be distorted by the high temperature. Above the boulders, 2 wild boars that had been roasted to golden color were slowly turning over under Li Feng's control. On the side, Scar, who was already starving, smelled the tempting aroma, and his mouth kept drooling. Li Feng's eyelids kept twitching, and a poem kept popping up in his mind. The waterfall falls straight down 3,000 feet. Damn it, should I roast Scar? This guy looks plump and juicy. Li Feng, who felt that his face was humiliated by Scar, covered his face, waved his hand, and sprinkled the ground medicinal materials on the 2 wild boars, and complained, "Scar, you can't resist the temptation of this level of food. Isn't it embarrassing? You have to be greedy for top-notch food. Like the wine you drank before." Scar wiped his saliva and asked. Li Feng's face turned black, and he roared in his heart, "I only brought this little beer, and most of it went into your stomach. Have you ever thought about the feeling of the wine bug in my stomach?" Sighing, Li Feng said helplessly, "As a girl, you have to learn to express your emotions. It's okay to just eat all day, but what's the matter with thinking about drinking all day? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to find a partner in the future?" Scar covered his ears with his 2 forelimbs, with an attitude of "I don't want to listen to you," a turtle chanting, staring at the wild boar with his eyes, and retorted, "Expressing emotions is not as good as wild boars and wine. Speaking of partners, our dragon clan is almost extinct. Who can I find as a partner? Even if there is a partner, what can I do? What if a dragon baby is born? I, an old woman, have to watch the child die alone. Isn't this poor child too miserable?" So, I decided to fill my heart with food and wine for the rest of my life. What you said for the sake of the child makes sense. I can't even refute it. But what is the point of filling your heart with food and wine? Do you know how precious my wheat is? Are you planning to eat me out of money? While complaining in his heart, Li Feng suddenly looked up at the sky in the distance. A few seconds later, Li Feng pointed at the small black dot in the sky that was getting closer and closer and said, "We have guests coming." Scar looked in the direction Li Feng pointed, turned his head, and continued to stare at the wild boar drooling, frowned and said, "Why is he here? He is not here to steal the wild boar from me, is he? No, this is mine. No one is allowed to steal it." As soon as the voice fell, Scar grabbed a wild boar that had just been roasted and stuffed it into his mouth without caring whether it was hot or not. After chewing a few mouthfuls and swallowing it quickly like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit, Scar quickly stretched out his claws towards the remaining wild boar. The corner of Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he quickly cast a spell to snatch back a pig's hind leg. While fanning the hot piece of meat with his palm, he pointed at Scar's nose and cursed, "You foodie, you even dare to snatch my portion. It smells so good." When Li Feng was eating happily, the black spot in the sky kept approaching Li Feng and gradually revealed the outline of a giant dragon, as well as the figure of a lady with fiery red hair tied to a wooden stake on the dragon's forelimbs. The giant dragon landed in front of Li Feng with an embarrassed look on his face and said respectfully, "Mr. Mage, we meet again." Li Feng bit a piece of the pig leg without any image and asked incoherently, "Why are you here? Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" "Oh, you won't kill me for no reason, because I can feel your kindness." The giant dragon scratched his head, put the red-haired lady aside, and smiled slowly. "I came here because of the smell." As soon as the giant dragon finished speaking, Scar glared at the giant dragon, stuffed the rest of the wild boar into his mouth, and said incoherently, "Mine, all mine. No one is allowed to eat it." After spending a few days with Scar, Li Feng already knew what kind of character this guy had towards food, and he didn't care whether she was embarrassed in front of outsiders. Anyway, his face was not much better than Scar's, but someone actually praised me for my kindness. This was the first time. Li Feng slightly raised his lips, gave the giant dragon an expression of "you have good taste," pointed at the red-haired lady, and asked curiously, "Who is this woman?" With his head tilted, Li Feng looked at the red-haired lady and guessed, "I heard that you dragons can transform, so is this the wife you snatched for yourself? Congratulations on starting a family. By the way, I still don't know your name, and what you look like as a human." Before the dragon could say anything, the frightened red-haired lady looked at the dragon with horror, her mind full of dragon wife, and, "It's over. My life is over from now on. If a human gets pregnant with a dragon cub, is it a human or an egg? It can't be a meatball, right?" Scar, who was still savoring the pork after swallowing it, heard what Li Feng said, put his ferocious face in front of the red-haired lady and sniffed it until the red-haired lady's face turned pale. Scar turned his head to look at the dragon, curiously said, "Are you playing the game of the dragon snatching the princess and waiting for the warrior to take the princess back? But I'm not a princess, so I'm still the dragon's wife." The red-haired lady carried the wooden stake on her back and subconsciously jumped behind the human like Li Feng, crying and pitifully saying, "Please, save me. I don't want to marry a dragon." She had figured it out. Although there were two dragons in front of her, Li Feng was definitely the strongest one present. Moreover, the dragon called Li Feng Mr. Wizard. He was a wizard, so he couldn't be a bad guy. After all, she fell asleep listening to the legend of Merlin when she was a child. Wizards in the story were all good people. She also remembered that Li Feng had asked the dragon before, "Are you not afraid that I will kill you?" This showed that Li Feng had the ability to slay a dragon. As for Scar, the red-haired lady thought that he was probably Li Feng's pet. Isn't it normal for a wizard to raise a dragon? Li Feng turned his head to glance at the red-haired lady behind him. When he looked back at the dragon, he heard the other party say speechlessly, "My name is Jack now. I don't know how to transform, and I don't want to marry a human as a partner." Jack opened his aggrieved eyes and glanced at the red-haired lady who was hiding behind Li Feng with only half of her head exposed. "Little guy, don't look at me as a ferocious looking monster, but the one next to you is much more cruel than me." She is my sacrifice, Jack explained. Scar blinked and asked blankly, sacrifice? Why do you need a sacrifice? We don't eat humans. Jack shrugged and explained, I'm cooperating with Bowen now. I pretend to be an evil dragon to attack the village, and Bowen pretends to be a righteous knight to kill me. But something unexpected happened today. The villagers had no money to pay for the dragon slaying fee, so they used her as a sacrifice to please me. But it was useless for me to have a sacrifice, so I was going to find a place to put her, but I smelled the smell of food while flying. The red-haired lady looked at Jack blankly. There is so much information in the dragon's words. I need to sort it out. First of all, the so-called dragon slayer is actually a liar. I can understand this. After all, there are many liars among humans, but what does it mean for a dragon to cooperate with a liar? Scar poked his head and looked around, blinked, and wondered, since you are cooperating with Bowen, then where is Bowen? Bowen? Jack was stunned and shouted dumbfounded, oh no, I forgot Bowen in the village after I smelled the fragrance. So, do you also have the attribute of a foodie, or are all dragons foodies? Feng took a bite of the pork, which was just the right temperature and taste, pointed to the distance and said, I heard the sound of horses running. I guess Bowen is looking for you. Jack immediately looked in the direction Feng pointed. After a while, he saw Bowen, who was sweating profusely, riding a horse towards him. Jack said happily, oh, great. I was worried that he might get into an accident. At this time, Bowen also saw Feng and his group, but he was a little nervous. After all, the memory of turning into a sheep and coming into close contact with death was still vivid in his mind. After touching the neck, where he could feel the pulse, Bowen gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and approached Jack nervously, with a fake smile on his face. He saluted and said, hello, Mr. Mage. Feng saw that Bowen's muscles were tense and his face was full of sweat, whether it was from fear or tiredness. He nodded slightly in response to the other party's salute and said, don't be nervous, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't bother to kill you. Bowen smiled slowly, pulled Jack, and whispered to the dragon, what's the matter? Why did you run here? Do you know how worried you are when I can't wait for you in the village? Hearing that Bowen was worried about him, Jack's face lit up. Most dragons like to be alone, and because of their huge size and ferocious faces, the dragons are actually not doing well in this world, where appearance is everything, and few dragons have ever felt the care of others. This made Jack, who was experiencing the care of others for the first time, grin and said in surprise, are you worried about me? Bowen said unhappily, of course, my weapons are ready, and I'm waiting for you with most of the villagers. As a result, there is no trace of you in the sky. I don't know where you are, and when you will come back. Bowen's words have not been finished yet. Jack and Feng looked into the distance at the same time. Feng only sensed that someone was approaching, and Jack obviously knew who was coming. He hurriedly said he is coming, and prepared to run into the cave behind the waterfall to hide. Feng was stunned for a moment, grabbed Jack, and wondered, who is coming? Your enemy? Anong, the dragon replied nervously, I don't want to see him. The guy who has half of your heart? Let me see what this guy looks like, and he can actually get the dragon's heart. Feng snapped his fingers lightly, cast a spell to make everyone invisible, and said, don't worry, he can't see us. On the side, Bowen looked complicated when he heard that it was Anong who was coming, and stared blankly into the distance. Soon, Anon ran to the waterfall with his hawks, dogs, and guards, wondering, strange, I can clearly smell the fragrance nearby. Waving his hand, Anon ordered the guards behind him, search the area, I want to know what kind of food emits such an attractive fragrance. If you can't find the source of the fragrance, you will be punished. Yes, your majesty. The guards got off their horses and scattered. Bowen saw that Anon wanted to punish others as soon as he opened his mouth, and he was completely different from his humble childhood. He walked towards him and shouted angrily. Anon Feng looked at Bowen speechlessly. Big brother, where is your invisibility? After thinking about it, Feng simply lifted Bowen's invisibility, exposing him to Anon, and folded his arms, and waited for the show. Anon and the guard saw a human suddenly appear in front of them, and they were so scared that they quickly surrounded Anon and drew their weapons with horror and pointed them at Bowen. Is this guy a human or a ghost? Anon squinted his eyes and looked at Bowen, suppressing his inner astonishment, and said calmly, "Isn't this my swordsmanship teacher when I was a child? Why are you teaching students here? If I say teaching students, does that mean there are other people here?" Bowen looked at Anon with a cold face. "Put away your little thoughts. There is only me here." Chapter 300 Miss Bowen. Seeing that Bowen had seen through his little thoughts, Anon was not angry. He raised his head proudly and looked at Bowen with a superior attitude. After a long time, Anon laughed and said, "Time is unforgiving. You are so old now, and you are still wandering around. Do you regret breaking up with me? You are the one who wants to break up." Bowen said angrily, "Look at what you look like now. Where is the humility and compassion you had before?" Humility? Compassion? Anon felt like he was about to laugh to tears. Who is he? He was born as a noble prince, and then waited to inherit the throne and enjoy the treatment of the king. Why should he be humble when he has one at the starting line? It's a waste of youth if you don't act recklessly, my friend. Anon laughed wildly a few times, turned over and dismounted, drew the cross sword from his waist, and pointed it at Bowen, restrained his expression and asked, "You want me to pity a group of untouchables who have no king in their eyes? I'm the master of this country. I gave them land, and gave them the opportunity to recuperate. But how did they repay me? I just let them do some work, but this group of untouchables are not only ungrateful, but they are thinking about how to overthrow me all day long." Anon spread his hands, innocently and helplessly said, "There is no way. I can only listen to them, understand that death is not a punishment, but a relief. I'm teaching them what to do. Why don't you understand?" Bowen was furious at Anon's twisted logic. His face turned the color of liver, drew out the cross sword, and pointed it at Anon. He was ready to use the sword in his hand to teach Anon, whom he had educated as his own son, a good lesson. "It looks like my teacher wants to teach me again," Anon said with a contemptuous tone. "Let me see how much strength you still have, old man." There is nothing much to say about the fight between the two. Although Bowen's skills are still there, his strength and speed have long been declining with the days of sleeping in the open and eating half full. Moreover, Bowen has already stepped into the category of old people, and his physical condition has quietly declined. As for Anon, as a king, he naturally eats meat every day. In addition, he knows that strength is everything. He never leaves the cross sword in his hand, and practices diligently every day. The most important thing is that he is now in his prime, and Bowen is no match for him. Watching the two people fighting without passion, an idea suddenly popped up in Li Feng's mind. He touched his chin and asked, "Jack, have you ever thought about getting your heart back?" "What?" Jack was stunned. When he realized what Li Feng wanted to express, he shrugged helplessly and said, "I can only give, but I can't take back the magic of the heart." After a pause, Jack sighed heavily and smiled bitterly. "Besides, it's useless to take it back. That half heart has been contaminated with Anon's sinful soul." "Talking about soul in front of me?" Li Feng curled his lips and said, "What if I can get it back for you?" Jack was silent for a while, gradually restraining his expression, and asked, "I know that mages have the habit of trading, so what do you want?" "I want to set up a ring for 4 years," Li Feng said as he thought about the details of the plan in his mind. "I want to practice my fighting skills, and you spread the news that I set up a ring and bring back the challenger." Li Feng took out a wristband from his shoulder bag, threw it to Jack, and said, "If anyone beats me, this item that can increase strength by 5% is the prize." He patted the shoulder bag and added, "I have a lot of such props, even better than this. Does that mean I can be a transport laborer for 4 years?" Jack thought for a while and nodded, saying, "It seems that I have made a profit. I agree to the deal." On the side, Scar coveted the shiny silver wristband in Jack's hand. He squinted his big curved eyes, nudged Li Feng with his head like a spoiled child, and smiled slowly. "Well, I can also be your transport laborer." As he spoke, Scar gestured with his muscles and said, "I'm younger than Jack, and have more energy. I can bring you a challenger faster." Li Feng could see that Scar wanted props, but seeing Scar's change from old lady to cute, Li Feng found it quite interesting and teased him. "Free." Scar's face froze. He rolled his eyes and said, "Free? I want a sparkling magic prop to bring back a challenger, and you give me one as a reward." Get lost. Li Feng raised his middle finger at Scar and said, what if you dragged a skinny homeless person from the roadside as a challenger? I'm stupid enough to give you props. Besides, are you sure you want to run around the world? There's no delicious food in the outside world. Delicious food or sparkling magic props? Which one should I choose? Scar was stunned for a long time and said with a melancholy face, I'm not compromising for the sake of delicious food, but you are a poor guy who can't afford to pay me. Li Feng, haha, even if the rich people support you, they will become poor. You foodie at this time. Bowen and Enon just finished fighting. Enon put the cross sword in his hand on Bowen's shoulder and said with contempt, you are a coward. You only know outdated principles and follow useless chivalry rules. As a knight, how can he allow others to slander the chivalry rules? Bowen immediately shouted angrily, you swore to believe in the chivalry rules at the beginning. Before Bowen finished speaking, Enon interrupted disdainfully, I don't believe in the chivalry rules. I said something you like to hear because I wanted to learn swordsmanship from you. Liar, you liar. Bowen couldn't believe everything Enon said. He tried hard to teach Enon to be a good king and placed all his hopes on Enon. What is it now? Enon, this green tea bitch, pretended to be pure when she was young to deceive his feelings. Bowen felt like he had eaten shit, and it was like he had finally hooked up with the big wavy girl, and they had rolled in bed together. As a result, when they were discussing the wedding, the big wavy girl suddenly told you in a rough voice that she was actually a shemale. Asked, what do you feel at this moment? Bowen's answer was to die, and he was ready to do so. Just as Bowen accepted death without resistance, Li Feng waved his hand to eliminate the invisibility, ignored Dainong and others, walked to Bowen, and asked, do you still think that the heart of the dragon has polluted Dainong? Bowen ignored Li Feng's question, but roared, who told you to interfere in my affairs? Oh, he is so bold. Li Feng glanced at Bowen, who was suicidal. He could see that Bowen was fearless now. Perhaps the experience of turning into a sheep is nothing to him. After all, in this world, where suicide is the original sin, there are many ways to commit suicide, such as fighting wolves with the body of a sheep. If he is not afraid of death, what else can stop Bowen from committing suicide? But, are you really fearless? Li Feng curled his lips and snapped his fingers. Just as Bowen felt his lower body and chin getting cold, his chest muscles swelling, and his abdomen cramping, he heard Li Feng say with a smile, Ms. Bowen, please go to the side to cool down. Madam? Bowen lowered his head to check his body. His face turned pale instantly, and he screamed in a sweet feminine voice, I've become a woman. Li Feng nodded proudly and said, don't worry, I'm a skilled doctor. Not only can I make you have a sweet voice, but also a coveted appearance. I guess any man would want to marry you. The most important thing is that you can still have babies. No matter whether your husband is a man or a dragon, you can conceive a cute baby. Don't thank me for giving you a second spring. Who made me so kind? Your sister's kindness. Everyone present, whether it was Anang or the dragon, subconsciously stayed away from Li Feng. It's too scary. One of the timid guards even covered his crotch and turned around and ran away. Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to become a girl. Anang was the king after all. After swallowing a few mouthfuls of saliva, he calmed down, rolled his eyes, and said tremblingly, respected witch wizard, I'm King Anang. Is there anything I can do for you? Li Feng glanced at Anang with a smile. In his eyes, Anang was a dying man. What was there to say? Li Feng waved at the red-haired lady and said, please teach this Ms. Bowen how to deal with her period correctly. Otherwise, if she gets gynecological diseases, I will have to spend time to treat her. It's very troublesome. The red-haired lady showed a smile that was uglier than crying. After bowing, she said, yes, sir. After that, the red-haired lady walked palely towards Miss Bowen, whose appearance made her, a woman, envious. Li Feng put his hands behind his back and walked around Enon with interest. He said, Enon, you were born a prince, and you still have the heart of a dragon after surviving a disaster. It can be said that, as long as Jack is not dead, you can play bungee jumping without ropes. You are a person who looks like a protagonist. Why don't you make good use of your halo? What's the point of tossing around the little people all day long? Isn't it better to expand the territory with your immortal body? Me. Immortal body? Enan's eyes were blank at first, and gradually turned crazy. Since I'm immortal, why am I afraid of wizards? Don't be a coward. If you are a man, just do it. Cut off the wizard's head as a trophy. On the side, Jack, who noticed Enan's intention, shook his head in disappointment, and turned his head to look into the distance. He knew that Enan was dead, because the so-called immortality was only for ordinary people. And is Li Feng an ordinary person? Li Feng also noticed Enan's intention, but he didn't care. He slapped the other party's spirit out with a palm, tore open Enan's clothes, cast a spell, tore out half of the dragon's heart, and threw it to Jack, saying, Enan's soul is in my hands, and this half of the dragon's heart is still pure. Now, it is returned to its original owner. Jack felt it carefully. Although he wondered why half of the dragon's heart seemed to have just been torn off, he didn't ask much. After all, this was related to magic, and he didn't know much magic, so he couldn't understand it even if he asked. He lifted up the dragon scales on his chest, stuffed half of his heart back into his chest, prostrated himself in front of Li Feng to show respect, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Mr. Mage." Li Feng waved his hand to indicate you're welcome, and turned into Anan to walk towards the trembling guards, and said with a smile, "My guards, are you happy to see this great king? Are you excited? Do you need an autograph?" End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.